We're going in with a bang. We're not even going to waste any time rushing around. We're not going to waste any time recapping stuff. The Eagles have been officially in the building for about 7 seconds, and already we've had a trade. They weren't going to make a pick until round 5. They are now about to make a pick in round 4. They've traded up to pick 105. They've given away a 2024 third rounder. It could be for anyone. I mean, Ringo is still on the board if they do want to go in that direction. This is, I don't know, probably the most exciting thing to happen. It's, what Eagles fans were kind of hoping for, given the fact that we had no idea how long this team would wait. And if you just have 3, 5th to 7th round picks, there's only so much you're going to be able to pull out. So they are now sitting at pick 105. They'll be on the clock shortly. We'll see what they can do. Yeah, man, they've done it already. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what sparked it. There's clearly someone that Howie Roseman wants. So we shall see. We'll see what happens. But let me know how you guys are feeling today. We will, of course, be joined by some PSN faithful a little bit later today. And hopefully we can get some written content out as well. Chris Infante has said Adebawore, if that's how I pronounce it. I don't know. Apologies if not. I know that's one player they were looking at. Absolute freak athlete. Or Toho could be another. Ringo would be one of my guesses. There are still some solid players available left. But Howie Roseman is starting with a bang, okay? I was expecting a load and slow, relaxing day at the office, doing this stream, not really sure what to expect. But put our feet up and watch the rest of the draft commence. What we have is a trade up right into the heart of round 4 at 105. So what we will do is, if you can accurately predict it, we'll do it for the next pick. We can't do it this one, but we will be giving away a Jalen Hurts rookie card. So that is something worth noting. And that's courtesy of Brian Cameron from Flipping the Birds. So if you want a chance of winning that, we'll have a giveaway later based on their next pick from, we can't do this one because it's probably a bit too soon. But yeah, plenty of action early on. How are you guys feeling coming into day 3? Howie Roseman has obviously had 2 very impressive days at Kansas City so far. The first one obviously saw him trade up for Jalen Carter and somehow, some way, land Nolan Smith at 30. Day number 2 is where things got a little bit spicy. They obviously took an offensive lineman, Tyler Steen, in the first of their second picks, and then went on to take Sidney Brown, who in turn made me down my drink. So that was great. Isaac says that he's hyped for this trade. There are some tackles available. I don't know if that's something Howie Roseman would entertain at this point, like going for more offensive linemen, given that you've already taken one. I don't think the need for depth there is that great. I guess you've got to look at the teams around that sort of angle and what they're taking. I can't tab out, so I can't even get a draft order because the stream will sort of collapse on itself. So let me try and find something on my phone just to get a rough idea of who we're looking at here. Because otherwise I might end up, just guessing. And that's no fun for any of us. Fran didn't feel like sitting around for 5 hours. Me too, Fran. Unfortunately, though, I have to be here compulsory. You can go and enjoy your weekend. So I hope you do have a lovely... I keep thinking it's Sunday. Have a lovely Saturday afternoon. So round 4, so it's the 3rd pick of the 4th round. So the Bears and the Texans are in front of them. The Texans were picking back-to-back. I don't know who the Bears would take. The Eagles have essentially jumped obviously a lot of teams there. So you look at what Colts, Patriots, Seahawks, the immediate contenders there. But they've given up, that's right, Isaac, they've given up a 3rd next year for a 4th this year. So Howie wants someone, right? That's an aggressive move to give up advanced capital from the round higher next year. That is one heck of an aggressive statement to start this 4th round. So the Saints are about to make their pick. Then it's Vegas. Then Philadelphia is what we can see on screen. So yeah, there's someone that has slipped through the cracks that they feel maybe they've got an opportunity to grab here. Otherwise, they wouldn't. What's up, Steve? Let me know the question, man. Happily answer that one for you. Sidney Brown could be CJ, GJ. I love that pick. I'm a big fan of Sidney Brown, as evidenced last night. I think he's a great player. I just need to work out who is editing the article. Give me a second. Because obviously, I'm pulling double duty here. I'm hosting. I'm meant to be editing as well. So I might have to pull out. As long as we can get the articles written, then you can have my undivided attention then. Otherwise, I'm pulling double duty. Stick a broom up my bum, I'll mop the floor as well, is the saying. So we'll see how many directions we get pulled. We're not at the moment. We could be in future, like as things stand, like we're just sort of re-gearing up YouTube channels. So we'll see what we're working with in the next couple months. And if something comes up, we will definitely reach out. But best thing to do is reach out, which that's all we can say. Is like if you can reach out whenever we're interested, we kind of trawl through DM requests and all the rest of it. And if someone is interested, then we have that conversation. So not right now, but potentially in the future. I thought Sydney Round was a box safety, but he can apparently play post. Yeah, I think Nick Sirianni said in his presser yesterday that primarily played the box at Illinois, and at the Senior Bowl, he was allowed the opportunity to play over the top, and that was where he kind of finally got to flex that athleticism. So that's where they've seen a bit of upside and gone, all right, well, this isn't just a box guy. We can start him over the top. So I think that in itself is interesting, given what the Eagles have lost this offseason and what they've chosen to replace it with. Obviously, Justin Evans was one name they brought in. Reed Blankenship is the guy they've got at safety at the minute. So it's a nice complementary piece. I think he probably will be a primary box defender to start. I can't see him really be entrusted too much over the top. I feel like that is Reed's role to a T, just in, while he develops for a bit. But we shall see. So we're 2 picks away. Oh, I appreciate you, Steve. Like I said, if there's ever any opportunities, I'll be sure to reach out for sure. Doc wants Ringo. I think I'm all out of Beatles puns, but it's raining today, and I'm looking to the sky, hoping that it'll be a sunny day. And when the sun comes out in Philadelphia, we'll say, "Here comes the sun." That's bad. It's atrocious. I should be thrown off the stream for saying that. But alas, here we are. So I'm very intrigued as to who the Eagles are trading up for. Oh, okay. So Zach is editing. Okay, right. So Zach is editing content. Nick's writing content, which means you've got me one-on-one in a lovely intimate dinner setting for the next 5 hours. Now, yesterday, our stream got up to 50 likes. It was over 500 views for sure. If you guys could leave a like on this stream, that'd be fantastic. We're on 7 at the moment. If we can try and get to maybe 15 by the time the Eagles are on the clock, that would be absolutely brilliant. I've got a feeling my internet could also die at any second because my stream's just frozen. So there's that. If you could leave a like, that'd be amazing. Let's try and pump those numbers up. Let's try and push us to 10 and see what the future holds for this Eagles team. But for some reason, my NFL Network has just decided to pack in, which is great, 1 pick before the Eagles are on the clock. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Brilliant stuff. You can't write it. You really can't write it. But let me know in the comments as well who you guys want to see taken by this Philadelphia Eagles outfit. Like, obviously, takes a few needs off the box. The only need we haven't really pinged so far is... Sorry, I don't know. The only one they haven't filled so far is tight end, I would say. That's the only team need they haven't really filled up to this point. Like, we've got an edge, we've got a defensive tackle, we've got ourselves all of the help that we need. So... yeah, I think tight end is that one spot where maybe there is a developmental edge. Maybe it's Zach Kuntz. I'm not sure he's gone off the board yet. So potentially it could be him. I think Tank is still there, as far as I'm aware. I'll level with you. I don't really remember the last hour of last stream. I was very tipsy after Sydney Brown made me chug a drink. So blame Sydney Brown for that one. Zach is in. There we go.
Sorry about that. What's up?
No. How are you doing? All good?
No, all good. Just had to prep dinner for tonight. Took a little longer than I thought, but we are all good. Eagles are coming up on the board, and I am thrilled. How are you?
I'm good. I mean, I'm intrigued what's for dinner. I'm very intrigued because you're normally very, very good with these things.
Pork char siu. So it's actually pork char siu lo mein. So we're going to be doing a little bit of a spread tonight. So it should be pretty nice.
Very nice. Ollie Kemp has made his pick for Adebawore. Is it Adebawore or
Adebawore? Yeah, he Howie Roseman is a supposedly a big fan of Adebawore, so I would not be surprised if that's the pick. Obviously, they already have Nolan Smith who they drafted, who was a no-brainer to pick at 30. But even still, to have another edge prospect, I mean, you can never build through the trenches enough. That's how the Eagles have gone to 2 Super Bowls and won 1 in the past 10 years. So It wouldn't surprise me if that's the pick there. I mean, Keely Ringo is another guy that supposedly they had an affinity for. One guy off the board would be Nick Saldiveri, who just got selected by the Saints. But there's still a few people who could potentially come. But Adebawari, I do think is interesting because, and I see Isaac just brought up Barnett here. We don't really know Barnett's status going into next season. I mean, coming off of that injury, he's not a lock to make the team. If the right depth is here, I would think.
Well, the thing is, I mean, Howie Roseman has already kind of overextended the Derek Barnett experiment, like picking up an option where he really didn't deserve to have the option picked up, and then obviously having a reduced contract the next year, then the injury. It feels like, I can't remember the last time he did something that really rose his stock in the eyes of the common fan that was like, wow, okay, he really popped here. There's some hope. So, yeah, well, I feel like if it is Adebawari, it's very much that kind of Zacchaeus to Quez Watkins situation where, like, yeah, you've got a player there at the minute that is it's camp competition. Let the best man win. I would not be surprised in the slightest. I think Watkins and Barnett, obviously two very different age players in situations, but I think their trajectory for the rest of the offseason could be identical if that is the pick. But we'll see. So we've got Vegas up next, and then it's Philly. But I mean, that is an aggressive trade up. That's like what, an entire round and a half that they've moved up, essentially. So, I mean, we're used to seeing Howie maybe jump a couple spots, maybe trying to snag a player. I mean, moving up 1.5 rounds is very, very confident that player is going to go quite early in this fourth round. I wasn't sure if Zach Kuntz would fit that, or Kuntz would fit that scenario. But if I say Zach Kuntz now, it just feels like I'm insulting Zach. So maybe I'll just I'm trying to not do that.
No, we love all Zachs. We stand all Zachs. I mean, the thing that it says to me is that they have a 3rd round grade on this guy or higher. There's obviously someone they weren't expecting to be here in the 4th round. Being aggressive is not uncommon for Philadelphia's front office, but there must be somebody who they really considered. Perhaps even back with pick 66. You never really know. And that could be a guy like Keely Ringo. That could be Adebawari. DeJuan Jones is somebody who slipped a little bit at tackle. Obviously, when they made their pick yesterday, they also went offensive line, but really projecting more of a guard role for Tyler Steen. So could still go back to tackle. Could go with DeJuan Jones there. He has slipped. He was a 3rd round prospect for a lot of teams. Could be some linebacker help. Henry 2020, another Bama guy, SEC, who could potentially go here for the Eagles as well. So there's still a few different names there. And then there's always the possibility that they could just get somebody completely off of our board, someone that we just don't see coming, someone like a Tyler Scott out of Cincinnati, if they want to bolster that wide receiver core even more. And then Antonio Johnson, if you want to double down on safety, is another guy who's a big name there, who's still available in round 4.
Well, I feel like, you could be onto something there, given that Nick Sirianni's presser last night, the one thing he really emphasized was the fact that Sidney Brown was able to play post, like we said, at the Senior Bowl, and that was where you see him really flex those legs for the first time, having primarily played in a box role. Now, Antonio Johnson, he's primarily a box guy. He plays right at that line of scrimmage and, will often rush the passer, kind of explode into the backfield. He's like a man-covered guy. So if you're confident that Sidney Brown would be maybe more efficient or as efficient playing over the top, it does give you that dual-wielding sort of effect where you've got a player that can do each niche there and then kind of roll them out based on matchup. So not the worst idea in the world. I would be all over an Antonio Johnson pick. I think me and Zach both sung his praises very highly last night. So that would not shock me either. But we have just seen a selection. So the Raiders have come up for Jacorian Bennett. So maybe a DB run, which could be Johnson or Ringo. But the Eagles will technically be on the clock. Fran says a 24th 3rd round pick is a good investment because the Birds will be receiving comp picks next year. That's true. And there's going to be a lot of comp picks, I think, based off of what we've seen. I mean, that was always quite the forecast. Jimmy Kempski usually all over it. Howie likes playing that game more than most. So we shall see. But we've
one thing on Keely Ringo, Albert Breer actually just dropped a post for Sports Illustrated And I believe it was Isaac. Forgive me if I'm giving him too much credit. Last night he talked a lot about the weight of Ringo playing a factor, and so it seems as though that's a possibility, but it's not exactly what we thought. So Ringo has been posted a lot as kind of a rail thin guy, and people perhaps are a little bit worried about that, especially if you're going to kind of move him to that kind of box safety role, which some teams have talked about. Apparently, more of the issue is a fluctuation of weight and a potential unseriousness and attitude for Keely Ringo. So that seems to be the reason for the slide. I mean, maybe they bank on Georgia. I mean, obviously the Eagles drafted Jalen Carter, who had his, for lack of a better word, demons coming into the draft. Could very well be a case where they think that, with their locker room, with their coaching staff, they can overcome those potential issues with Ringo as well. Maybe not. Even still, I am an Antonio Johnson guy, just like you were saying, Liam. I do think that especially now that they have Sidney Brown as well, that would be a great young tandem to kind of build and mold in Philadelphia.
Yeah, you got yourself two young cornerstones. I think fans would be a little bit hesitant, given that it's typically been rolled out where you've got a younger safety with a veteran, where even last year, I mean, Marcus Epps isn't quite, CJ, GJ level, but he was the guy then that was rolling side by side. Gardner Johnson before that. There's always kind of an older name back there. You go back to Rodney McLeod, Malcolm Jenkins. It's a position that has often been associated with leadership in that secondary.
I hate to interrupt you, Liam. I do just want to let everyone know Keely Ringo has gone to the Eagles.
Wow.
Keely Ringo is now a Philadelphia Eagle.
I wasn't expecting that, but in the fall, it's like in the Kobe Dean situation, though, right? Like, if there are those valid weight concerns that every team's going to be thrown off, and how we can trust that due diligence, then you could get yourself a potential long. I mean, Nick's going to be ecstatic. Like, Nick was preaching the Keely Ringo train all of last night. So I'm never going to be mad at a cornerback pick. I'm never going to be mad at a DB pick. Like, I love seeing corners arrive in Philly. I think he kind of fits that mold as to what Philly are looking for. I genuinely thought they wouldn't go there after giving Slay and Bradbury those shorter extensions. I thought they may, you've got guys like Josh Joby back there. They didn't need the depth. They had the developmental names, but look, the rich get richer, and the Eagles get a relatively strong DB here that was arguably a second or third round talent at the start of the fourth. You can't complain.
Well, on top of that, there's the versatility of Ringo. So a lot of teams have actually discussed the idea of whether part-time or full-time, potentially moving him to safety as well. So you have a guy who could potentially be a jack of all trades for you in the backfield. So, or rather in the defensive backfield. So if there is an issue, an injury issue for, one of Darius Slay or James Bradbury, which potentially could be, he could fill in depth on the outside. Absolutely. That is a possibility. At the same time, he also could take some snaps at safety. He could take some snaps in the sub packages. There's a lot of versatility, and then once again, Howie Roseman's word, optionality, that just is the player that is Keely Ringo. So no matter what they're looking for, he's a guy who can potentially be molded into a variety of different roles for the Eagles going forward. So it definitely makes sense. Another Georgia Bulldog. That's 3 defenders in this draft, 3 Georgia defenders, that is, and what's that now? 5 on the team total.
Yeah.
At least a part of recent class. So Keely Ringo, I think it's a great pick. I know I was just saying how much I wanted Antonio Johnson here, but that doesn't mean that Keely Ringo is not a great pick, and that added versatility that I mentioned could be potentially huge, because you don't want to ignore the cornerback position in case one of those guys go down. You don't necessarily need a day one starter, but having that backup potential could be huge for Philadelphia.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I know we spoke a lot about Georgia. I know we had the over on 4.5 last night. Tommy will be buzzing. There is another Georgia Bulldog on this Eagles team, and I think it's got to speak volumes that it is more than just like, hey, this guy plays for a premier school. Like, they're clearly targeting guys that have all been around each other, breeding that same sort of culture and environment. And it's one of those where I just think that Ringo's got, like you said, the size to play outside. He's not too rangy. He's not like a 6'3" guy, but he's physical enough to hold his own. We've got to also, I guess, bear in mind, if we're going to touch on the weight and how that may impact him at the next level. Devontae Smith had similar concerns. Obviously, 2 very different caliber of player coming into their respective draft class. But if the Eagles are confident they can get the best out of him, then why wouldn't you make that sort of selection? Like, he's clearly shown that he's got the pedigree and the mentality to handle SEC receivers, which is in itself quite an achievement, and will prepare him very well for the NFC East and beyond. So yeah, I'm all about it. Like, I might even do like a film room on Ringo, because from what I saw, I remember him just being like a little bit stiff. I think anything when there were kind of cuts in front of him, he wasn't the most fluent in kind of being able to push his way out of breaks and stuff. But as far as someone that was at least instinctive and could carry receivers down the field, shade them inside to safeties, I thought he was great. I think he's just what this team would need in that desired defense, which isn't a ball hawking corner necessarily. You just want someone that's smart, that can funnel plays inside to those safeties, allow those defensive ends to rush the passer a bit faster. So it's a different mentality to Jim Schwartz, where you wanted a Rasul Douglas to swat 18 balls away a game and have that kind of corner. You just want guys that can carry, can stay in stride. I'm all about it. I'm all about it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely some stiffness in the hips there, which could potentially cause the fall a bit. But you're talking about a 4th round guy, so I think you're right. I do think that this is definitely a high quality pick. I understand trading a future 3, especially with the comp picks they're going to have next season. I definitely understand trading a future 3 for a team that expects to be in the bottom of that 3rd round with how they hope to perform next year. This was a no-brainer trade, and I would argue a no-brainer pick too. So they just kept it simple like they did with Nolan Smith at 30.
Absolutely. To be fair, I mean, I have my heart set a little bit on Jay Ward out of LSU as a corner. If I had to choose between the two, it's unquestioned that Ringo is by far the better prospect. So, I was thinking like slide to round 7, pick up an LSU corner in basically the same build as Jalen Mills 2.0 is what he reminds me of. So instead you come away with a much more accomplished corner, someone that is a bit quicker, that does have the size to play at the NFL level on an outside, on an island on his own. So yeah, solid pick. Georgia, keep that direction going. I'm amazed more teams haven't. I mean, you'd think out of a 32-team league, one of them might see how he's doing and try and follow in the same footsteps. If someone can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm genuinely curious, I can't think of a team that's going to town the same level the Eagles are in terms of targeting a particular school or conference to get that kind of culture, which in itself is very interesting. And I might be wrong as well. And I think Mike Greger touched on this, our Eagles writer, that he's sort of become like our franchise corner that we've drafted over the past 6 months. The guy's an absolute star. Zach found him in his scouting missions. So, Zach's on his own little warpath here in the draft room. But Mike mentioned that during the draft process, when the Eagles were trying to find a defensive coordinator, they spoke to the guy that was the co-coordinator of Georgia's defense. And I can't remember his name. But I feel like during that, maybe there was more than meets the eye than just, hey, let's potentially hire this guy as a defensive coordinator. And instead, let's do some due diligence on how he conducts his scheme, the type of players he looks for. Does that correlate? Then we go deeper. And I think you're really starting to see some interesting trends there. So the Eagles gave up a late... so it was it was a 3rd round pick next year was what they gave up. So seems quite aggressive, but as Zach mentioned, it's for a team that realistically isn't going to be near the top of the round. So it's probably just like a few spots difference is what's going to be. Also, I know this is, with regards to the article, is Nick writing it in your editing, or do you want me to edit, or?
I'm in the middle of editing it right now, actually, as we speak.
Okay, no worries. I will keep rambling then in that case. My bad. So, full PSN TV. You're getting a behind the scenes in PSN offices here today. But yeah, what else are you guys feeling? Chris Smith is still there for us to complete the Broad Street Bulldogs transformation. There's got to be some Georgia merchandise coming. Kemp has just messaged me saying, good call, Liam, with a photo. I want to see what the photo was. What have I said here? No way. What's this? Oh, what? My draft's being featured somewhere. Oh, never mind. No, he's taken the mic. That's why. Right. That's what's happened there. So my mock's being featured somewhere. I don't know where this is. It's those like sites where they like detail mock drafts.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So mine's been featured. I had no idea this was a thing. So I had Brian Branch round 1, Trenton Simpson round 1, Zach Kuntz round 3, Jay Ward round 7. So yeah, I've not hit a single pick so far. I don't think any of my mocks I've hit a single pick because I was very adamant in all of them to not trade up for Jalen Carter. So that was where first step went wrong. Oh, it's on mock. I feel wow, mock draft. Look at that. I'm class. I'm basically famous now. If anyone wants my autograph, let me know. I'll send it in the mail for you for like $10. Because we're bougie now. Mock draft database. Look at that. I'm basically famous. I'm going to send that to the guys at Schneps because I'm not sure they know if that's a thing, but it adds some legitimacy and makes me sound like I'm not totally rambling what I want about. I'm buzzing with that. Look at that. That's sick. I've got everything wrong, but look, fake it till you make it, baby. Let's do this. Let's run it back. Are there any other picks you guys like in put your mock draft on a hoodie? What is all of them wrong? Prime Branch gone, Jay Ward gone. If any of you guys have any like sleepers that you are into, let me know. Not like that, but also like that. You never know. And we'll kind of discuss them. So I know Nick Farrier wrote down a few names earlier today. We'll see. Let me see what he's wrote. Candy's from Carlisle, about an hour west of Philly. Oh, mad. That even more, I think, for me, Kuntz is basically Darnell Washington if, like, you just took everything away. Like, he's like the shell of Darnell Washington. Like, literally just the frame and the athleticism, doesn't have anything else. Darnell Washington, for me, is a ridiculous receiver, very physical, red zone weapon already, great terms of, like, running routes and stuff. Physical as a run blocker, that's the main one. Whereas I think Kuntz is more just he can catch balls, he's very tall. So I'd like to see him because I think he's very reminiscent of a Tyree Jackson, but more accomplished because he's played the position for longer. I'm going to read out what let's have a look. What Nick has said. So these are the guys Nick's targeting today. Dorian Thompson-Robinson, which is up there with quarterback names. Like that is almost the level of McLeod, John, Baltazar, Bethel Thompson, who is my favorite Eagles quarterback of all time, purely for that name. What a stud he is. I think he's still tearing up the CFL, so fair play to him. But that could be a potential option. It's obviously a mobile quarterback that is baby Mariota. Essentially, they can just develop three guys the same way. It prevents having a Nate Sudfeld situation. Mohamed Ibrahim is someone who else he picked out. Obviously, a running back there. He's sort of like that Rashawn Johnson sort of running back from Texas. I would technically prefer him. Just because he's thicker and a bit more like decimating as a runner. But at the same time, Ibrahim wouldn't be a bad pick. Earl Bostic Jr. Is another offensive line pick. A lot of people thought the Eagles might move up for an offensive lineman. They don't. They do go corner, so that's a name worth watching. Michael Turk. Look, any punter, just take any of them. Take me, okay? Just anyone but Aaron Sipos. For me, that is like the biggest thing. Like, I don't know. I just think Cameron Johnston has been massively underrated for the past 5 years. You go into any NFL punting stats during his time in Philadelphia, he was top 5 in all of them. The drop off is wild, and the Eagles' offense was just so damn good that you didn't really notice it that much because they could start at 1st and 10 from their own 13 and still end up scoring effortlessly. It won't always be like that as much as we'd love it to be. Realistically, it just isn't. You got to have tougher schedules, tougher defenses, closer games. So you want a punter that can kick it more than 8 yards. And I don't think, respectfully to Aaron Sipos, he's that guy. So any punter that can at least breed competition, I'd be all in with. I think Izzy did go, Eric. I may be wrong. Jordan says, what is my stance on the running back position? But I'd rather draft it in the 6th or 7th. We'll just keep it as it is and try and get value. The name that's come up recently is obviously DeAndre Swift from Detroit. I'm a big DeAndre Swift fan. I think he's brilliant. As a fan, I would love another running back. If I'm trying to view it as Howie Roseman, I just really don't see a need because if you go back to 2015, I wrote this article a few years ago. I'll try and dig it out maybe and put a link in, but the DeMarco Murray saga scarred Howie Roseman so much that 2016 was a committee effort, that the first iteration of it. 2017, Corey Clement comes in. 2018, the same thing. Josh Adams leads the team in rushing, and he wasn't even that bad. Josh Adams looked serviceable. They've not paid a running back more than, I think it's $3.5 million since 2015. which is now what, nearly is 8 years. 8 years he has not paid a running back like that much. For the price of one running back's contract, I think you can look at Derrick Henry. You can fit 3 current Eagles backfields in there, which is obviously Kenny Gainwell, Boston Scott, Rashard Penny, who's making like $8 an hour, and then I guess a couple of undrafted guys that are going to come in. With this offensive line, you don't have to be a refined runner. Even Jordan Howard. I mean, if the Eagles trade for a running back, it'll be minimal value. And the Chicago Bears do the inverse of what Philadelphia does, and that also works, which is draft running backs, let them get like good into year 3, then trade them and draft a new one. Like we saw it with Tariq Cohen, we saw it with Jordan Howard. We're probably going to see it with David Montgomery. And David Montgomery would be a back that I target. I think that is the perfect thing, just as Jordan Howard was at that time. Like, it's hard. I'm amazed that running backs still get ridiculous contracts. Like, there are a few teams that refuse to pay them. The Eagles aren't alone in their view. I'm amazed that so many are still getting, like, a significant bag. And it sucks because the running back's probably the one position you get battered. Like, you know, unless you're like a lineman, you're not getting hit every single time you touch a ball. A running back is, and it'll just be thud, 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 3 yards sort of thing. Like you can get beaten down and worn down very quickly. It's the most grueling position in the NFL in terms of physically, I would argue. And you're going to end up getting paid the least because you can now get the ball down the field in so many ways. And you don't have to necessarily run with a running back. You've got wide receivers that can do it all now. You've got tight ends that can run in motion. You've got quarterbacks that are dual threats. So I don't think there's a desire to really have someone in that backfield. And that kind of is why Bijan Robinson was never a totally realistic endeavor, as much as we all wanted it to be. Like maybe Howie would just like bite the bullet, have a 5-year contract on a guy that is going to be relatively cheap on a rookie deal and can, you know, run with the best of him. But the Eagles have been one of the top NFL rushing teams over the last 3 years, despite paying nobody. There is no. It's all great to fantasize about how great the offense would be if they do bring in one of those big names. It's not like it's needed. It's not like the wide receivers are killing it, the tight ends are killing it. Hurts is nearly an MVP, and they're averaging 30 rushing yards a game. That's not the case. They're a run-first offense, and they're doing it with a group of guys that would be role players elsewhere. So, yeah, I don't know. If there's a back that fits, fair enough. I wouldn't go chasing for it, and I wouldn't climb aggressively because I just don't think the value is there long term for Howie Roseman. With that said, there are some veterans that would make sense to trade for. I mentioned Montgomery could be definitely one of them, if not this year, then potentially next, depending on the deal. Yeah, just whatever Chicago get rid of, just take that for a year and run that back because they seem to find great running backs. Like I said, we've had Cohen, we've had Jordan Howard, obviously Monty G. Yeah, wouldn't mind it at all. I mean, the Bills are another one where, like, you know, Devin Singletary, you've got a couple of great backs alongside him. Great rotational effort. Like, it's a nightmare lining up on DraftKings for anyone that plays DFS because you never know which one's going to have the big day at the office. But again, they don't pay any of them a significant amount of money. And Buffalo is built in a similar vein. Great offensive line, mobile quarterback, 2 stud wide receivers, and a dominant tight end in Dawson Knox. So you don't have to go in for that, you know, incredibly talented running back. So that was a 10-minute rant. Sorry about that. The coffee's kicked in. We're well and truly here. If you are just joining us, the Eagles have made their first pick of the afternoon. And if you disagree with me at all about the running back, let me know. Let's have a discussion because I know fans do still want a premier running back in Philadelphia, as they rightly should. There is nothing wrong with that whatsoever. It's just nice to have this discourse because, you know, player evaluation is its own thing. How we value players, like I think the one thing that does surprise me with Howie is that linebacker is the one position everyone but Howie seems to value. Like from a fan base perspective, like if you ask about running back, some people get it, some people don't. Like myself, I don't really mind who's running the rock if you've got every other piece around it. If you go back and look at linebacker, every year in the draft, it feels like there's one name, there's 2 names, there's 3 names that just fit. They just feel like true Eagles guys, that this is going to be the Jordan Hicks, this is going to be the D'Amico Ryans, the Jeremiah Trotter, if you want to go back that far, the whoever. And it never really is. And then you look at what the defense actually does, and it's easy on an isolated basis to get angry at things like maybe Alex Singleton at the time, or maybe Sean Bradley occasionally. But realistically, it works. It's the same as running back. Like, you're not having to spend a fortune. It's very easy to pay for a linebacker, those same mistakes to happen, and you end up massively out of pocket. You can't get rid of him. No one wants him. The value can depreciate so very quickly. Elsewhere, Adebawore has apparently gone to the Colts, so that is interesting. I'm going to quickly share this link out on Facebook because I feel like that is important. Is it? Oh, no. Oh, well, we got a like anyway. Bear with me. Yeah, cool. All right, give me a minute. I'm just going to share this article around. I'm not sure if Zaki's back yet, or if you can hear me.
I am.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm right here, baby.
I didn't want to like disappear on you.
No.
Get this. Thank you for editing that, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. My computer tried to die halfway through, but brought it back to life and finished it off. So thanks to Nick Faria, to get his last name right now, for putting that piece out there. And everybody definitely give that a read because it's a really great quick hitter on what the Eagles did there. So just super excited about Keely Ringo still. But yeah, you're right. Adebawore went to the Colts. Shout out to Isaac for putting that out. We're starting to see some of the other players who had slipped go now as the Falcons just drafted Clark Phillips, who outside of Ringo was probably the top remaining corner on the draft board here. But we're moving. Some of these bigger names are going. Now you mentioned and DeJuan Jones just goes now, the offensive tackle who we were speaking of before the draft had started today.
Very interesting. So now the Eagles are on the pick for a round and a half still, probably a bit longer, or is it round 6 now?
I think it's 6. Yeah, I think 6 is. Oh
God.
Yeah. Yes.
So we still get the long wait. If anything, the wait is now longer. Great.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, because we had the high from Ringo, and then now we have to settle in and yeah. Well, I know it's funny. The Pats took a kicker. The 49ers took a kicker last night, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah. I mean, fair play to them. Like I wish the Eagles took a punter, but not over the corner. Like, they can take a punter now. Please take a punter. Someone, anyone.
Well, that's now. Is that 2 or 3 7th-round picks the Eagles now have?
I want to say 3.
It is 3. It is 3.
Yeah.
So I would be shocked if they do not consider a punter at one of those 3 spots.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't see how Sipos has that long a leash, to be honest. And again, if it is just that his things have been masked because the offense is kind of making up for it, then eventually that, the makeup's going to come off at some point.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's so weird. I mean,
there's a Rutgers punter in the draft this year. Okay, local kid. That'd be fun.
Who was the other? Oh, it was Zach Kuntz. Apparently, was from. Where was it? Not Rochdale. It's Carlisle. There you are. It's a place. There's a place in England, and I was just thinking of it. I was like, there's a Carlisle in England, and I was like, oh wow, from Carlisle? Not that Carlisle.
He's from Harrisburg, PA. I don't. You talking about Zach Kuntz?
Yeah.
Harrisburg, PA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is cool for Eagles fans if he wanted to come here, or rather if he were drafted here, I should say.
Yeah, I'd be
curious though. Old Dominion.
Beatles fans are gonna love the Ringo pick. Oh, for sure. Love me do some.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to put this away now. It just hit me that this is here to stay now after all of that.
I might do a piece on him tomorrow and just try and squeak in as many Beatles. See how many I can get away with.
He was the last Georgia player drafted to Philly too, so he was the afterthought, much like Ringo. So it very very fitting.
So what's crazy is that, I'm not sure if you guys have it in America. There's a kids' TV show called Thomas the Tank Engine. You might have
for sure. No, very big over here. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ringo Starr narrated that when I was a kid, and I don't understand how he went from the most globally successful band ever with women adoring him everywhere to then just going, Thomas went down to train track. I don't understand where that went, that direction wise.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is people. I don't know when he started narrating it. It was one of the biggest television kids television shows for its time. But the only thing I don't know is like, was he like the original narrator, and did he just like hop on like super good timing or something like that? Because like I would say like now it kind of makes a little more sense seeing the success of that show, but also what opportunities are people going out, like what is he going to get, a Gatorade endorsement, like what are we expecting for Ringo?
Make sure
A good gig. It's a good gig, narrating Thomas the Tank Engine.
We know football can be rate tough, so get your electrolytes with Newt Blake Gatorade. That's I'd never once just thought of like the career path, but Paul McCartney did all right. He just did loads of TV appearances.
He did fine.
And who are the other ones? George Harrison.
Not, they're not doing so great. Yeah, we don't. They're not doing quite as well.
Ironically enough, Thomas the Tank Engine might have been the safest way to go. So
compared to the alternative, it's not that bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Bears just took Roschon Johnson, so there's a running back off the board.
That backs up my exact point with what the Bears do, and I guarantee within 2 years Montgomery's gone, and because Roschon Johnson is built a very, very similar way, like just thick back, very good downhill. He is what Montgomery was to Jordan Howard. And I promise you, within 2 years, Montgomery will be out, and then Johnson will be running back one, and then if the Eagles
Johnson might be running back one now. Montgomery's already gone.
Is he?
Yeah, he's with the Lions now.
Oh, ignore me. Oh,
that actually makes I forgot that too, and that really confuses supports the DeAndre Swift trade conversation, because obviously they made the big trade for Jahmyr Gibbs, but now they have Gibbs, Montgomery, and Swift, and so that is just egregiously far too much, even for a team that loves to run it down the other team's throat. So that DeAndre Swift trade, even more likely with that in mind, that Montgomery is there, but I don't even know who Chicago's main back is now.
Let me Google it. Let's have a look. Because that is.
Dante Foreman. Okay. Khalil Herbert. And then now they got Roschon Johnson. So that's probably going to be the three. The running back by committee there, I'm sure.
Yeah. The more you know.
Yeah, DK. Jamal Williams left as well. Williams went to New Orleans, I want to say.
I think so.
Yeah.
An electric player who backed up Bijan Robinson is what Rappaport says. So, it was just not like a change of pace. He was just that short yardage, physical downhill back. I wouldn't say electric's the work, because most of the work was done by Robinson, and he kind of just picked up the pieces and slammed his way through. But he's physical, he's assertive, he's downhill. It'd be that LeGarrette Blount type role in Philly, the Jordan Howard role in Philly. So I won't knock it. I mean, I wouldn't mind if he was on the Eagles. But again, they just don't like spending capital. Like, I wonder if, and I don't even mean this in a bad way, the Eagles will ever even draft a running back again. Because who did they draft after? Well, they took Kenny Gainwell, but Donnell Pumphrey was a mess. Miles Sanders is gone. They exercised that contract. And I'll argue, and I've said this since day one, I don't think Miles Sanders developed at all. Like,
I would agree he's probably peaked. I would say that I think that they would draft backs in the future. I don't know the next time they're going to draft it back in the second round like they did with Sanders. Yeah. That's what I don't know, because they drafted Kenny G. It's been working out pretty okay so far. That you can get quality backs for cheap on the trade market, guys who are going to get cut. I mean, we're looking at Dalvin Cook is potentially available, DeAndre Swift we've mentioned. Who knows what's going on in Tennessee? There's always going to be options for backs. You probably will see some activity between rounds like 4 to 6. But I don't know the next time they're going to go definitely not round 1, but 1, 2, or 3 the next time they're going to draft it back that high.
Yeah. And again, same with linebacker. Like, every year there's always 1 or 2 guys that said that the Eagles are typically linked with or would feel a fit, and they just don't do it. It's always the 7th round special teamer from last year that builds up, earns a role. The
only reason they drafted Dean was because he was a 1st round prospect who slid. That's it.
Yeah. Very intriguing. I mean, I would love to spend a week just in that room as they build big boards and they go through highs and lows of each sort of player. Yeah, just fascinating to see how they value players and what the criteria is. Yeah, but it just goes to show that all of our mock drafts in the world are never right because you know we just look at things so very differently to an NFL general manager. Eagles need a simple downhill back. Trey Sermon. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people wanted Trey Sermon to get going last year. Like, there was quite a, not cult movement, but there was a big push from fans to, like, get him some game action. Never came to fruition. And there was another, who was it before Trey Sermon? There was another one that was on the practice squad. And I think he had a couple of preseason outings and didn't really do too much, but he was also sort of pushed as, like, get him games. I can't remember. I want to find out now. Give me a minute. If anyone can tell me, that would be great. Go on, you can win yourself a prize. Eagles running backs. No, it wasn't Josh Adams. It was like 2021, 2020-ish. Where? Come on, who've we got here, Liam? Get your thinking cap on. That's this year's Elijah Holyfield. That's it. There you go. Isaac is just an Eagles encyclopedia at this point. The guy is grooming himself for a PSN role in the future. Yeah, Holyfield. That's the one. Wasn't he another former Georgia Bulldog as well? I think your mic's muted.
Yeah, I don't know if he was a Georgia Bulldog or if he was No, he was a Georgia Bulldog. You're right. Did he transfer? No, he was a Bulldog through and through. Okay.
There you are. See that? So it was actually Holyfield that started the Georgia movement. Everyone's going to praise Jordan Davis. There were reports saying that Holyfield was just sat in his locker room screaming, "I want to win" every day. And Harry was like, "I don't know what's up with that kid. He's too mental to put on the team." But, you know, we'll take some of the ethos and find someone a bit more condensed. Hey, Dirk, how you doing? Thank you for hopping back in. Look at that. I just want to say, and you can be honest with this, guys. Put a little hand in the chat, or an emoji in the chat, if you've been on every single stream this week. Because I want to see if I can work something out to get you guys like a little present or something. Because that is unbelievable commitment. Because I know we've had Isaac, and I know we've had Dirk. There's been a few others that have been here every day at some point. And just a massive thank you for popping on. Because again, like, you know, it's cool to share this experience with you and have these sort of discussions. And we just appreciate it massively. Yeah, that's another one we've asked Jordan. You know, will we see Jordan Mailata at fullback? Just one carry. I mean, we've seen Lane Johnson get a big man score. What's weird is that I feel I don't know what weight Mailata was at when he was playing rugby, but I feel as though he would have had to bulk considerably to play tackle. And it's like, just because you've ridden a bike, if you learn to drive, you kind of like, you know, stop. Not saying he can't do it, but I feel as though, I don't know, like, it was cool the first year, and then the second year, it's like, I don't know if they're just gonna do it anymore. And then as more time goes on,
I mean, he is a highly valuable left tackle now, and like the odds of an injury in that situation may not be extremely high, but why risk that to your starting left tackle? I think that's kind of the thing with my
yeah.
I mean, if you do that and he gets hurt, you look like the biggest idiot on the planet. Like, and you potentially throw off your whole season.
Well, especially if you've already got like Jalen Hurts that is built like my last downstairs. Like the guy's unbelievable.
Hurts could probably press Mailata. You know, he can definitely, I'm sure, handle that load on those short yardage situations. And there's just so many different better. I mean, Penny's a guy who can run up the gut too. Like, there's plenty of players that they have who can do that, where you don't need to risk that for Mailata. Like, it wouldn't really serve well, considering the risk that's alongside it.
100%. So JJF 95 has been to all of them. What a man! That's what we like to see. Zach's been to all of them as well, but he's cheating. So, you know, he's here like.
I mean, you asked who had been to all of them, and I've been to all of them.
That is true. Did Jalen Carter do a little fullback? That's a good question. I wouldn't know. I'm not the person. I mean, Tommy would know if Tommy was here. Tommy would be able to give a full film breakdown on it. Yeah, that's fair, Doug. Braden Daniels to the Commies. Can we just say, like, Washington team name needs totally changing? Like, I know it's an obvious one. I hate to say, I think like Washington football team might have been the better name than the Commanders.
I think you're right.
Like, as basic as that was, like the football team was the most dense thing I've ever seen, and then they somehow make it worse. I don't know what I'd have called them. Like maybe I don't know. It needs to. I'd say like. What's big? I mean, you're over there. What's big in Washington? What's like other than like the monument?
Crooks. No, there's I don't even know. And some of these teams are weird too, because you don't want to go like too literal too, because even though like the Guardians, like there is that, you know, Guardian Bridge in Cleveland, like even still it's not like a love name, and maybe some of that is people just not wanting to change from the past, but I don't know. I can't qualify like what would be better, but they were at one time they had a very aptly named team in the NBA before they were the Wizards. They were the Washington Bullets, and that made a lot of sense too. But they had to change that for obvious reasons. So there's good names out there. You got to dig deep for them. So you know, maybe in a few more years, but I don't understand why. And here's the thing though, that they always could have done like so you have the obvious, like why they changed the name, I think is obvious. And right and everything there. You could have kind of kept it very, very close to that name though, and gone, you know, from the old name to the Pigskins. You know, obviously name for the football. And just go to the Pigskins, and then your mascot becomes a pig. Like that already like has been a case like for Washington. Like that would translate easier. I don't know why that wasn't really on the table, but would you prefer to be a fan of the Washington Pigskins or the Washington Commanders?
Well, I don't know, because Pigskins just sounds like the Washington Footballs. I'm not sure if I feel.
Yeah, but it's like you can have like a pig as a mascot, you know, like it's more fun, you know.
I mean, I would say neither, to be honest. I mean, neither would intrigue me. I would say like I don't know.
Well, then you give a suggestion, Big Shot.
Well, Washington Land Dragons.
The Land Dragons?
Crocodiles or like something.
Dragons?
The Washington Land Dragons.
The Washington Tanks, you know?
Yeah, anyone else got any ideas for Washington? We can play this game. The Cherry Blossoms. The Washington Cherry Blossoms.
Blossoms. So... Cherry blossoms are beautiful. They're not very intimidating, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Want to. I mean, unless you're a Bleach fan, in which case they are intimidating. But that's anime aside. They're really not that intimidating there.
Yeah, not. Do I see the rap song the Commanders fans made? Was it a couple years ago? I mean, the one that comes to mind is the stupid. Who was it? The Phillies. Was it Atlanta or Washington? In the team made the rap about the Phillies. That's what's in.
Is that San Diego?
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, no. I think it was the Padres. Yeah.
I hated every second of it, and
yeah,
it's scarred into the back of my retinas, and I hate it.
Yeah. Oh, Fat Cats. That's another one that you could do for Washington. Yeah, that's another possibility there.
I don't know how it's just such a hard franchise to name. Like there must be. It's like what characteristic about your city is good, and they're like I don't know. Like
the food scene in DC is fantastic. I'll be flat honest. I was there for a bachelor party like a year or two ago, and I mean my goodness, like absolutely amazing. Like there are definitely places. You know, the bar scene was cool. It is a fun town to visit. You know, at the lobbyists. I love it, Doug. There's just not, I don't know. There's no eagles, you know, there's no cool animal that I associate with DC anyway, but I mean, maybe there's some out there, but again, the hogs have been associated with Washington before. And I'm back to Pigskins, you know, people talk about the red hogs, the war hogs. But I'm feeling Pigskins. That's just me.
I mean, Washington warthogs you can meet in the middle. That sounds a bit like, you know, aggressive. Yeah. But then warthogs are quite ugly. They got big teeth coming out. Like
Yeah,
that.
I mean that's what you want to be when especially if you're like a defensive player. You're trying to be ugly. So
Yeah, true.
that kind of fits.
I'll go with land dragons though. That's I'm going to pitch that to them.
Land
But
dragon.
I'd just rather not contact the owners
Pitch
because
that, pitch that to the UFL or something like that. Like,
I still don't
who else would
understand why there's
probably
no.
take that?
On a separate note, I still have no idea why there's no Philadelphia WNBA team. I feel like that is
Oh
the
my
biggest,
gosh, I know. I'm dying for one.
biggest missed opportunity going. Like, I think the city is actually crying out for it. And yeah, no idea why. But that's what we stand here. PSN, get that going instead. Just trade the Washington Commanders to the WNBA. Like that works. Just
I don't know, man. I really kind of don't want another team owned by Josh Harris in this town.
Yeah, that's true.
Honest.
See, I already didn't like Josh Harris because he owns Crystal Palace, which is like my football team's rival team. Yeah. So then he owns the Sixers. Then it's is it Washington now he owns?
Washington is the newest team. The New Jersey Devils in the NHL. It's another team that he owns. Just two teams named Capitals. They can work it out. Yeah, it's true.
I mean, they could just call themselves the Dubs. Washington Dubs.
Yeah, I mean, Warriors was another one that was pitched. They can call themselves the Dubs, but that doesn't mean they're going to win.
No, true.
No.
There's people here watch. I'd watch a WNBA team there. I was saying this to Lizzie the other day, just about the rise of like female sports and stuff. Because obviously the England women's soccer team has been on a heck of a run the past few years. But it's still not seen as like huge over here. It's getting there and it's getting more like general national TV time. And she was like, why isn't it? Like she was just general, she's not a sports fan at all. So doesn't really understand like the financials and that side of it. And I was just trying to explain, like, I think what would really help is there needs to be like a star that people are attracted to get watching and build up that personality. And then you see what's happened with, the women's college football tournament, tournament just a few weeks ago. And all of the love and adoration and call it controversy or whatever, but just the attention that got had so many new eyes on the game of women's basketball was brilliant. And I was like, that's what we need over here. Just someone to like stand out from that crowd, be a marketable personality, and that will grow like organically then, because kids will want to watch it.
And sometimes on top of that, it's someone who can encourage that personality that is there, because sometimes that personality is already there and exists, but they're just muted and quieted by something, just a lack of attention. I mean, that's why I felt like what was great about the most recent tournament is that, you had a star like Shaquille O'Neal publicly come out and support and add, even more awareness to how just incredibly, not even just impressive, but just fun that title run was, and really just help marketing that entire event. I think was absolutely huge also. So to have that, I mean, he basically like took Angel Reese under, his wing, as it were. Not that she needs it because she became a star in her own right, but like this all helps like feed into that popularity of the sport. And so, I mean, I'm trying to get a WNBA team in Philly fast so we can get Angel Reese here. That is, if we can do that, if we can be the team that drafts Angel Reese, I mean, that'd be pretty crazy if you ask me. So that's why I'd like to see more, like when we're talking about in the U.S. and building the WNBA, I'd love to see more NBA players come out and be vocal, kind of like what Shaq was for college ball. But of course, he's doing that with LSU. We need some NBA players to support, I would say, their local teams as well, but even just the WNBA as a greater whole. So to see, if I could see guys like Joel Embiid, really be a champion for, we need a WNBA team in Philly, that would be absolutely amazing. But we will see if we ever reach that point.
Well, if it ever does, PSN will be all over it coverage-wise. So,
for sure.
First outlet trying to reach out to them. We'll get back onto Eagles talk briefly. So RW Swipe says, do you think opposing QB coaches plan against the Eagles pass rush will be able to get rid of the ball quickly? Now, this is something that was very prominent under Jim Schwartz, and I feel like we didn't see too much of it last year partly because of the lack of strength of schedule. There's a reason why the Eagles in 2021 were so susceptible to top 10 quarterbacks. And that was a trend. Anyone that had a mild sense of competence at an NFL level could work out that, okay, the pass rush is going to be very quick. We're mismatched offensive line. The corners are 10 yards off, comebacks and curls. It's why Jalen Mills infuriated me. It's why Jim Schwartz infuriated me, was that maybe for the first 2-3 years of the Jim Schwartz scheme, everything was 10 yards away. And it didn't matter what happened, the corners were always 10 yards off. And the Giants specifically the Giants, would always just game plan underneath. And it would make it look so easy. And it would just come back to curls and slants. Now, I don't know if we're going to see that this year, because, again, there is a change in scheme. It is still, obviously, Vic Fangio based, so there is that to kind of bear in mind. But we're going to see, I guess, an evolution of what we saw last year. So we shouldn't see too many changes. Now, we did see some sort of exploitation of that. But you're going to see that with any team. You've got to bear in mind as well, like any team that's got good corners. In the same way where it's like, okay, if all your corners are playing man coverage, you're going to try and wait a bit longer to see if they get open, you get the big shot. It's like the inverse, right? Like if your linebackers are good, you throw outside. If your cornerbacks are good, you throw inside. If your safeties are good, you throw underneath. If they're bad, you go over the top. That's just game planning at a basic level. It's just heightened because the Eagles, specifically Jonathan Gannon, showed an inability to adapt, which meant if he was being sort of exploited schematically, there wouldn't be bringing those corners forward, maybe dropping linebackers back. And that's where fans got annoyed. So I think every team's going to game plan that. It's just a case of whether the Eagles can adapt. But thank you for tuning in, Brandon. I massively appreciate you heading in and joining us for today's stream. Jay Quest says, I think Derek Henry will be here before training camp. Now, that is some prediction. Where do you stand on the Derek Henry to Philly? I wouldn't say rumor anymore, because that hasn't really worked out according to whoever it was that made that initial report. But
I mean, would I love Derrick Henry in Philadelphia? Absolutely, I would. I don't know any reason against having him here just as a player. You know, where that conversation starts to get tricky is what the compensation looks like, not just to Tennessee, but Henry's going to want a new contract. He's going to want more money. Is that something Philadelphia is ready to do at the running back position? That hasn't really been something they've historically been interested in doing. I think potentially what you may see is, as opposed to a trade for Derrick Henry, if this situation with, say, Dalvin Cook in Minnesota continues to spiral, and if they were to outright release him, bringing on Cook on like a 1-year prove it, and then he hits his big contract the next year, that might be more so something that you see Philadelphia do. I'm really just not sure that that Henry makes sense just from a like a contract standpoint, because it's just like, I don't know if this team would want to pay a guy like Budda Baker, let alone a running back, the age of Derrick Henry. So while I'd love to have him here, especially on like a 1-year deal, I just don't know how realistic that actually is.
Very fair. Tyrell Young has donated $2 on a super chat. So massive thank you to Tyrell. That's it.
Shout out Tyrell.
We appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. You never have to donate or anything, but it is obviously, massively appreciated that you care that much to donate a little bit. What should the Birds do at running back and linebacker at this point? It's been one of those where we kind of discussed this fairly frequently already, but I feel like what they should do, how we feel, and what they should do, how we feel, is are two very different things at both spots. Like linebacker and running back, it's like he kind of views them as like bread in a sandwich, and the meat is the most important bit, and the meat between them both is the offensive line. Like literally on the field, you've got linebackers, running back, O-line in the middle, and that's where he places that value. I think running back's fine. I genuinely think it's all right. Like Penny isn't going to be getting a heavy workload this year. He's going to be alongside Gainwell, adds that kind of power back alternative. And Boston Scott can show up for 2 games against the Giants, get himself 200 yards and go home happy. Linebacker, I think, is slightly more pressing because a lot rides on the development of Nakobe Dean. Now, he was a first-round talent. He has overcome those injury concerns, but we didn't see too much of him last year. With that said, there must be some level of confidence for them to not replace Kazir White. And there were linebackers this year available who within that same level of sort of talent and price on the free agent market that haven't been targeted. So, I mean, DK there mentions Terrell Edmonds. Obviously, that's going to be your white alternative. Obviously, he plays Mike instead of Will, but it's the same thing of like a cheap and cheerful guy. So yeah, like a lot rides on that. I would say if I was to prioritize one, it wouldn't be in the draft now because you're just going to get more Sean Bradley level players. And that's nothing on Sean Bradley because he's become a great special teams guy. He's got defensive upside. But what this team needs, if Howie so chooses or he agrees, is that like cornerstone Mike linebacker to kind of hold the middle of the field firm. And you're not going to get that in the 5th round. So as much as I would like to see a linebacker drafted, you're just going to get a Patrick Johnson level guy that isn't really going to impact for the next 3 years. And it's not a wasted pick, but it's certainly not one that has been maximized to its full potential.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why if you are talking about linebacker or running back in what's left of the Eagles draft picks, just one guy that I want to bring up, Israel Benaconda is still available.
Yes.
So he continues to slide. Obviously, the Eagles don't have a pick until the 6th round, but if he does continue to slide, there is still a quality name on the back market in the draft. I fully agree, though, that linebacker, there's nothing that's really worthwhile because if you're going to be, adding more and more of those later round role players who aren't really, the Patrick Johnson type that you mentioned, you may as well add a guy like that at a position like safety, for instance. You may as well be looking at some wide receivers a little bit later in this draft, potentially even a tight end. Zach Kuntz, is he still on the board?
Believe so. Yeah,
wow.
I believe so.
And Josh Wiley too. So there's just other positions that you can get a guy at that kind of not quite that starter what have you potential, but you can go ahead and you can get one of these guys a little bit later on at just a position that is a little bit more valuable. So I expect them maybe to kind of go into that running, really just that offensive weapon later on, or perhaps another safety. Or even another defensive line piece. Basically anything but linebacker, though, unfortunately, is the thing. And I only say unfortunately because the linebackers still, I think, need work. It's just that this is not the place to work on that right now.
I love, by the way, do you think that since Izzy is there and he's still dropping, that there would be a potential to try to scoop up and move forward to maybe secure that like as a late gem?
If he's
is that like something
there
that
in
you
the
think?
5th round, possibly.
Yeah, okay.
But not. I don't think they're trading up again in around 4, considering the players who are left on the board. I think they might prefer to. I mean, the odds that they use all 3 of their 7th round picks, I don't think would be incredibly high. So maybe you move 6 in one of those 7s and possibly another player or a future pick to move up. Or move out into next year. But he's a guy that I mean, at least I would consider. I mean, Liam's talked about the difference between, what we think and what we consider versus what the Eagles actually, go through and how they make their decisions. But, he's definitely a guy who I think that I would consider just because you can continue to bring up and develop him. And he's could potentially be ready for somewhat of a feature role by the time that Kenny G is either moving on to another team or what have you at that point. Because, and then I think the same can be said about a Dwayne McBride. I think those are probably the guys, and I know people like Deuce Vaughn. He's a real Boston Scott size profile match.
Okay.
So I mean, there's a few different options. So that could lead them to end up deciding not to trade up for Izzy and instead just kind of stand pat at 6.
No, and we were talking about earlier what to do at linebacker. And now here's the weird thing. Like, I know Nolan Smith is an edge, but we were making the case on day one that whoever we take at 30, especially at edge, probably will not get a display like a starting role in their first year. So do we see that Nolan Smith kind of plays a little bit of a linebacker role for the time being, while obviously getting some edge time as well, depending, whatever game situation may be.
I mean, Liam, what do you think about that? Like a high passing situation, you kind of it's not been the MO of the Eagles to kind of send an all-out blitz. But theoretically, like if you were
It
to
could
rush him
change. Gannon's not here
down the
anymore.
middle, with some of these members, you got Reddick, you got Carter, you got Josh Sweat, you got Cox potentially, in that front four, and then you go ahead and then you run Nolan Smith from down the middle. I mean, is that something that you could potentially see this season or years going forward, Liam?
It's definitely viable. I mean, the thing is, like, the Eagles in year one of Jonathan Gannon were trying to do all sorts of stuff defensively, and didn't have the personnel to quite do it. You had Fletcher Cox complaining that he doesn't want to be in coverage. You've got all this other stuff, and then it felt like Hassan Reddick is like a hybrid who can play outside linebacker. He's good with a 3-point stance, a 5-point stance. He can play off ball. It doesn't really matter. They're trying to get as many matchup nightmares as possible. Whereas if you see Reddick, for instance, with in a 3-point stance, you assume he's going to come down off the edge, and he doesn't. He drops back. Like, there is a lot of creativity there, and that sort of bails out the linebackers a little bit. So it definitely wouldn't surprise me if they tried to play on the way Nolan Smith is built, and instead send him up the middle. Like, you've got to bear in mind as well the level of physicality and like space you've got up the middle now that's going to be created. Whereas if you have Jordan Davis and obviously Jalen Carter next to each other, that's going to cause a lot of trouble for defenses. So if they can kind of part the Red Sea and Moses can sneak through the middle, then, you're going to take that all day, sort of thing.
Yeah, that sounds like an absolute rules. Like, I love how we've taken the high talent, high skill where we're supposed to in this draft, also with the flexibility at the positions and team needs. Like, this draft is just completely ruled.
Yeah, I mean, considering like how much of an unknown it was, like I can only speak from my point, and I've not done the most in-depth draft valuation, but normally I get suckered into draft stuff, and it's mocks everywhere, and it's player reports everywhere, and there's 8 spreadsheets that I make. Like, this year, it's very top-heavy. Like, the first couple rounds they're good, but then the rest is just it's a minefield at the minute, and I don't think there's enough down here to warrant like pushing up for. For the Eagles to get a draft like that and find 2 pretty much guaranteed cornerstones, they come into day 2 and find a developmental offensive lineman. Then they obviously come away with Sidney Brown, who is a potentially great safety. One of the top in what is a fairly weak class. You go back a few years and you had guys going top 10, top 15 at safety. So for your top safety to go midway through round 2 and you get a guy in round 3, like, you can't complain at that. Overall, like, it's been a very solid draft. You trade up and get corners, another one. It was a top-heavy class. You had Gonzo and Witherspoon with the 2 guys, and beneath that, not a lot of juice left in the tank. But you find guys that fit the culture you're building, and there's literally no safer place in Georgia at the minute if you're looking to find those sort of players. So what's very murky water is how he's sailing over them pretty smoothly, and I think that is the biggest compliment you can give. Like, it's very easy to draft just anyone at this stage, and people are scratching their heads, or you reach for guys based on production. And this is the sort of class where there'll be more JJ Arthega-Whiteside level picks than there will be anything else. And I think that the fact that you're trying to take all of those potentials out of it and give yourself a chance, can't be mad at that at all. He's done a great job.
You think that, and I do want to talk about that right there as well, but do you think that, so taking Ringo, like, I think it was a hell of a pick where we got him from, because a lot of places where I did my mock projected him to be like a 2nd round pick. So where we get him from, it is clearly way past. He's fallen down the board. Do you think that he could potentially be, for where he was drafted, a steal of the draft?
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you wouldn't see dividends for a while, I think is the only thing. Is that because realistically you're going to be in behind Slay and Bradbury. You're not going to see starting potential unless one of them goes down. But if you give it 2-3 years, I mean, the beauty of that is that you've got a 4th round pick that can come in behind a multi-time Pro Bowler, behind one of the best current like age group positional corners. Like, Bradbury was the pride of last year's free agency crop. And you can learn. And he's going to be going up against, in training camp, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Quez Watkins, Olamide Zaccheaus, so I think I've said right, potentially. There's a lot of variety of receivers, and there's 2 very, very strong receivers that can help you like get better. you're only going to get, it's like iron sharpens iron. So you have a year maybe under the radar and maybe year 2 under the radar, and you're probably ready to go year 3. Like, I think
That's what I think too.
if you believe in that mentality, then absolutely he's going to be a steal. He's basically what Lucas Van Ness is at corner. Only Lucas Van Ness was a first-round pick because he had all the production there and he didn't really start, and it's a tread on the tire argument. But if someone took that kind of player equivalent in the 4th, you're buzzing. Like, that's what you want out of a 4th-round player. Potential starter that can learn away from the lights. There's no urgency to rush him into a situation. You're not banking on like injury concerns to be overlooked for him to get going. Like, it's a safe 4th-round pick with a player that has flashed upside, that's fit with that Georgia defense. He knows guys on there, that the culture, the mindset's the same. You're banking off intangibles, and I think he's got all of them.
I love hearing that. I mean, and I know that. What's up?
My!
What happened?
DeAndre Swift to the Eagles. DeAndre Swift to the Eagles. Wow.
Dude, what?
Oh my.
What?
That is sorry to cut you off in such.
No, that's fine. It's worth doing.
So in exchange for draft pick compensation, so we don't know what the picks are just yet, but it is DeAndre Swift on his way to Philadelphia. All right, now Howie's won the draft. Now he's cooking.
All right. Let me you carry this for a second. I want to go to Flipping the Bird socials and make an announcement.
Yeah, no worries. That is absolute. I mean, Zach's not even here. Zach's disappeared. Absolutely unbelievable. That is a hell of a move. We don't know what the draft compensation is going to be. I'll wait. I'll reserve judgment, but I can't imagine it being a lot. I mean, they've got 3 7th-round picks. Just chuck all of them, give them Quez Watkins. But we know it's only for draft capital. That is an unbelievable trade. Wow. So nothing yet. We know again, Georgia alumni went to St. George's Prep. It's just Georgia. Everything is coming up Georgia. Nick's writing the article. I am stunned. It's like Howie Rose. It's like we're just watching a POV. Howie Roseman is just running up Madden franchise with all the sliders turned down, watching all the other teams do whatever, and just feeling like he does whatever he wants. Zach's gonna come back. Absolutely unbelievable.
I leave for 5 minutes to grab some sushi, and this happens. I got to leave more often. This is awesome.
This is the most hype, dude. Like, I knew there was going to be a running back coming. Of course, in my mock, I obviously went aggressive in the first round, and did a trade for Josh Jacobs. But yeah, I mean, we'll take DeAndre Swift. Don't worry, we like that. Only for draft capital. That's just we don't lose. This is weird. It's not weird. I'm just getting used to it, I guess. It's been unfamiliar and it's been inconsistent, but this seems like in the last couple of years, especially this draft, it seems like everything is just like lining up, like all the stars are lining up. Like this Philadelphia Eagles team is, it's been great for a while. It's been pretty solid for a while. It's going to be monstrous for the next few years.
Well, just to go back to Tyrell's point, I think they should trade for DeAndre. That is, I'm genuinely speechless. Like, you can't do better than that. We on the back of us just saying how weak this draft class is and how you're trying to find safe picks. And so we've just got an announcement of what was actually given up. It was a 2025 fourth and some 7th-round capital. Yeah, that's Jordan Howard level stuff all over again. That's how he gets his running backs.
So when I said like Kelly Ringo could be the steal of the draft, let's just edit that out. DeAndre Swift right now seems like the steal of the draft.
Yeah, genuinely wild. Duck is shocked. I mean, we are all absolutely shocked. If you haven't left a like on the stream yet, now's the time. Let's get a like for DeAndre Swift. Don't do it for us. Do it for Swifty. I am now a devout Swifty. I was before. Now I can say it with confidence. I am a Swifty. What a day for the Swifties. God, phenomenal. I mean, to be fair, like, it doesn't matter if he can or can't stay healthy because you've got Penny, you've got Gainwell, you've got Boston Scott. That's it. Like, it's not going to be a ball-heavy sort of year for him. But that is just an astounding move from who is unchallenged at this point for the most chaotically great GM in the NFL. Like I've not known another NFL GM to just have the level of balls to continue to pull off move after move after move. Stetson Bennett to the Rams. I like that. I like Stetson Bennett. I mean, what a day for Georgia. What a day for the Bulldogs, right? Like Tommy is going to be having a field day. So that's now 6 Georgia Bulldogs on this team. We officially have the most Bulldogs outside of Georgia.
We'll have more than even Georgia does.
I think so.
The one fallout, just to bring it up, and obviously I think everyone's okay with it. The odds of Izzy being an Eagle now are virtually none. I think everyone's okay with that if you're getting DeAndre Swift.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously really liked Izzy, but at the same time, like, dude, this right here, you don't lose much of anything. You get Swift. Yeah, I'm great with that. And also the room, the running back room isn't necessarily not deep. So this is all turning out Eagles in Kansas City. So it's almost like a win. It's almost like we're getting our win back. This is awesome. Like, this draft is just getting better and better.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal.
Well, it also takes a lot of the load off, and now you can actually just say, hey, who's the best punter? Like, you can, like, actually not care enough to go get a punter.
Get a punter and I'm all in.
Yeah.
All in. Just trying to get that video of Howie Roseman with the many-man audio. Oh, it's just... Well, what a day. What a weekend for us it's been. So we just have the 6th left. I'm not sure what they actually gave up 7th round pick wise. But they just said it was moving up. So it could be literally anything. Maybe like a couple. I don't know.
I'm diving for it too.
Just waiting on that capital announcement.
Did it come from the Eagles Twitter by any chance yet? Like
2025 4th plus moving up in the 7th.
So the Eagles get DeAndre Swift and 249. They give up a 4th in 2025 and 219.
Okay, so they still have three 7th round picks.
So wow, that's nothing. What's the real deal about, like, why Swift is just gone for nothing? Like, is it just contract? Is that what it is?
That's how love stories work.
Okay. Contract and injuries, man.
Yep. Okay. I was saying, like, is there anything else there? Because even if it's just contract and injuries, I'm like, yeah, but the injuries can eventually, like, figure itself out. Like, sometimes you have lingering ones, and when it gets figured out, when you get maybe a surgery on it in the off season, it's done. And you're back, and the money makes sense again, and then maybe you restructure. But I'm thinking it has to me, it screamed there was something else. Like, this is for nothing.
Mm.
So, but hey, it's just that. Like, this is a steal.
Well, it's like we were saying earlier with just the Detroit backfield. Like, I didn't realize they even had David Montgomery. And if Williams is already gone, they've still got, like we said, it's a very crowded backfield that they have now. So just, I don't know, it felt like it was obvious he was going to be on the move, but it's also just the prime Howie Roseman trade of a back that's maybe fallen out of favor with a team. And they're just not going to use him, so you get rid of him. Maybe get a draft pick for what they want. And I would much rather give what is essentially a 2024 draft pick and a 7th for to have DeAndre Swift on an offense rather than go and trade a couple of 3rds for Derrick Henry. Like, I think that is by far the better value trade for Philadelphia. Just genuinely stunned. Like, what a day. I will say though, Valami Fehoko is just gone from San Jose. So he was someone I actually did watch tape on, which is a shock in this year's draft. I know. I actually liked him. Was hoping for another developmental name. Reminded me a little bit of, what's the guy called? The one that plays for the Eagles, taken 2 years ago. Not Patrick Johnson, the other one from Coastal Carolina. Tyron Jackson. Reminded me a bit of Tyron Jackson. So I was kind of hoping that the Eagles would get him. But you know what? The game's the game. I'll take DeAndre Swift and Nolan Smith instead. I know the article's in. Do you want me to grab it, Zach, if you're eating?
Just wrapped up my sushi session. I'm all good to go.
You sure? I don't mind grabbing it if you want to.
No, I'm already on it.
All right, I'll tweet it out and get it all on the Facebook stuff as soon as it's
You're the
in.
most
But
casual worker ever. Like you're just like, dude, like I have a sushi. I'm also in the middle of breaking DeAndre Swift news. No, like no sweat.
That's all good, baby. It's all good. You gotta win, you know?
Bucks are going to suck this year. Devin White mid-season trade. I wouldn't be against it. I mean, there was some regression, I think, last year with Devin White, and people do overlook that and just kind of look at numbers. He's a little bit different to what the Eagles want out of their linebacker. But having said that, this is Devin White. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would rather take Buda Baker, but at that point now, I don't think that's really on the cards, given Sidney Brown's arrival onto the scene. Antonio Johnson's still there as well. Bear in mind.
See, that's what the safety I thought we were going to get right there. It was Antonio Johnson.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that either. And I'm pretty sure. Oh, not that it matters. There's another. Is Devin Ashan gone? The Texas A&M running back. I think he may have gone, but I wanted him, and now Swift's there. So like, I don't know how he's just playing his own game at the minute. I don't know what that man's doing, but he's on something.
I guess that idea for Patrick Queen's out the window then. I mean, if you made one trade, right? Like it's already unless they trade like sevenths or whatever, but I don't think they would just do that for Patrick Queen.
A tight end could be an option. It could, and there are a few of them left that are quite good as well. There's a guy out of it's either SDSU or pretty sure it's North Dakota State. I can't remember his name, but he's like a super late round pick. Big body, very fluent, but it's one of them where you can't really tell if it's just because he's going up against FCS defenders that he looks dominant. But I wouldn't mind him. But the only knocking him now is he doesn't play for Georgia, so that's automatic red flag, unfortunately, at this point in the draft. So we'll see. I want to find his name now. Give me a minute. That's going to wind me up otherwise, unless someone can beat me to it.
Tight end could be an option. I mean, since you have a bevy of 7th round picks, there's definitely tight ends out there. Did they Strange from Penn State? He's projected to be around that time, that's a name out there. There was another one. Dang, Bethune-Cookman, tight end. His name's escaping me, but he went to that college at 7th round that I was looking at. Like tight end makes sense there. I think one of those picks is going to be the devout quarterback factory. So Malik Cunningham really makes sense. Loved it. I love it just because unrelated Cunninghams, And then 7th round. I mean, who else would you take? I mean, if you can take a tight end and a quarterback there, what other position would you look at?
I mean, Noah Gindorf was the name I was thinking of. So that's the NDSU name for future reference if anyone sees him gets plucked anywhere or something. But we haven't had a single tight end taken yet this round. So Will Mallory's still there from Miami. Zach Kuntz is still there. Payne Durham from Purdue. They're all there. I mean, I want to say Ryan is saying we're sleeping on getting Swift. No, we woke up. We just woke up the entire neighborhood the way we were screaming. I promise you, we've not slept on it. We're currently editing an article. Well, Zach's editing an article while I ramble to cover for him and just keep the motor mouth going as long as I physically can without drinking a bottle of water.
Are people aware that DeAndre Swift is a Philly native also? Have we talked about that?
I wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
He's a Philly boy. He went to St. Joe's Prep.
See, that's the other thing I don't really know, like that. Oh God, my iPad's going to die. Right. I'm going to run and get I'm going to swiftly run and get my charger. Give me a sec.
Yeah, I didn't know that, he was a Philadelphia native, but what happened? Why did he leave? Did he get into a fight?
Why did he leave Philly? He got drafted, dude.
He got into one little fight and his mom got scared.
Yeah. And then he
said he's going to move with the uncle.
He went to Detroit to be safer. Exactly.
He's going to go live with his uncle in Detroit.
Oh, boy.
That's awesome. So we just draft the our friends from Philadelphia and also like their friends
Philly
from
and Georgia.
Georgia.
That's it.
This is awesome. You got one little fight. Mom got scared. He moved to Detroit instead of Bel Air.
To Detroit.
Boom.
All right, we're back, sort of. Jeez, I think this whole draft has just felt like a dream. Like, I don't actually understand. If this is the draft that somehow ends up being like one of those disaster classes where nothing works out, I'm gonna be so livid. Like, because this has just felt so fairy tale. Like, how is that to do nothing?
Right, like, don't you feel like this is almost too perfect? Like, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop or something.
Well, yeah. Like, I don't know whose soul that he's sold to the devil.
Right.
I don't know what he's given up. Like, we said it when the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Like, all right, so they obviously sacrificed the Sixers and Joel Embiid's health and Ben Simmons, and they sacrificed the Flyers. I don't know what more we've got left in this city. Maybe the Union? Have the Union been given up? Like,
yeah, I mean, they lost to the LA, right?
Year. Yeah, they've struggled this year. So maybe that's it. Like, we've sacrificed the Union. We've sacrificed Ruben Frank. He's now gone. We've sent him to the devil. Anyone else in Philly that has been sent off? Because I don't understand. There is something that he is... how he's dealing with the devil. I just don't know what else we can send at this point. So anyone else got any ideas? Let us know. We'll see if we're out with the Sixers anyway. I mean, they're going to start... I don't know. If they end up beating the Celtics, that could be a whole different conversation.
Celtics got a... Oh, wait, Celtics finally got in, right? They beat the Hawks, Zach? Okay. So, yeah. I mean, the Hawks kind of gave them a struggle, but maybe the Celtics match up better against Philly. That'll be a whole world that Zach knows more than I do, so... But I don't think anybody sold the Flyers. I think the Flyers is just a thing that happened that's unrelated.
If the Sixers beat the Celtics in the second round, somebody definitely sold somebody sold. And so if that happens, we vibe, we move forward, and it's going to be great times in Philadelphia. So we're hopeful.
Yeah, I mean it's Chat GPT draft kind of does seem to be the way that this is all going, and just there's no rules here. Like, he just stripped the whole world of the cap and the rules, and he said, "All right, it's my turn now. I'm the captain now." It's pretty much that's pretty much how he runs the NFL.
Yeah, the guy's just. I just would love to. I always wanted to interview Howie Roseman because he was like the Eagles GM. Now I just want 5 minutes inside his head. I just want to look at like what, like that. Just give me something like context, because he didn't learn it from anywhere. It's not like he's come from the Ozzie Newsome School of Scouting, or he's from a coaching tree. Like the amount of people that come to Philadelphia and then get a job elsewhere within 2 years. Like, Philadelphia cannot retain front office staff to save their life because everyone gets pulled out because they're like, he's learned from Howie. So he's the originator. I don't know, like, what dark arts wizardry this man is pulling on, but it's stunning. It's genuinely stunning. And to think, like, where we were, like 2018, 2019, 2017 drafts, like, outside of one or two, that they wasn't very good. Like, it wasn't very consistent. Now we've had 2 blockbuster drafts in a row, 3 very good ones, I'd say, when you consider like Jalen Hurts in 2020. Like 2020 onwards, Howie Roseman has just been a different animal, different breed of GM. So on a separate note, it's worth noting Nick Herbig, so Nate's younger brother, has just been drafted by the Steelers. So he's kind of local somewhat. So that's interesting.
And Nate Herbig is currently with the Steelers.
Oh, so he's his brother.
Steelers love supporting brothers between the Watts, the
Did they get the brand? No, they didn't get brand.
They had but when the safety we signed, Terrell Edmonds, they had 2 Edmonds at one time too.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, the Eagles could also get Sidney Brown's identical twin. That's a.
Does he have an identical twin?
Yeah, Chase Brown.
I love that.
I believe it's Chase Brown. He hasn't gone yet, so that's a possibility. Howie's a perfect NFL GM. I just want to write a letter to that man. Like it's so Moneyball-esque. But like the thing is, like what I really love about Howie Roseman is that he has made some horrendous mistakes.
Yeah.
But he's dug himself out of a hole like every time. Like the Carson Wentz era, the contract it was the right decision. Like he jumped Dak Prescott, he jumped the other guns, like just like he's done with Jalen, but it didn't pan out. And somehow what felt like an unescapable hole turned into Jalen Hurts, another Super Bowl appearance. Like it's unbelievable. Like I don't really know. It's weird because you look at so many trends that we've noticed. Former team captains, Georgia guys that have played with Jalen, all SEC picks. Like, have all of them been SEC picks this far? Like, are Illinois in the SEC? They're not, are they? They're, I don't know. Are the ACC? I don't know where they are. But most of them are like big or SEC picks now, and they're going for pedigree of players that are engrossed in football culture rather than good football players that have maybe, been in somewhere where there's a lot of distractions and stuff. And it's just. Louis really just like Vinnie Mac and only cares about the money. I mean, it's working. Whatever it is, it's working.
That'll make you more like Al Davis in the Just Win Baby. If in that sort of way. But I'm still amazed. Like I just don't understand like how much of a steal. Like I don't think anybody really understands. Like this is a good point right here, right? Like if Swift leaves after the season, do we get a comp pick and it's basically a free player? Like because if that is how this all works out, then yeah, this is awesome. We just moved the guy over and rented him, which is basically how I thought a running back trade would have worked out anyhow. So if there's any legitimacy to maybe getting a comp pick if he leaves after 1 year, that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm stunned. Is the article up, by the way, just so I can post it?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. All right, give me
Touchdown.
Yeah, just put it on Twitter right now.
Amazing. Oh, wow. I literally timed it the second it went up. That wasn't intentional.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
image to use. We're crying out.
It looks like the chat is saying, Doc, if I can click it all no time.
They're saying what?
Looks like that we would get a comp pick. So this is practically a free player.
I'm just giving him away.
Yeah. Like this is practically going like, hey, if you don't want them, we'll take them. And they're like, fine. And that's it. It's all that happened. And then, some trades were just moved around for the sake of the graphic.
Yeah, give me 1 second. The image for some reason didn't attach for the feature.
Did we have a DeAndre Swift image?
No.
Oh, okay. Howie Roseman does it again.
I looked, but no, we do not.
Howie Roseman sold PSN to the devil.
Howie Roseman
that's what's happening right now.
Howie Roseman is the featured image for about our last 5 articles. Is what I want to say.
Him or Jalen
I mean, it kind of is the whole point.
We've got a Flyers preview, and it's just Jalen Carter. Like, just
honestly, it might smack. Actually, that might be a good idea.
Howie coming up live soon. Yeah, I think they're normally a presser, isn't there? Like in between, but that means they're not going to pick for a guaranteed hour or so. We're just coming up to round 5 now. We got one more pick, and then we got three. I was going to say 2. We've got 3 rounds left, boys. Come on, we're almost. We're getting there. We're grinding this out. Thank you for watching. Again, if you are just tuning in, if you could leave a like for DeAndre Swift. Like I said, don't do it for us. Do it. It's what DeAndre would want. All right, he's a Philly boy.
Philadelphia native DeAndre Swift.
Dude, just like the PSN stream for DeAndre. I would see how many we're on, but my phone is frozen and just turned off, so I've got no idea.
I got us clocked in at 29.
Nice. I wouldn't even be mad if he bought us and then trade him for Buda Baker. I would just, I feel like I would actually directly contribute to the Eagles, so that's fine.
Let's see if we can get to 35. I think we had 50 yesterday, but I was getting drunk. Oh, Jay Ward's got it in the 4th. Wow. I was happy to take him in the 7th. Oh, and it's the Vikings as well. That annoys me. Unless they've reached, I don't know. I mean, I would have been buzzing for him in the 7th. Maybe 6th round, but 4th feels a little bit high. But Not really sure. Depends on obviously how they grade him. But I'm shocked he's gone that high. If the Eagles get a pass coverage linebacker who starts before the regular season, this will be the perfect offseason. It's already damn close, right? Like, I mean, realistically, no team is going to be faultless. There's always going to be a hole somewhere. But, you know, like, if the hole is the same hole it's been for 5 years and the Eagles have been to 2 Super Bowls, like, you can get away with it. You know, like, it's not going to be the end of the world. As much as I like seeing linebackers come up, yeah, like I will happily take that the format of this offense is just so multi-dimensional. It's so powerful that the defensive line is stacked now for years to come. And the thing is, like, that's fine. You've now got 2 guaranteed defensive tackles. You've got 4 years of Davis and Carter together. You've got Nolan Smith and Reddick, I believe, for 3, and then Reddick deals up. Then you've got, obviously, potentially Josh Sweat if he comes back. Like, the corners are going to be fine. You've got Ringo in the back now. The safety position's been shored up. Linebacker might be the play next year. If there's ever going to be a time to do it, you don't have to push for that. You know, next year when you don't have any of those primary needs, if you go into next year's draft and every hole's shored up and the only need you have is linebacker, 1-on-1 doesn't make 3. I think Howie would actually make that decision. He wouldn't. He'd draft a tackle and I'm not going to argue with him. So he can do what he wants at this point. Like, I don't care. The man's a wizard. But yeah, I mean, the linebacker core is good. I mean, there's been a few guys that maybe haven't panned out as hope. Like Davion Taylor, I would have expected to see a little bit more from by now. He hasn't really turned into anything. But again, he was very light coming out of college. Didn't have a lot of footballing experience. And he just kind of really discovered the game. Where at the collegiate level because of obviously his religious beliefs and stuff. So there's still time there. I mean, Nakobe Dean's going to be the X factor. If he can develop into what he was at Georgia, this is going to be a hell of a roller coaster. If he can't, they'll have the assets to get more. But it just is a wild league where Howie Roseman is able to leverage those draft picks to get more. So Howie's live. I'll see if Nick can get on the press conference. I'm working on the side. See, we're working the phones. This is the PSN war room. I just want to see if Nick can get but yeah, I mean, it's a similar thing to what Duck saying last year. We saw that with Jonathan Gannon. He wasn't the greatest coordinator in the world. You've got a similar level defense. I would say, like, longer term, I'd rather this year's defense than last year's defense because most of what made last year's defense good was CJ GJ. That felt weird. CJ, no, that was right. I just felt like I lost my way. CJ GJ, obviously Kazir White, and just a few like one-punch guys that were on short-term contracts. So I think that now you've got some long-term stability. This is a far more attractive, far more dangerous defense because there's a lot more that can hurt you from a developmental perspective over the next few years. So it's just a great time to be alive for sure. So if you're just joining us, let's just go over the Eagles draft so far. So round 1, Jalen Carter, and then Nolan. That's still the shock for me. Nolan Smith at pick 30. You then go into round 2. You come away with Tyler Steen, not related to Kevin Steen. For any wrestling fans, that they're not related in any way. And then, of course, they then come away with Sidney Brown. Today, it has been an explosive day at the office. The first pick of the day was an intriguing one for sure. The Eagles were able to shore up their cornerback position with Keely Ringo, and then they go out and trade for DeAndre Swift. We still have some picks left. They are all in the 7th round. We're just now getting into the 5th. But yeah, just what a couple of days it has been. And all of it has looked effortless. There's no chaotic scrambling. It's just, yeah, we've got DeAndre Swift. Yeah, we've just taken Nolan Smith at 30. Nothing's been forced. Nothing has been aggressed. And that is all you could ever ask for, I think, from Howie Roseman.
And additionally, Lurie said that Swift was a move sort of like comparable to the J.A. one, which I think we all are kind of reading that as well. So, kind of moves that remind you of 2017 winning that Super Bowl. Yeah, I'm all for it. Sounds like a nice feeling that you could be reminded of.
Yeah, I mean, I said like the Jordan Howard one. I totally forgot the Jay Ajayi trade, but I think that was because obviously it was closer to the deadline, whereas obviously Howard was the off season. But yeah, exact similar sort of thing. Teams are going to want him. You take their cast offs. But the thing is that running backs are so it's weird. Like the value goes down, the production doesn't typically follow unless it's been an injury or something. But like Derrick Henry, realistically, is not going to get a huge contract now. It'll get a mid-sized one probably, but no one's going to pay for a 30-year running back that's had what 3,000 yard seasons because Arthur Smith has decided to just hit like HB dive 12 times in a row every game forever. So it's one of them. But to pull away with DeAndre Swift and give up what a 20 is it a 2025 fourth? I heard somewhere say as well.
2025 fourth, yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's literally nothing. You may as well have just. The only reason they gave that away is because they had to give something. Like, otherwise,
fourth.
Giving him, yeah.
Yeah, and to Eric's point, I mean, that's the year that the potential comp pick, I believe, would hit for Swift. So, you know, while it may not be a fourth, you could potentially be getting a fifth round comp pick there.
Yeah, another great way.
That's awesome.
And a big shout to Zach as well, who is pulling double duty on this stream. He's edited 2 articles now. Yeah, gotta be give a like for Zach if you haven't already, because he has been on one today and he's stressed.
I'm living off coconut water today. I've been drinking for the past 2 days, so we're on to the coconut water.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because I each day so far I was just like, oh yeah, I'll have a drink with the boys. I just didn't have it. I just didn't make it. So so I was going to put myself on mute and go make one and be like, Zach, what do we have? But if you're on the coconut water, then
I'm in recovery mode, man. This is going to be a long day here. It's still
That's fair.
Until they pick again. So we're making good decisions today.
I might just have, you know what? I'm going to have a coffee. I'm going to go. I'll be back. I'm going to make myself an Irish coffee.
You look after yourself.
I'll be back.
Get that coffee. I've got to think about lunch. Geez, there's only 7 in the evening. Oh, God, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, I've got to get some lunch on soon. I don't know what.
7 o'clock your time. I didn't think about that either.
No, did you? Honestly,
that's rough. Yeah.
Jesus. But the thing is, what I've done, I've deceived myself. I left the curtains shut so it just looks dark all the time. So it's like I'm just working in the same environment. Yeah. So if I can see it getting progressively darker, I'm just going to like start crying and not know where I'm at. So I've gone with that. But yeah, maybe I'll do like a live Liam makes lunch on stream. I don't know what to have. I've just got cheese and bread. So cheese on toast.
Cheese. We were talking about grilled cheese.
I might have to. I think I've run out of ham though. Maybe cheese and chorizo. I've got some of that.
You have chorizo would go with it. Do you have a tomato?
No, I'm not a tomato fan. I'm really fussy with that. Like soup and sauce is good, but I feel like I just
a nice thin sliced tomato in that grilled cheese brings it a long way. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I might have to. Well, I do cooking with Liam, and we'll. Duck's already made breakfast and lunch for the wife already. That is a man with a plan.
Duck would love that.
He's just got her all set. Going, yeah, breakfast, lunch, dinner set. Yeah. I'm locked in watching PSM for the next 4 hours. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe if you guys will be happy to see some cooking with LG. I need the iPad to charge a bit. But I'll see what I've got in the cupboards. I just like put any odd stuff into a pot and let it go and consider it, you know, a success if it doesn't burn the house down. She's a football widow for a few days. Yeah, I mean, luckily Lizzie's gone away this weekend, so I'm like completely free. But it's weird because we've been together 2 years, and she's been away conveniently on both draft weekends. And she was like, I don't know what I did last year. And I was like, yeah, you weren't here. You wouldn't want to be here. It is the house becomes a mess. There's just clothes everywhere. There's booze all over the floor. Everything stinks because I haven't showered because I'm just sat in front of a computer for a week. So yeah, I'm all right on that front. There's no other responsibilities there. But yeah, how do your draft ends look? I'm very intrigued. Where do you watch it? Are we on a TV? Have you got NFL draft on a TV and we're on a laptop? Like how are they set up? I'm genuinely intrigued because I find it fascinating. I've got the NFL draft on TV and obviously got the iPad here. But yeah, normally it's like I've got 2 monitors up or 3 monitors. I overloaded myself last year. I think I had like a spreadsheet on one of the PC ones. But it's really weird. Like we've just got we're on round 5, and I'm gutted it's going to be over. Like I just want another draft to prep for and start doing mocks again. Like maybe it's Stockholm syndrome. Maybe it's just that, you know, like I've become so used to mock draft that I'm going to miss them now. But Doug says, who remembers the days when Liam didn't have a partner and had terrible online dates? Anyway, that was my peak era. COVID was a hell of a time. Yeah, I'm a stable man somewhat now. We've hung the jersey up in the rafters. It's up there. Everyone remembers the legacy, the 80-point games. But unfortunately, it's all about the birds now. Triple screen for the win. Facebook, NFL draft, and you guys. I rate that. That's a strong setup we've got there. I'm listening to Old Grind and Aim Labs. That's a shout. I rate that. How do I highlight my name? I think I just click it. I just click it and you come up. So, I can click any of them. It makes me look really professional. I actually do nothing, which it makes me feel great because I look like I know what I'm doing. So yeah, there's that. I'll tell you what we haven't had yet is a Facebook comment. So if you are watching on Facebook, say hello. Let us know you're watching. Because we can see where you're watching from. All right, we're like the government. We got eyes on you. We know what you're doing down there. All right, put the naughty stuff down. All right, it's draft time. Yeah, we can see you. I'm talking to you. Stop it. I hope you've settled down. Only bad thing is the analogies. The analogies are still there. They're definitely still going to be there. There's a lot to draw from, let's be honest. There's like 28 years of chaos, or 26. So, yeah, I won't worry. I will say, though, on a totally different note, speaking of wholesomeness and coming down, I must share what Zach got me for my birthday. So Zach has been really... I'll share birthday and Christmas. So Zach, for my birthday, got me a set of Eagles golf balls. And I actually played with some and I lost one last Saturday. So I'm sorry, already we've started.
I knew it was going to happen right away. I was fully prepared for that.
But I'm going to put one on my mantle, if that's the thing. But I've got one from Madrid at the club I played. And I'm going to have this the other side of it. So there's two sort of on display. So at the very least, we have that. And he got me an Eagles, what is it, like a barbecue set? Is that the term? Like a cooking set with
yeah, it's a grill set.
Your grill set, that's the one. There you go. That's what I meant. So I'll be causing all sorts of chaos in the summer when the weather heats up. I will eventually lose the golf balls, yeah, for sure. But it's the thought that counts. If I lose them while winning, that's all that matters. But yeah, I've been very spoiled, so I'm going to get Zach a lovely little present. When is your birthday this year?
Well, we might want to focus on 2024.
Oh, I've missed it. Oh, God's sake. Oh, Christmas it is. Morning Christmas.
Christmas it is.
Worst person. I hate myself. God damn it. I know. Right. When was it? It wasn't recent.
March 2nd. It was March 2nd. Yeah. Okay. I'm about 1 month before you.
I'll make a note of it for next year, and we'll make sure we get you a lovely present.
That's what I did it for.
But yeah, there you go. All sorts of chaos. Just send a belated gift. I will. I might treat him to something. I don't know what. Do you know what's crazy is if I go on my Amazon account, I've got 8 different addresses saved for people from PSN where I've sent stuff. And I get so worried I'm going to send something. And it's like, Liam, why have you sent me this on random golf stuff? Sorry, can you email it over to me? I need that.
I bought a pair of Jordans recently and I almost sent them to Justin's address because I had bought them something recently.
Well, that'd be a run-of-the-mill day at the office for him, though. He'd just open them and be like, oh, well.
For sure. And I'd never see those Jordans again. I know that. So yeah. I'm very glad that I didn't send them to him.
All right. So we've got 3 Eagles-based questions. I mean, that is a hell of a gritty mug. Dude, I love that.
I got it the year that they were in the COVID year. And I went to the pro shop and I was like, dude, is this a gritty mug?
That's terrifying.
It's awesome. It's like they had a row of them. I'm like, I'm getting it. It's nightmare. Like as if gritty already isn't nightmare fuel. Then you get this mug and you're like, dog, not only is it nightmare fuel, but I have caffeine in my system.
RW Swope says, Liam, is Ringo great at man-to-man coverage? What's his strength and weakness at CB? Where does he excel at? So I'm not fully clued up on it. I watched a couple games and stuff. Physical, can get beaten. I think doesn't have elite speed going downfield. He's kind of one geary. High points the ball quite nicely. I think he's a dinner cornerback, which is good news for me because I'm a fan of that. Like I said, I'm very annoying when I split my corners into breakfast and dinner. So with that in mind, he would fit that desired system because he obviously can bail quite nice. He is very good at sort of staying in stride and in the hip pockets of receivers. He's not too grabby. He won't give a lot away of PIs. But there is just some concerns with, I would say, hip fluidity and his ability to just kind of turn in transition. So if you're kind of traveling down the field and there's a stop on a curl or something, he will often just kind of let that weight fall on him and he can lose a step and kind of come round. Very much like Jalen Mills was as a corner, which make of that what you will. But there's a little bit more football IQ there. So it's not that he'll bite on double moves. It's just that the hip it's not quick enough to recover for them. So that may come in time. I need to watch more games of him. If I'm honest, that's only very light observations. I'm not sure if anyone else has, something to tell me I'm completely wrong or want to vouch on that. But that was what my initial thoughts were on Ringo.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of along with that, I think, what you said was completely accurate. Something that he did do a little bit in his time in Georgia was he actually played a little bit in the box as well. So that safety versatility, it's not something that teams are just projecting. He's had a little bit of experience. Wow, Dorian Thompson-Robinson is off the board. That was the quarterback of the Eagles we're meeting with a lot, but back to Ringo. So he has some slight experience there, which speaks to potential versatility of him. I mean, you mentioned Jalen Mills, and I think that there's a couple comps here and there between the two players, just in the sense that they theoretically could dabble back and forth between corner and safety. He's not really a single high kind of guy. If he is going to play safety, he's probably going to be a little bit more, in that muck, in that second level there. But he's a guy that hopefully should potentially be a sure tackler for them too. And I think that he can occasionally. I don't know if he's a long-term developmental outside corner, is my question with him. That being said, I think that he can be a long-term contributor to the Eagles, which is arguably more important. So it's a solid pick.
Yeah, can't complain. I'll tell you what, if Zach Kuntz flies down to round 7, and that's the seal that's a cherry on the cake of this draft, is that they get a tight end that's so developmental. It might be OnlyFans content. We might have no choice but to get Nips out. I'm just saying, like, it's been that good of a draft. We have to go all in.
Did you just say Nips out for Kuntz? Is that what you were saying?
That sounds like fun, I guess. I can see that being.
We might want to market it slightly differently, Liam. But
yeah. Chris can market that campaign. That sounds great.
Yeah, that's on his brand. I'm not sure if I tweet hashtag Nips out for Cunts, but maybe we should. Maybe we should make it a thing. Who's to say? Maybe we'll go.
I don't know. Will we lose sponsorship?
We're gonna get shut down in 5 minutes.
It's probably. Hey, they're all canceled
now.
We're just sitting there going like, dude, it's just a name.
Sometimes I forget I actually have bosses now, and maybe I can't get away with some of the shithousery that I used to. But yeah, look, the argument is it's the content that has always made PSN, and if you guys love it, until it goes horrifically wrong, that's all that matters. But to be fair, Thompson Robinson, back onto that, is a good pick there, really, for Cleveland. I mean, I know Nick wanted him to be a backup to Jalen Hurts because he kind of plays mildly similar. I don't think UCLA quarterbacks have typically transitioned very well to the NFL. When was the last decent NFL QB that was from UCLA? Because it wasn't Rosen, because that didn't go well.
Yeah, no, that didn't go well. And honestly, I'm not the most keen to ask about UCLA players. Because that's not a college that stands out to me for one that I look for.
In all honesty, the answer might be Troy Aikman.
Really?
That's how long it's been.
No.
Well, I mean, you've
got to at UCLA, what was the criteria? Starting or what?
I would say first off, starting quarterback in the NFL for sure. So that's the criteria. Like, what's the last good UCLA quarterback that was drafted? Okay, it doesn't have to be first round. Liam, is that what we're talking about?
Brett Hundley? Yeah. Do we consider Brett Hundley?
Has he done anything other than wear backup?
He had a few good games with the Ravens.
He did.
Starter.
I forgot about that.
The jury is out, but that could be him.
It's
No.
definitely not him. I'm telling you.
No,
right
not
now.
like it's not going to be him, but that could be like the best UCLA quarterback since.
Oh, I see what
That's what I
saying.
mean.
Brett,
Like
Brett
literally
Hundley
to
is
the
him.
question, not like the best guy. like
He's definitely not the best guy. Yeah. Yeah, Troy Aikman in 89, and then Tommy Maddox went to the Broncos.
he was also XFL icon. First XFL run.
Yeah,
Right,
not-
Tommy Maddox?
Cade McNown?
Cabe.
That doesn't ring a bell. So anyway,
Maybe McNown
thankfully-
was drafted, but I don't know if he did anything at the NFL level. I know he went to the Bears.
so what we're saying is DTR might be a bust. Sorry.
Yeah,
Without
he
even
played 2 years for the Bears, and he threw more picks than touchdowns in both years. So Cade McNown is not the winner of the question, unfortunately.
There's a quarterback that went to the Cardinals named Clayton Tune, and I'm thinking in my head that's literally what I would call Liam's song.
I know
it's a
Clayton.
Clayton tune.
I know a good Clayton tune.
I know Clayton Tune.
Daryl, where have I been? Just working really and having a balanced life. Like basically my MacBook died, so the video editing software wasn't there, so I couldn't really do too much video editing wise. But most of my day now is just managing, and I mean like PSN is in the best spot it's been, so I'm kind of tied to making sure we continue to thrive and do the best we can. So unfortunately it means I'm off screen a bit more. But I will say that when I worked for Apple, they had a little thing called a credo, and everyone had a copy that was on the back of their phone. And it's basically like Apple's poem that everyone sort of abides by. Like there's basic morals and stuff. And one of their big things was like, you shine a light to stand outside it. And I think that's very much my job now at PSN. It's just like, give you guys as much of the platform as we can. And then, any opportunities you guys get to advance careers and have those moments, you take them. Like I'll keep kicking underneath. I'll manage. I'll put as many of you as I can in positions to succeed, and just make sure everyone works with a smile, as a happy environment. And I'd like to think that. Well, I'd say last year was probably our best yet. Like there wasn't much turnover at all. Like we had a lot of new faces come in. Every team got stabilized in terms of writers, and like I think we're doing our best work. So. That's where I've been. If you don't go on phillysportsnetwork.com, you won't really know. It's just like I've disappeared and probably become a crack addict or something, which isn't far off. But if you do go on psn.com, that's where I most spend my time. There's a lot of written content, but it's just managing behind the scenes and trying to be a good boss, which is what I try to be. So there's that question.
You're the best boss I ever had that might also be a crackhead. So, I mean, so that's what you said. Your words. So
I mean, that is the most important thing you've ever said to me.
He put the script on you.
No, honestly, dude, like every single day, like whether it's you wake up and you're like, I think we should do this differently, or you wake up and you're like, every single thing is going perfectly. Like working at PSN is just it's given so much opportunity to everybody. And it's what you do with it at the end of the day. But it's honestly like having the opportunity to cover teams that you've watched your entire life. You dedicated your time as a person to watch, and then you get to cover, and then you get to understand and make content for. It's an opportunity, and it's a the fact that even there's a possibility to get paid to do so. Like, dude, that's a dream job. Like I made it. Like that's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, I mean it's what I mean. I remember the first days of PSN. I'm onto Eric's game, by the way. I know being romantic like that and calling me a mild cracker, he's trying to get a raise. I'm onto it. But I remember like the first few years of PSN and the advertising. It was just we didn't get any money. Like I literally made about $30 a month, and I would spend about 120 on web hosting. And we're now in a situation where our lead writers get paid enough for like what I would say part-time jobs. Like I don't know what it's like over there, but like roughly that sort of level. And that's sick. Like that's more than I used to get every month from that website,
Right.
And now it's like that's cool. So like and the thing is like there are a lot of media outlets out there, and I appreciate every one of them trying to do their own thing their own way. Some content creators on Twitter do their thing differently. We may not agree with them all the time.
Right.
But I feel like PSN is very much like it doesn't make a lot of noise. It's not in your face trying to be like annoying and clickbaity and just grab everything. But like, it's been so stable that we've just quietly risen up the back doors while everyone else is making all the noise. And now it's, oh, we're here. We're one of them now. And our news goes in print. You know, everything we put out goes in the sports section of Metro Philadelphia. That's it. Like, there's just a lot of cool things that are available. And yeah, so we're very lucky to do what we do. I just sometimes need to remember not to call myself a crackhead on the stream anymore. I feel like that might.
I was like, as soon as he said that, I was just like, wait, what?
No, all genuine, you know, like jokes aside, it's still a pleasure to do what I do. Like, I'm very fortunate and lucky to be able to do it. And yeah, just somehow with the dream team that we have, like it's amazing. And I always say it's like trying to find, like, it's like a draft when you put out a tweet saying, hey, we're looking for writers or podcasters or whatever, and you're going to get a few that maybe come in for a week and then disappear, or some that will be here for a few months. Some turn out to be Eric and Zach, and they're cornerstones you can build around for like 5-6 years, that you can rely on every day. If you're in a pinch, you know they've got you. As a friend, you know they've got you. And it's the nicest thing. And I can't recall a moment where like there's been a genuine falling out between people. I think like whenever there has been tense moments, but there is with any business, it's always been for the betterment of the company and for what we do. And I think that's what's nice is like, you know, even in the situations where things will get heated, we know the other person is only trying to come from a good place. And that's very rare to find, where everyone has got your best interests at heart. So yeah, we just try and be the wholesome outlet that may also call each other crackheads occasionally, but we love what we do. And yeah, we like today we've got 16 of you currently watching a draft show where the Eagles don't have a pick for another 2 rounds. Like, we are talking waffle for the next 2 hours, and you are just watching it happily while you live your life on a Saturday. And that means everything. So just thanks for being a part of it. You know, I remember when our YouTube videos, the first video I ever uploaded, if you can find it on YouTube, it'll be a hell of a journey. It was a Sam Bradford remix of a One Direction song. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like,
it's the most on-brand thing I've ever heard for your brand.
and it got like no views, and it flopped. And then the other one was like a Madden. And to go from that to this sort of thing is just sick. So yeah,
retweet the original video and see what the views it gets now.
Yeah, we should just re-upload it and make a new one.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I've always left it up there just because, you know, if anyone ever wants to go down the deep archives. But I mean, even the first few film rooms, like, I thought were terrible. Like, yeah, I didn't really find my groove for a while. It just hit a point with film rooms where I would spend so long making them that I didn't have time to do anything else, and then the website would suffer. And it's like I had people to manage, and it's like YouTube hit a point where it was very much a full-time job. Money-wise was like part-time, but it was like I had to dedicate every day. It was daily uploads. I was this week in Philadelphia sports on Monday, film room on a Tuesday. I think I'd have Wednesdays off because FTB used to be Wednesdays. Then I do a video on a Thursday, a podcast on a Friday. Saturday I'd have off, and then Sunday I would do like internet reacts. So that's a lot of content.
Yeah.
And film rooms, you know, I might have Monday off or something, but film rooms, I'm like, you've got to watch a game back for 2 hours, highlight the player, find the plays, analyze the plays, then make it look good, then do the voiceover, then rent. And by the time you've done it, it's like 4 or 5 hours. And I just couldn't commit long term. Like, I want it to be good. Like, it's hard with film analysis because you can get called up on if like you're inaccurate, or you say the wrong thing, or you say someone does a stunt and it's a twist, or you know, like, it's very anal in the best way because people want the best sort of content, and I didn't have the time to fully verse myself on everything without that. So that was why I kind of didn't do it. But yeah, I miss it. Maybe it will come back in some capacity. Like, I've debated TikTok level film analysis because I'm like, well, that's 60 seconds. I can pick one play and diagnose that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. There'll be stuff there. But yeah, I don't know where that round is going. We need a lot of them.
This season coming up actually would be great. Like, if there's a deciding play, kind of like, I don't know, for example, right, the one that the hold at the Super Bowl, like, if you were to dissect that play and put on TikTok, like, without the numbers, 100%.
Yeah, it's just one of them where, yeah, if we can make it work, we will. I just don't want to put stuff out that I'm not proud of and can't dedicate. And I burnt out. Like I said it before. It's like ever since that hamster wheel stopped spinning, like I cannot get back on fully. Like that COVID, like my COVID schedule was wild to a point where I didn't see it at the time. But we literally had a PSN intervention. I got cajoled in. We had like a group meeting. Within 10 minutes, it was like, Liam, let us help you. Liam, like we're all here. Let us. And I was like, I'm fine. What's going on? Like bags under my eyes, like not knowing what's going on. And I would try and wake up at 2, would never go that way. Work all day, make a YouTube video from around 10 p.m. until 1 a.m. Stream from 1 a.m. till about 7 a.m. Go home, have microwave dinner because my family at home cooked it. I wasn't able to use the oven. And then go to sleep and wake up again and do it all the next day. And it was like 13-hour days relentlessly. And I just wasn't healthy, like in any aspect. Whereas now, like something like this, where it's only a stream and it's us, like Duck said, BSing, but I've got the energy to do it. You know, we can have fun with it. But I think the fun might have just ended because Eric's draft crush might have just gone. He's not happy. Okay.
This is nope. I'm gonna go into a dark place and do ayahuasca now. Maybe because Izzy and Aaron Rodgers are together and I don't like it. No, it's fine. You know, he's it sounds like he's going to a capable team for a change. So I like seeing the draft crushes, if not to the Eagles, go to a capable team because there's nothing worse than seeing Bijan Robinson to the Falcons. Pretty much.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that. But yeah, I've debated. I wanted to do draft stuff for TikTok. But I'm not sure where the copyright stuff is on it because, like, I remember trying to put any college film on YouTube would get struck down so fast. And it was annoying because the videos that did really well were like when I ranked positions, like when I called John Hightower an elite receiver in that class. Like that
yes.
And like I did running backs as well. And I graded all the running backs. And they did so many views. And some random college football company took all the money because they struck it. And I was like, I hate this. It sucks. But we'll get something cooking, don't you? We'll find something. I have to start doing the A-Rod.
Yeah, I picked up what he was putting down there. So, but no, when you did that John Hightower celebration, I was like, I don't know. It was my first stream for a draft with you guys. I remember you know. I remember just like laying there eating Capriati's, which is our local sub shop in Delaware at the time, and you were just bugging out for the guy. I was like, all right, he really likes him. Let's see how this turns out. And I was like, dang, like,
absolute waste of time.
Sometimes, it's like sometimes the immeasurables just don't, you know, that's what they are. They just don't measure up either.
It's an imperfect
finally
science.
Do or don't.
But I mean, I liked Andy Isabella. He was another one that I adored coming out of college. I think he was with the Rams.
Didn't he do pretty well though for himself?
Yeah. I can't remember where I swear he's with another team now. But yeah, he did okay. Denzel Mims I called would be a flop, and he was. But I don't like being right on them because you're kind of like saying this guy's going to suck and not be anything, and that's just not nice to say. Like I'd rather say, oh, I'm not too confident on this guy, and then he proves you wrong and he becomes amazing. Like who was the Terrace Marshall? Couldn't stand him. I couldn't, as a receiver, I was like, he does nothing special. And I ranted for weeks and weeks about how much I don't value him. And it turned out very good, I would say. I might have to take the L on that one. But has there been a player that you guys have massively whiffed on evaluation-wise?
I mean, yeah, like, but maybe not so much NFL because I'm not the one making my analysis is on the NFL, but NHL for sure. You know, I think again, this is for Flyers fans, but if you go back to 2017, we're all sitting there tooting the horn for Nolan Patrick, right?
Yeah.
So, and then when it doesn't work out, like, you know, there's a lot of revisionist history that goes, oh, well, we could have got Cal McCarr. You know, I'm like, yeah, you could have, but the consensus at the time in the moment was like, this is like Connor Bedard can't miss kind of guy. You know, he would have went like third overall the year before, and then the year after he was like first or second. So, and we got the second pick and we got him. So, yeah, it's like you make a pick and then you look back and you're like, oh, it didn't turn out. And then you played a whole revisionist history. I think it's the most annoying sports take in any sport. But there's sometimes if you do pick out a player like, I don't know. I looked at Zayd Wisdom right now, and he kind of regressed a little bit. So it's somebody where I'm saying, if you look back at any of the things that I did for scouting, I was like, man, this guy's going to be like Wayne Simmons. Well, right now it's not trending in that direction. So that's smelling like a whiff.
Yeah, for me, I think a guy that, the jury's still out. I was very high on him coming into the draft. The Eagles actually did select him. I went crazy on our draft stream 2 years ago. Marlon Tuipulotu, he's gotten better consistently. So I still have hope for him carving out a solid NFL career. He just hasn't hit the ground running as I had expected. But that being said, there's still time from there. But yeah, everyone has those, especially, covering the NBA draft like I do. There's guys that I love that go on and they're huge hits. There's guys that I love that go on and they're out of the league. Like there's a guard, Tyrell Terry, who was a lot of people thought he was going to be one of the best shooters, since the Curry brothers in the league, and he's no longer in the NBA. That was just 2-3 years ago that he was in the draft. So stuff like that, can absolutely happen. And, you, unless you're consistently getting hit after hit after hit, I think Eric's right. I think it's the kind of thing that just kind of happens to everybody.
Right.
It just is not, that's not an exact science is what we've learned, which is what makes teams that can consistently do it, whether they're finding the diamonds in the rough or whether they're just consistently killing the draft year after year after year, it makes it that much more impressive. And with the way that the Eagles have kind of changed their approach with the draft in recent years, it looks as though they've identified that this is an area, or it was an area of improvement. And how do we help ourselves and maximize our opportunity? Well, that's by getting players from these great programs that can hopefully give us a better chance of making these picks hit, and it's done well for them so far.
And when you're doing evaluations, I think, it's all about how you're wording something as well. Just like, if you're writing something, it's all about how you're wording it. You don't have to ever sit there and be ever the optimist and disregard key weaknesses that's clearly glaring about a player. Because when you do that, then it's just unrealistic the other way, where it's like, okay, so everybody's great all the time. Like, come on. Like, it's not ever that. So you kind of got to find that middle ground, but it's about how you word it. Like, for example, like Mel Kiper has been wrong about a lot of people. He's also been right about a lot of people. He gets his views and a lot of those things because he's aggressive with the way that he presents his case. But if you listen to the way that he does his wording and how he's kind of given his analysis, it's what his opinion is, and that's all analysis ever really is from somebody who's a writer. It's just all opinion. Like, you can, until the guy is on the field, and this is what's hard to do with prospects because they've never touched NHL ice. They never touched, NFL field. They never touched a diamond. Whatever, court. They never touched any of it. So it's all opinion. It's all just like, well, here's what he could be, dude. Or, they could just step onto the court and be a Sean Bradley. They could step onto the field. Like, I thought Dante Stallworth was going to be the man. And, like, he was good, but he wasn't the man. Reggie Brown, another wide receiver that was an Eagle from Georgia. Let's stick with the theme here. I thought he was going to be better than what he was, and he just disappeared off the map as quickly as he came. It's about the way that you present it at the end of the day. Like, I think you can go ahead and say, like, I don't think this person is going to be that great. Like, pretty much a quarterback every single year is going to be that guy where I don't think, I don't get the whole hype train about it, so. And it's about presenting it, but there's a lot of people who are aggressively just like, out there saying, look at this film. He's not good. He sucks. Like, that's just not the way to go about it. Like, and when you do see that, I mean, dude, it's weird, but it kind of does scream like amateur hour type of deal. And that was at one point me. I'm not going to lie to.
There are PSN writers. I'll say his name. So I mean it in the most encouraging way. He doesn't really do draft content anymore, and I know he's very active in the Discord and everyone loves him. So Steve used to do a lot of draft stuff, and his evaluations were so deep and so good. But I think in a constructive way, you would say every good trait was phenomenal. Like that was the word, and he'd say like maybe 4 or 5 times across a piece, and it's like the guy's a 7th round keeper. If it was phenomenal, he'd be a 1st round pick. Like if it was out of this world for a trait, and it's like it's just learn how to word it. And as a writer, sometimes I struggle with it because you get so excited about a player, and you're like, oh, he's incredible at everything. He's amazing at everything. But Steve's got such a good mind for football and evaluating prospects, and the amount of stuff the guys hit on is amazing. I remember trying to just edit those pieces. So like, I just don't want you catching heat on Twitter. Like, don't shout at me. I was like, if you say everything's phenomenal when he's not, you're going to get killed. Like, let's just say he's good or he's great before saying he's outworldly. But yeah, he is one of the smartest football minds that I've seen. Like when he first started, I remember he was like trying to learn how to scout players and what to look for and stuff. And within 2 years, had put together some of the most like in-depth mocks months before anyone. The picks would come through. So yeah, there's a science to it, and I think sometimes some people are really good at the wording and not the scouting, and some people are great at the scouting and don't have the other bit. And it's one of them where everyone's got their own thing and their way of evaluating. I get very statistical, and like I said, I put mine on numbers or like a spreadsheet, and I'll just have like 5 traits. So for a wide receiver, I'll go the get off, like the first step. I'll go like the launch off the line. Their ability to stick in the stem is something for me. The around the catch radius, and then the ability to, I think it was adapt to the quarterback. So if the ball's over here and they're over there, like can they instinctively see the quarterbacks under pressure and adjust on the fly? And I just grade all of them like that. I wouldn't look at production. I wouldn't look at anything else. I'm just looking at what's he like off the line. Is he quick through the stem? Can he absorb contact? And then you end up with the criteria of all of these players that you've looked at in the same way. And I'm just very analytical, like deep, like numbers. Oh, this guy was a 9.5 and he was bad in this area. Yeah, like same with corners, breakfast and dinner corners. Like I just get very niche with it. And sometimes that leads me down areas. But I think that's what makes scouting so fun, is that you can evaluate players your own way. And Steve ended up doing some ridiculously in-depth work where he would just watch tape after tape. And the articles he would submit were like 5-page essays on players. And it was just like, there was so much in there. So yeah, just Steve's a phenomenal member of the PSN team, which I know is like the word I've just said.
But he really is, though. Like, if there's any word it fits, it's Steve.
Yeah.
Like, before the 7th round pick, it fits Steve. So genuinely. It's kind of true. Here's a good one. Travis Fulgham or John Hightower. Which one is more disappointing? Liam, I think you would say John Hightower by the way that you reacted when he was drafted. But I would say Travis Fulgham because of the sheer size of the guy, and he's injured all the time.
The thing is, for 3 weeks, Travis Fulgham was the best receiver in the NFL.
Yes.
Fact. For 3 weeks, he was the best receiver in the NFL. Whether you agree with it or not, doesn't matter. The numbers back it up. Like, statistically, the most efficient receiver in the NFL. So the fact that that wasn't able to be sustained, and that Alshon Jeffrey came back, and then it felt like everything disintegrated, that sucked, I think, and that's why it's disappointing. But it's almost because he was, another sort of underdog guy that wasn't expected to do anything, and then you were sold a dream of, oh my god, this guy's literally the best receiver in the NFL for 3 weeks. Like, this is amazing. And then the rug gets pulled, so it's more disappointing. Whereas John Hightower was always an underdog. He always had the upside. I searched the other day. I just searched John Hightower and then my name to find the meme to put on Twitter. And now it's a clip of when the Eagles signed Steven Nelson. And I was watching Eagles v Steelers, and he cut Steven Nelson to bits on this route. Like, it was Devontae Smith level route running. And I was like, it's still there. I'm still attached. If anything ever comes of it, like, I can see why. I'll hold my hands up. I was wrong, but like, the reason why I believed in it is still present. It's not like he was great, now he's terrible. The reasons I loved him are still there. They're just not enough to to beat Quez Watkins, for instance. And not enough to get him to that next level, which sucked. But, Fulgham, for whatever reason, didn't like being benched. Well, that was it. He got benched. Didn't like that. Didn't appreciate the Alshon Jeffrey stuff. Fell into obscurity, and that was the end of it. Where is he now? Is he still in the league, or is he?
I thought... hold on. I'll look real quick. But what I will say about Fulgham is, I think he was a tight end in the AAF.
Yeah.
And if I recall, and I'm going to pat myself on the shoulder for this, But so like real quick, I did write a like what when the AAF folded, like okay, here's which players could go into the NFL, and Fulgham was named on that list. So he definitely did make the transition. Let's see where he's at currently.
Let's have a look. So just while you're doing that, Adam Schefter's just put an article out from Tim McManus, who is a lovely man, Tim McManus. I think he is the staple of what a media member should be. So yeah, Lions are receiving a 4th round pick and in 2025 and a 7th rounder this year, which is unreal. It's homecoming for Swift, who's from Philadelphia. It's crazy.
I know what he wasn't in the AAF, but I had someone else who whose last name Fulgham. I thought it was Travis, but there was another player in the AAF with the last name Fulgham, so it wasn't Travis. It was somebody else. But anyway, so I'll take that one back.
Oh, Sean Clifford to the Packers. That is oddly not surprising. I never really got the Sean Clifford hype at Penn State. Never thought, I don't watch many games, but weirdly, Penn State was always like the one team that was always on a Saturday, like on English TV for some reason. So I got a little bit of Sean Clifford. I just didn't really see what the hype was. But we have had a tight end off the board. Josh Wile's gone. So I'm hoping that Zach Kuntz continues to slide down. We've got to be nearly at round 6, surely. We can't be that far away from some more action. So you never know.
To give you a little bit of insight about about Travis Fulgham, it looks like that he is a true free agent. He's not even on a practice squad right now. It looks like the most recent he was on a practice squad contract that expired on January 8th, 2023 with the Green Bay Packers.
Okay, well, yeah, that would check out, I suppose. The more you know. Well, they are the Packers are buzzing. Or is it the bear? I don't know. So someone's happy on TV with a 5th round pick, so that's exciting for them.
That Bears draft just kind of seems, like I don't know, it popped up. Well, okay, honestly. So here's the thing about the Bears draft, and like I don't know because I wasn't looking at a bunch of the people that they picked, but I do like Noah Sewell stands out as a underrated linebacker taken in the 5th round by them. It just popped up on my screen here. Here's the thing about ESPN right now on ESPN app is that for whatever reason I can't watch the English version of the draft, so I'm watching it. So I have it on mute, but it's the Spanish version. So I don't know how far behind I am. Hopefully it's live. Hopefully everybody's getting the same video and it's just translated. But they just showed a Bears graphic and it's starting out.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Was the same for you then?
Yeah. I couldn't work out why they're excited, but the Bears will be forever the team that let Jalen Carter be an Eagle. Oh, that's true. See who the Packers are. The Packers got Van Ness, didn't they?
That is true. The Bears did allow that.
Right, I'm gonna make some lunch. I'm not sure. Right, I've got a steak bake in the fridge or freezer that needs putting in the oven. So I can either be a steak bake or make a grilled cheese.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. What is that?
Are you just baking steak?
No.
What?
No.
What is that?
So it's like a pastry pocket just filled with gravy.
That was the last thing that I was going to expect.
Let me get it. It's frozen. Hang on, wait. I'll show you what it looks like.
Is this the thing that Ben Simmons was trying to get everybody to buy at the Wells Fargo Center? Is it like a meat pocket, pretty much?
Right. So this is frozen, obviously. Bear in mind.
Okay.
But it's like a little, and in there is gravy, steaky beef things.
Okay.
That sounds pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah.
I know it's a quick find, but yeah, it sounds awesome.
Yeah.
It's very hard. Headbutt it and doesn't move.
Yeah. So. Yeti brought up a hot pocket. Yeah, there's some similar tendency to that, I think.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll just make it out of curiosity to show you guys. Yeah, I'll just put it in the oven. All right, I'm gonna put the oven on. Change mine. Maybe I'll have some cheese with it.
Yeah. That's what I do with the hot pocket. I mean,
I got a cheese steak.
Ham and cheese. The ham and cheese hot pocket was
the ham and cheese hot. I was always the pizza hot pocket. It's always.
You know what? I don't think I ever had the pizza hot pocket.
How have you not had a pizza hot pocket?
Because I always had like the broccoli cheddar and a ham and cheese.
That is the standard of hot pocket.
I never had that one.
Unbelievable. Did you
I
ever
had
have
the other kinds.
we had the chicken artichoke actually, which was like shockingly good. It was maybe
Yeah,
that was one of
that's
those,
what it was,
lean
maybe.
pockets that try to convince you that a hot pocket could be healthy. But it was like chicken art. It was actually pretty good. Still wasn't healthy, but it was actually pretty good.
Actually, do they have the pizza flavor in the lean pockets, or was that only a hot pocket? Because that's probably a good indicator of why I've never had it, because most of the time it was lean pockets in the house.
Okay, yeah. It was only a hot pocket as far as I know.
That makes total sense then.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, I really want to go to Costco purely because they've got a lot of hype about their Kirkland signature golf stuff. It's meant to be like really good and really cheap.
Dude,
So,
Kirkland is the
a
move
Costco
forever.
around here and a Top Golf not far from it at all. So could make an evening of it.
Kirkland is the move from Philadelphia to California. And I know this as a science because everybody swears by it from San Francisco to Philadelphia. I've been in both places. They all talk about it. Kirkland should sponsor us. Kirkland, sponsor me and us, all of us.
And us.
I'll tell you who do. I'm not sure. I mean, we might as well do it while we're here. So if anyone does like sports betting, we do have promo codes for literally every sports book imaginable. So if you have a DraftKings account and you're going to deposit $5, you could do the same on FanDuel with an offer and get like a $50 bonus bet for free. So if you are looking to place a bet or would like to just get some free bonus offers, and of course you're over the age of 21 and you do it responsibly, we do have promo codes I can happily put in the chat if you would like them. Yeah, just this, it's what we're about. So there's like, I can't remember the exact value because the offers change all the time, but we've got like DraftKings, FanDuel, Bet Rivers, Unibet. What's the other one? There's one more. Oh, Caesars and BetMGM. So if you haven't got accounts with any of them, there's like a lot of milk to get from there, like juice-wise. Yeah, you just squeeze that juice. Like if you've got $100, you're just going to put it on like Jalen Carter to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. Like that's great, but you could do $20 across each account and get like $200 worth of free bets, put it on the same thing and end up a millionaire. So there you go. That's why promo offers coming. So if anyone does want them, just say like, yeah, and I'll put a link in. I don't want to spam it if you don't, because I'm not that horrible. We're not sponsored or anything, but we do have obviously an incentive from up top to just show you the offers that all are there. All are welcome. See, that's a pretty good bet. Yeah, see. Get it? Good bet. Get good. Talking about betting. You didn't know, but I did.
If you want to put down $500 of your own money across all 5 platforms for the Philadelphia Flyers to win the Stanley Cup next year, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Say, there you go. Right. So this link here basically has every betting promo that there is on PSN. It's just like a list. There's like a grid, and you can just click which one you want. It saves just putting the individual ones in. So if you want that, there you go. It's good to know. Also, I found some hash browns, so I'm gonna have them.
Say that again.
Potato, like potato hash brown.
No.
I knew you were gonna go there. I knew it. For God's sake.
You said hash browns. I was like, word.
Did you have hash browns? It's like potato.
No, we have hash browns here.
We have hash browns.
Hash browns. He knows. Every time I say it, Eric just loses it. Welcome to Saturday of the NFL draft.
I'm just done, dude. That's all I got. Yeah, we got to wait till the 7th. We got 3 picks in the 7th round and 7th round and hash browns. I got me messed up trying to say it now. We got 3 7th round picks and hash browns.
Hash browns, yeah.
Yeah. Say 7th round.
Little 7th round.
Oh my God.
What would you say? 7th round.
7th round. Hash browns. You have a weird like ound, like it gets higher pitched.
Hash.
See, you thought about it.
Hash browns.
There you go, nailed it.
Stop it. See, even that goes hash browns. I can't just get hash browns. Hash browns.
We're trying to make you.
Put the emphasis on the hash. Emphasis on the hash. Hash browns.
Hash. Next minute. Because I'm gonna have a big boss tune in. It's just gonna see us going hash. Also, it's hash browns.
Now say the hash slinging slasher.
Wait, can you sing I Got My Hash Pipe by Weezer? Can you sing that?
I no comment. Also, Liam, it's hash browns, not hash browns. I don't know. Oh, but it's like, okay, here's the thing. So, like, how many digits is an American phone number? Like,
well, it's 10 if you have the area code.
Yeah.
And if
Right.
you need the +1, I mean, I don't know if you ever need
Dial
to.
in.
But, yeah.
So I don't know what it's like there, but in England, ours is like 11. I'm not going to give my mobile number out, but there was a thing recently.
I mean, I will if you don't want to.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I remember when I used to make videos on YouTube for a private channel, not a private one, but like when I was a teenager. This is with my hash browns. It was like Charlton videos, and someone found my phone number from when I did motorsport commentary. So just Googled my name, found the website where I'm like, advertising myself, found the phone number, and just called me. Going, "Are you Jenko Sports? Are you Jenko?" I'm like, "Leave me alone! Like, I'm just trying to live my life. This is weird now." So that was fun. But anyway, what I was going to say was like, how do you say, if someone's going to ask for your phone number, what would you say? Because in England, I'd be like 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3. But some people are like 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. What? And I'm like, that freaks me out. Like, it should be like 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like, very just like radio level advertisement thing. Obviously, your digits are different, but like, is there a voice or spacing that you would say the number, if that makes sense?
I mean, yeah, I think it's like if I had to do the area code with it, it would be 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4.
Oh, so you're 3 3 4. Would you not go
like,
1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3?
Yeah, it's like a 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 type of deal.
See, yeah, it's the same. Are you a 3 3 4 guy, Zach? Are you?
Sorry, I was talking to the wife for a second. What 3 3 4? What are we talking about? 3 3 4 with the area code and the how the phone number works?
Yeah.
No, like the cadence of a phone number, like how you give it out.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, is there another way to give it a
Well,
US
I just
number?
said it was a thing that people are like 1 2 1 2 2 1 2 3, and it's like kind of proper space it up.
Oh, I see what you're saying by 3 3 4. Now I was like, in my head, I was like, wait, what do you mean 3 3 4?
I mean, I might do like a 3 3 2 2, like depending on who I'm talking to. Like, I'll do that if I'm in the office at the bank, like, I'll do a 3 3 2 2 just because.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone's worked in customer service, I think you know that you got to speak a little slower sometimes.
Yeah. For like customer service, it's 1 1 1.
Yeah.
The same one from before. 2 if you get lucky.
And then you repeat it and make sure they have a pen and paper, so you have to never speak to them ever again. That's
correct.
Basically.
Exactly. And then I just transfer myself anyway, so that way I really don't have to speak to him again.
Touchdown. We call that a touchdown.
Right. I'm going to go put my hash browns in the oven. Be like that.
All right. So
now that he's gone, what do we talk about?
Well,
we're talking about him behind his back.
I do have a couple topics to bring up that are so unrelated to football.
By all means.
Okay, I went to a minor league baseball game recently.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, dude. Well, they had like little monkeys like doing a rodeo on the back of dogs sitting on top of a dog. And I was thinking to myself, like, what I would take bets on this as a sport. Like, if you could get a rambunctious dog out there to buck this monkey, how long do you think it would last?
Let's
let's go, dude. Dude, they had a cowboy hat on it.
So is the bet on the outcome, or is it the bet on the time before the monkey?
It's over under, just like a regular rodeo.
Okay.
Except you got to play. I know he's canceled right now, but Kid Rock Cowboy is the only acceptable song.
Just like a regular rodeo. Okay, so you bet on the regular rodeo too? Is that what you're saying?
I think it might have to increase the time though, because like it's an animal that probably is going to have great grip. So is it going to be over under 30 seconds? Like, this is a time where you got to waste some time between innings or before a game. So, like, 30-second over or under. If you go over, you win. If you're the monkey, if you're off, you're off.
You win if you're the monkey.
Yeah, but like, dude, monkey rodeo. Like, I don't know. Should be more things.
I think you can probably get by with a monkey rodeo. Now, the question is this something that do we do a PSN sponsored event with this? Is that?
I think we should. I think we should have a PSN like logo at the minor league ballpark at center field. But like, like Philly Sports
We got
Network.
connect with the Fightins. We can do that.
We should do that, and then
that.
also, we should somehow try to find a way when there is the Monkey Rodeo. It's brought to you by PSN. Like we bring the Monkey Rodeo.
Just have
that would be sick.
Events like that. I don't know why. I also had the idea, probably because it would be equally laughable to watch.
Dude, it would rule.
A PSN home run derby during the 7th inning stretch. We just get them to sponsor a PSN home run derby during the, because we were talking about the other day about what would be the easiest thing to do: hit a home run, and all that other stuff. Which I saw a lot of people talking about.
What were the other comps? Home run versus what?
Yeah, Liam, what were the other options? Score touchdown obviously was one.
You could have, like, if you had 5 attempts, could you score a penalty kick against like a professional soccer?
Oh, never in my life.
Yeah, but sure that you're gonna just make him go the wrong way. Just stare left and kick right, and you might get like but you only had 5 attempts. But I can barely. So.
I have a completely different type of footwork. Like my feet can be coordinated, but it's a whole different like we're talking about basketball post moves. We're not talking about penalty kicks. That's a rough one for me.
I legitimately okay. I don't know. Like all of it's hard. Let me just give a disclaimer. Sure. All of it's hard. I will probably never be able to do any of it. But I really think that if I had to include like score a goal in the NHL, never not happening. Like that's the hardest thing for me to do. Put it at the end of the list. Hit a baseball in the MLB, put it at 4 right behind or right in front of scoring a goal, because like that ain't happening either. Catching a pass in the NFL, maybe it depends if the defensive back like falls down and it's thrown at that time.
When I'm am I not defended? Like
am I
playing
catch
like he's my dad, or like how are we playing catch?
Yeah, right. Like. Am I just catching a pass and there's no coverage? Yeah. It's just I'm running and I have to catch it. Okay, maybe 50-50.
Well, but was that Pros versus Joes? Did you ever watch that?
Yeah, I love that show, dude. And like that's the thing. It's like you're gonna catch a pass but get lit up by like Ray Lewis. I'm just like, no, I'm not.
Yeah. I would much rather actually see if I could stop a running back. Like not catch a running back. There's no way I could catch a running back, but like they're gonna try and run right through you, and you have to try and stop and tackle them at that point of attack. Like that's something that I like. You would die. You would literally die. But at least I would go down with the guy. Like he would go down with me. Like that might be my only chance as far as that goes. Because I don't think I'm not getting lit up by, like you said, Ray Lewis.
Yeah, like I'm not. Like I'm choosing not to do that. Like if he wants to light me up, go by all means. Hey, that in the pass might hit me right in the chest. I'm like, dog, like it was a bad pass. Like I'm not catching it. Like I'm not gonna blame on the quarterback. I'm like straight up not going for that ball if Ray Lewis is there. Like tough. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna lose the ball at FedEx Lights. You know what I mean?
I was watching a video of some guys from West Ham. Actually, they were trying to pin a punt as close to the goal line as possible. So that they were, and they actually did really, really well. But I do wonder about that, like trying to pin a punt. That might be something that would be like an interesting competition to see for just like average Joes like us. I mean, obviously those are professional football players, or soccer players for us in the U.S. who are doing that in a American football scheme. But either way, like that's something that I wonder about too. Like kicking field goals, like that's the kind of stuff that like maybe. Just maybe, like field goals without people rushing me. Ooh. Like maybe I could kick a field goal.
Dude, I don't even think I can do that. Like honestly, I don't know.
Inside 20, I don't know how to lift a ball. I might be able to kick a field goal.
On that note, will the Birds solidify the kicker or return position? Well, I don't know. I mean, not at the minute. It doesn't look like, but they have got 3 7th-round picks left, so you'd like to think that maybe there'll be 1 or 2 guys. But I think special teams weirdly was the one unit that could have used some boosts last year. So maybe they'll take someone. But you're just looking for like a speedy receiver or corner or running back that wants to. Seeing Devontae Smith return kicks terrifies me. That has to stop. Like genuinely, that, and I forgot about that. Get that ending now, because that isn't sustainable.
Is the running back room big enough where you can maybe splice one out there and just see what happens of it?
Potentially, yeah. It's not going to do too much harm.
Yeah.
But back onto the sporting feet stuff. I genuinely think that's why I love golf so much. It's because like it's the one sport where like, so when I went to Spain last year, played this course in Madrid that hosted the Spanish Open, and I parred one of the holes, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I want to see like, you know, in the Spanish Open who else parred it. John Rahm parred it, world number one. Obviously won big time at the Masters champion. So for one moment in time, frozen, me and the best golfer on the planet were the same person, and that's a cool feeling. Like it's the only sport where like that can happen. You can play the same courses with the same clubs and have a chance of like just shithousing something, and like that's kind of cool. Yeah, I think I would beat John Rahm. Like he would get intimidated by me if we spent more than like 10 minutes together. So like he wouldn't be expecting me to pass, so I'd just like get in his head and win. But that's neither here nor there. You know, probably what spurred him on to be the world number one, if we're being honest.
Well, back on the special teams conversation just for a quick second. I mean, so as we get closer and closer to the Eagles pick, which still feels like an eternity away, but it's really not that far. There is one guy that I keep thinking of. Parker Washington is the guy who keeps coming to mind again and again and again. Wide receiver out of Penn State. You know, I think that's a guy who you could look at who could contribute on special teams. Could be that wide receiver 4 after Zacchaeus. That's probably the best you're looking at there because a lot of these guys that are still available. I mean, you have like Keyshawn Boat is out of LSU. Bout. I'm saying it wrong, but Keyshawn out of LSU. Apparently, he'd be a really good gunner, but he's not really so much of a punt return, kick return kind of guy. And that's really what they need at the moment on special teams. I mean, they need a punter and they need a kick returner and punt returner. Once you get those two things, I honestly feel okay about special teams outside of those two particular positions. I know that it was a struggle overall last year, but if you have a better punter, the tackling team on punt returns looks a lot better. And if you have a better punt returner, kick returner, just special teams overall looks a lot better than what they had last year. So we'll have to see what comes out of it between now and then. But that's, I mean, unless even still a guy like Antonio Johnson, who's still somehow available, is on the draft board, Parker Washington is my guy there.
We shall make a note. Get him on the board. Howard Duck says the worst drug I was ever on, golf. The first time I went golfing, I hit a hole on one on a short par 3. Been chasing that high ever since. That's mad. Wow. Yeah. I mean, that would kill me, to be fair. I mean, I'm lucky if I even hit a green, let alone the pin. Like, let's levels to it. Oh, we miss you too, Brian. Just you make sure you're resting up, bless you. Like, battled through COVID, then like the second day was like, oh, I'm not feeling great. I was like, he's just wrestling through everything. What a hero. On that note, actually, Brian has kindly given us a Jalen Hurts rookie card to give away.
Yes.
I don't really know what format to do for it. So, I would say if we can accurately guess the next pick, because that does feel worthy of winning a Jalen Hurts rookie card, then there's room to do it. So I will make a few tweets to lure people into the stream. But essentially, leave a like on the stream and one comment with your entry. And we can obviously scroll back up and find them, so it stops people cheating. But just pick a player who you think the Eagles will pick with their next selection. So it's a lottery, essentially. And if you can win it, then I'm going to enter it because I want it. And I'm thinking Zach Kuntz. Nips, hashtag nips out for Kuntz. I'm sticking with it. That's going to get me a Jalen Hurts rookie card.
You know, I don't have a spot on idea about who the next pick is going to be because I just have like, you know, a wide net of maybe 7th round targets. So I'm not going to enter into this. I'm not going to enter in if it's for the next pick, but if we can guess what quarterback will be taken by the Eagles because we are the supposed quarterback factory. And this is, by the way, not for a card because this is some conjuring that I'm doing. I just want to keep pushing that Malik Cunningham button. That's what I want to keep doing. So,
I mean, when we talk about the next pick, I already talked about Parker Washington. I'd say that'd be my guy. But to throw out a few other names for people in the chat if they think that this might be the next guy. Christopher Smith, yet another safety, yet another Georgia Bulldog. That's a guy who could potentially be coming to Philadelphia. Obviously, we've talked about Antonio Johnson. Falling this far, I wouldn't put it past the team. But there's another guy, Tre'Vius Hodges Tomlinson, out of TCU, who's another corner. Undersized guy, can play special teams, can play in the slot. So those are just a few of the names. If anyone's looking for some extra names to pick to try and win this Jalen Hurts card, that may be an interesting possibility. Trey Palmer's another interesting name there. So I like that out of Isaac, or out of Duck, rather. It changed so fast.
Retweet this tweet. Right. I've tweeted it out, so hopefully we get some people in. But yeah, I'm all in on cunts. I didn't just pick that name just to say it. It's like it when a child learns he can say the word like crap for the first time. It's not quite a swear word. Like, I promise I'm not doing that. I just think that's that developmental sort of tight end they're looking for. But I could see a scenario where a quarterback would be taken for sure. Do they still have Ian Book? Is he still on the roster?
Ian Book is technically still with the Eagles.
Okay.
Antonio Johnson was just selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's a fantastic pick. I said, whoa, I'm not out. You heard who I said.
I can't believe he's still on the board.
I advertised him and then he was immediately taken out. No, I am still fooling through a Parker Washington guy.
Yeah, that's a hell of a
wild.
When did NFL Network start rating players that they're on Madden? That's what I want to know.
When everybody wanted it. When everybody was like, please give us a Madden rating.
Like, literally.
Yeah.
But there we go. We'll see if we can get some new people in. So if you are just coming in from the giveaway, make sure you leave a comment as to who you think the Eagles will draft next, and you get yourself a rookie card.
I will put in one that's about that could, he's a wide receiver, so there's always an outside chance that he could, be a return man. Let's just say Bryce Ford Wheaton. Let's put it back.
You were all over him. You were.
I am all out there. Let's, it makes sense. Let's do it. Bryce Ford Wheaton.
Yeah.
That is true. Valentine is from Dutt, a good CB out of Kentucky. He's entering 2. Cheating. I see there, Dutt.
Yeah, I'd stick with Trey Palmer there, Duck.
Yeah. Any other entries yet? Not yet. So make sure just throw a name in. Have a look on the list. Throw a name in. It's basically a lottery anyway. And if you win, you get yourself a Jalen Hurts rookie card. If not, we'll do it for the next pick. We'll keep going until someone gets something. If not, you can get hash browns. I'll give you hash browns.
There it is. You've been practicing.
Hash.
You said it. You already said it. Why are you messing it up now? You've already done it.
You made me overthink it, and I'm just going hash. Like a puppy that's panting on a summer's day. Like, I don't know what's going on. Isaac said Henry Toto. Henry Toto. Tammy Toto.
I think
I can't even say hash brown. Let's not, make it any worse. Like
2020.
2020.
Possibly, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look it up too.
Still available. He has slid a good bit. I mean, this is the guy that we were talking about.
Yeah, you're right, Zach. Henry 2020.
A while ago, when we were saying how, and really you again, it's Liam Leaves who I was talking to.
Oh, sorry. I was getting
how
meat pocket.
It may not be a linebacker that they choose just because the ceiling is so low. And you're eventually looking at a repeat of a Sean Bradley, which I think there's at least from an athletic standpoint, is even more true for Henry 2020. That being said, he's slidden a good bit, so they may just feel that the quality of player that he is, it's worthwhile, and it kind of overcomes that idea that you're just getting another Sean Bradley, but. I would say of the linebackers remaining, that would be the guy. That being said, I'm still not sold on a linebacker, but of the guys remaining, I think it would likely be him.
If there's any situation for a linebacker, you've sold me on that. But also, if you're going to go about a linebacker any other way, and one is forced to come to Philadelphia, then maybe you do make the move for Patrick Queen. At this point.
I just want to apologize for running away as soon as Zach opened his mouth to talk to me. Like the very instant, that wasn't intentional. I just had like a compulsion to check on my food. It wasn't. But I was like, I just ran away.
Impeccable timing.
A Bradley level player would make sense. Yeah, definitely. Like, you're not expecting miracles here. JL Skin is still on the board. He had a 3rd round down by most. All right. There's one for you, Zach. You've been called upon now.
So it's funny that you bring this up because there is one guy who I am still a little shocked by. That's Alabama corner Eli Ricks. I really thought Ricks would have gone by now. To see him still here, I don't know how much of a fit he would be in Philadelphia because he's more of a press guy than a potential zone coverage corner. But that being said, the talent's definitely there. I'm really surprised to see him still here. How many picks into the 5th round are we now? But to be this late into the 5th, I mean, I thought that he was going to be gone early 4 probably. So he's still hanging out and about. That may just be a matter of too good of a player to pass up, similar to that Henry 2020 conversation that we were just having. And coincidentally, both of these players play for, of course, Alabama. So it would be a very interesting selection for Philadelphia potentially as well.
Another name that I've noticed on here, and I'm hoping that this is like to the minute accurate on ESPN. Did Luke Whippler, center, go anywhere yet? Because that was somebody that was looked at a lot between our mocks on Flipping the Birds, especially from Oregon. Okay, yeah, so that's one that's still there if you wanted to look at a lineman. I mean, I know we already addressed that earlier, but that one's there. Zach Kuntz obviously is still there.
Jalen Duncan a tackle, because we still don't have an actual true tackle in this draft that's been selected. Or earlier, we selected a tackle who's going to likely kick in a guard, but Jalen Duncan out of Maryland is someone who's been talked about as a potential backup tackle who could even continue to develop into probably like a fringe starter. I would say is likely his ceiling. So to have that guy kind of play that swing backup role, I think that's what you'd kind of look for to develop him into. He's already really solid against the run. You want to develop the pass blocking a little bit, but you can't rule that out. With Howie in charge here. Then there's also Warren McClendon, who's out of Georgia. I like Duncan better in every way than I like McClendon, but McClendon played for Georgia, so that's why I'm not willing to rule him out quite yet.
What about Owen Popo? It's from Auburn. That's another one that's possibly a linebacker that deserves a look from Philadelphia late in these rounds, especially after Henry goes.
Yeah, he's super undersized. But that being said, he's just like an athletic freak. So like if you're looking at probably like a hard special teams player, if you're looking to go Popo, which could be exactly why he gets drafted.
Fair.
I do think that is someone who, if you are looking at your roster and saying, we need to get more short tacklers in the special teams game, which I mean, this is, pretty much that range. Like, I've heard a lot of people like Ivan Pace more, but Owen Popo is a guy I probably wouldn't look at him in the 6th. But if he's available in the 7th round, I think that's definitely easy.
Jeff Newton, longtime PSN fan, says, I've lost track of who's left to be drafted because I'm celebrating what Howie's done so far. Fair. I mean, it's a Saturday night as well. The vibes are good. DeAndre Swift's an Eagle, along with most of Georgia at this point. Just a phenomenal weekend for the Birds, without a shadow of a doubt. My hash browns are
See, he got it. He nails it right there. Don't think about it anymore. He nails it. He's botching it. He's botching it in the kitchen. He'll come back over to the live stream. It'll be perfect. It's like selective. What is it? Selective pronunciation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I got cooking too much. Oh well.
He's cooking too much. He makes one meat pie. I'm cooking too much.
Oh man.
Yeah, that looks horrible.
Going great. Going great in the Jenkins kitchen right now.
Hey, remember this thing that I told you that has gravy and meat and it's actually pretty neat? Yeah, no, it sucks. Remember that though?
Oh man.
Oh, this is the most carb-filled lunch ever. I'm gonna be asleep by an hour.
Probably. It's another guy that I'm really surprised is still available though. Jalen Jones, corner out of Texas A&M, A&M, big body guy, 6'2", 200 pounds. He is a little on the raw end, but I like the body is there, and if you can figure you can teach and refine in the 6th round, that's really not much of a risk. That's somebody who and yeah, maybe he's a converted potential converted safety, but that's somebody who, I mean, I'd be hard pressed if he's there in the 6th round to overlook him. It would just depend on who else is available, but that's someone I would definitely give a look at if I were Harry Roseman of the Eagles.
I'm just really self-conscious. I'm just sat eating that.
Don't be self-conscious. I'm looking through different names right now, but I'm definitely eating a live stream before. Nothing to be self-conscious about.
That's hot.
Honestly, Duck, you're 100% right. Ever since I started making my own gravy, that's just been the way that I've gone with it ever since. It's just so much easy. It's honestly easier and tastes better. Just pour in the jar in like that's what is consistently here. Like, do you have the packets, Eric, or do you use the jar?
No, I've been using packets actually for the most part.
Gotcha. I actually didn't even. So I grew up with the jar. I didn't even know about gravy packets because we always did the gravy jar. We do gravy jar 100% of the time.
Dang. Okay.
And then now, wait, hold on. Devin Allen just did something. What did Devin Allen do? He just won the hurdles at Penn Relays.
Oh,
yeah,
what a man!
Go
on, Devin.
But
I think they're going to keep
better when you make the brew yourself.
Who is? Okay, so let's take a look at a few punters right now. Bryce Behringer from Michigan State, 6'2", 216. Position rank is number 1 at per ESPN for punters. So I mean, we would technically be taking the best punter overall.
Put them all in a line, see who punts the deepest, and give me that guy. That's
what I'm trying to find some analysis about right now.
That's what I'm looking for.
Let's see.
I missed one here. I didn't see. So RW Swope 87 asking about coverage linebackers. Coverage linebackers this deep in the draft, it's, I mean, almost non-existent. Basically, is what you're looking at. It's very tough to find a guy this late. I mean, I guess the closest thing, Jeremy Banks out of Tennessee, would be my recommendation. He just has more range than a lot of these guys, but you're looking at a lot more like thumpers, basically run stuffers, run defenders. When you're looking at linebackers this late, because all those other guys, and Henry 202 can grow into that. He may even become the best coverage linebacker out of all who's left, but that's just because of his already current projection.
Right.
But it would either be him or Jeremy Banks if you're looking at anything close to a coverage linebacker. There's just not much of a coverage linebacker that you can have this late in the draft, unfortunately.
Bryce Behringer, he has a career punting average of 46 yards, which is the best in Big Ten history.
I'll take it.
And it's a 40-year-old record. So, I mean, like, that sounds decent. I mean, if that's around, fantastic.
Yeah.
But it's obviously, I think it's not going to be the first pick that the Eagles do in the 7th round. I think that's going to be like maybe a last 7th round pick that they have, or the second 7th round pick.
Yeah. Popo is a solid coverage guy, but the problem is just he's undersized as well. And he's not as undersized as, like, he's bigger than Ivan Pace, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hold up in coverage is the thing. Yeah. I mean in zone probably. And it's tough to ask a linebacker. I mean, then again, he did have a really quick 40 time. I think it was in the 4.4s or maybe even lower, like high 4.3. So I mean, he's probably your. I think I still like Jeremy Banks more as a pure coverage guy, but it's not a bad option. And again, we talked about him earlier. Like, as a special teams guy, I like it too. So perhaps he's your best option just if you're looking to go linebacker this late. But I said to Liam earlier too, just with all the other positions that are potentially going to be available. I mean, now we can rule out running back after the DeAndre Swift trade.
Right.
But there's receivers available, there's tight ends available, tackles available, safeties. Obviously, there's probably going to be a drafting of a punter and a couple corners still there. I just don't know that the positional need, the combination of the positional need and the value of these linebackers that are left, I just don't know if it makes sense together. So more so, I think you're going to be looking at a corner, a safety, a wideout, one of those guys with a punter being drafted in the 7th round. And I'm not sure, that's just me hoping. I really don't even know if they're still going to draft a punter, but I'm just hoping against hope here with that one.
What's that? So we were talking about earlier. Everybody was were they talking about Parker Washington as far as a kick returner
Absolutely,
possibility?
Parker Washington.
Okay, because out of Penn State, he looks. It says that he's really pretty much one of the more elusive wide receivers available on the board. So that's kind of what you're looking for. Elusive, doesn't drop the balls that he's supposed to or doesn't drop balls that he should catch. Because that's the last thing you want out of a guy that's supposed to have one of the most sure hands on the team is somebody who's fumbling punts for possessions. And if he's elusive, because there's some people who just really aren't, they don't have that explosive speed with the ball in their hands. So that kind of takes away from what you're supposed to be doing in that role. So Washington out of Penn State, which we know that the Eagles kind of profile players that are close by. So that's probably realistically on the radar as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting when you look at what his potential role on offense would be as well. I mean, you can kind of pencil him in as a slot receiver, I feel like. But if you want to run him over the slot and then on special teams as the kick returner, punt returner, I think that's just about perfect if you ask me.
Hash browns are done now.
Nails it. Let's see though. Who's the best coverage linebacker to that?
Well, I mean, Jack Campbell is fine in zone coverage. I mean, that's part of the reason why he went as high as he did, is that not only is he a solid run stuffer, but he does have that added value there. Not really a Drew Sanders guy myself. I mean, he's more like an edge rusher when he's not in the middle. I don't really feel like it was a good coverage class. I mean, Liam, was there anyone who stood out to you as a coverage linebacker? It wasn't really a position that I looked into much. I'm asking you when you're off screen. It wasn't really a position that I looked into much just because with the return of Dean, I just didn't really expect them to go down that path. So it would be probably someone a little bit lower in the draft if they did select one. But, I mean, Marte Mapu maybe? As far as coverage linebackers, who do you think, Liam?
I mean, I had two. I had Trenton Simpson and Jack Campbell. I thought they were both second-round picks, and that was wildly off. So make of that what you will. I figured Campbell would have been the better fit in terms of like athletically. Simpson wasn't quite as good side to side, but obviously had that SEC, or not SEC, but like strong team pedigree playing with Clemson. It wasn't a terrific class for linebackers, I feel like, in general, which explains why I think probably there was a reach, like you said, for Campbell, is to make sure you get not the best of a bad bunch, but it wasn't like there were 5 or 6 stellar guys coming out, sort of thing. Yeah,
well, and Simpson's a good name that you brought up. With him, he has the athleticism to keep up. The issue that it is kind of what you said. He just, I feel like he makes a lot of false steps too often. I don't know if he processes his opponent well enough in coverage, and that's something that you can develop over time. And he went, what did he go, 3rd round? So I think that's like a fair range for him in that case, because the physical traits are there. It's just that you have to refine the technique and work on the cerebralness of it all, of being able to mirror and cover a tight end more likely, but on occasion, even a running back.
Texans just took Henry 202. Now I'm okay with that, because here's the deal. happen to think, just by reading through a lot of these different reports that I'm going through who's available. I'm a little bit. I'm led to be swayed that Popo is probably a better coverage linebacker.
Bad news about that, Eric.
Popo go right after.
He went immediately after.
Okay, so great guys.
We're off to a flyer.
Yeah. Well, that just means even more likely that Parker Washington is the pick.
So about how I'm not okay with everything.
Yeah. Liam, who do you like in the rest of the draft? Is there anyone that's on your mind that you really think that the Eagles could benefit from drafting?
No one stands out. Like, I'm not swayed on. There's not one guy I'd like hang my hat on at this point. But like I said, I mean, I've not done a lot of scouting this process, so I kind of maxed out at like round 2, round 3.
Gotcha.
You guys late on, like I said, Jay Ward was one of them. He went in the 5th somehow. That cunts, I was like round 3. He's now still down here lingering, so that could be a guy. I think anyone that's maybe like fallen through the cracks would be like a good place to go. Someone that maybe had that 2nd, 3rd round grade. Like Doug said, there are guys that were day 1 starters and maybe have been named to like all SEC or all Big 12 or whatever. But you're kind of mixing those with the guys that had inflated production from FCS schools, I think, at this point. So it is just throwing darts, but as long as they tick a need, which I would say punter or tight end, I'd favour tight end. But again, the main names have gone. Like, there is no guaranteed guy to come out swinging as a tight end 2 option reliably. It will be a camp battle now. So yeah, Kuntz is one of them. Like I said, I think Gindroff is the other one. Gerndorf from North Dakota State. Noah, as I like to call him. He will be an option. But yeah, if I'm honest, my knowledge down here, like, I'm not too good on sleepers this year, so I won't try and pretend that I am, because I don't have a clue.
There's another name at linebacker that is worth a look if they're still going to be barking up that tree. Is D Winters from TCU.
What is about Winters that you like?
D Winters, reading his profile right here, he's able to read a quarterback, and that stands out. Diagnoses routes, has the ability to play both coverage schemes, so zone, man-to-man, and he runs well enough to compete with running backs and tight ends. So he wouldn't be a guy that splits out wide, but he has the speed to kind of stick with who he needs to. So he sounds like only a coverage guy.
Well, as an athlete, I like him. The only issue I have with him is that he's undersized. He's under 6 foot, and then he's got short arms as well. So that is a little detrimental in the coverage game. But he's really quick footed. So at that same time, that does bode well for him in coverage as well.
He'll be a certain with that speed, you can do
kind of things. I just don't know about him too much as a run defender. Is the problem. If you're going to have a guy who's a liability out there, in the run defense, I don't know if that's the angle Philadelphia takes.
There's another one would be Jeremy Banks. 6'1", 232, Tennessee. But the only downside to him is some of his tackling needs to be improved, and that's something you look at in Philadelphia. I mean, how many times have you seen somebody go for a tackle and it's missed and it breaks off for a 20-yard game? Would probably should have been a loss of 5. Like, it's that is something I can't stomach anymore. So if that's a big thing, that's a worry, then you kind of got to split and say what's good with it. Let's see what else is there.
Yeah.
But that is another name, and if he can work on his tackle, it sounds great.
Jets traded back with Vegas. So Diane Henley, I hope I'm saying that correct, but Diane Henley went to the Chargers at 85. It is actually funny. First of all, I do understand why you wanted the Eagles to get him, just because he is talented. Another undersized guy, which is why I am not surprised the Eagles did not draft him. But what is funny is that the Chargers just signed Eric Kendricks, and he's very much a similar mold of an Eric Kendricks. It's almost like they have an Eric Kendricks clone. Who is potentially starting the career as Eric Kendricks comes to his inevitable wrap. So it's a bit of a kind of, I don't even want to say questionable, but just more coincidental selection there by the Chargers. I think that he'll be a solid player, but again, just I don't know that they're really feeling that undersized linebacker at this point in time. I think that, if anything, they're going to be going with a guy who can hopefully solidify that run defense, because as far as the pass coverage goes, the secondary is becoming more and more solid. And the pass rush has really improved as well. It's just the run defense that was a big thorn in the side last season that they really want to make sure that they can wrap up well. And I do agree, Dallas seems to be having a bad draft. Going to Seam Richards over Jalen Duncan is questionable, I would say.
You want another Georgia name?
Who we got? Chris Smith. We got Warren McClendon. Who we got?
So you want to talk about, and this is going to ask for a little bit of creativity and flexibility, but a defensive end that can also play linebacker. I'm looking at Robert Beal Jr., 6'4", 247. And it says the first thing it says about him is Beal has a versatility to play off the ball linebacker. And so he can line up on the edge, but it's also like off the ball linebacker. Does that mean that he can also drop back in coverage?
No. Off. Where?
Like, is that what that means, or am I reading into that incorrectly?
An off-ball linebacker typically just isn't. Or I would say to someone that isn't line up in man is that more of that zone drop back. But it's like they're not expected to be. Yeah.
And that's why they say separately and line up on the edge, because those are kind of the two roles. He's just not going to be. I guess the way you think about it is kind of what they did with Hassan Reddick last year.
Okay.
Where you have him potentially kind of tail off in zone at times.
That's a miss. I see
it. Hopefully he defends off ball better than Hassan Reddick, which is like, if that's the hole in Hassan's game, that's it. I'll take the good along with that as the bad. No problem with Hassan with how good he is, but if that's the kind of role that he's going to play, that's someone who potentially could be of value as well. But I think Beal might be like a later 7th round pick for them. But yeah, I mean, if you want to run out with Georgia Bulldogs, yeah, for sure. The Eagles still have 4 picks. That's the crazy thing about us getting down to the wires, that they still have 3 picks in the 7 and a pick in the 6.
I mean, without bias, who do you think has the best draft class so far? Like everything aside.
I really love the Steelers. If we're not talking about the Eagles, I really love the Steelers draft class, if I'm being honest.
They still got Joey Porter in the 2nd round.
They got Joey Porter in the 2nd round. Going up, getting your tackle of the future in Broderick Jones, being able to get Keanu Benton, Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig. They still have 2 2nd round or 2 7th round picks left as well that they can do a little something with. But Nick Herbig is like the prototypical Steelers edge rusher. You keep that family connection going. Darnell Washington, we've talked about, is a freak of a receiving tight end. Keanu Benton, I think, is the answer to what they've been missing at their one tech, at their nose tackle for years now. And then Joey Porter, of course, highly talented, keeping it in the family still with Pittsburgh. I mean, this is a guy who has comps to Marlon Humphrey. Like, this is a physical guy. He's probably going to be able to punch and rip the ball out. No, I feel pretty confident about what they did, and getting Herbig at that like fringe 4th or 5th round. I think that's pretty solid, because they can. This is a guy who, on a lot of other teams, probably won't be as good as he will be on the Steelers. In Nick Herbig,
I think underrated draft of the weekend for me is probably like Las Vegas as well. Like, Nick was tearing into them yesterday, and I feel like they haven't done much wrong. Like, they would have done what I would have done, which is like they've had some big holes come out from guys like Darren Waller. They've filled them and given themselves room to breathe to fill them all, like cost demanding ones through free agency or whatever. Like, bear in mind that team is in a state of absolute chaos, having just got rid of Derek Carr and everything. Like, it's going to be a rebuilding process. If there isn't a quarterback they're overly besotted with, like, that's okay. Just move around it. Like, there were rumors of them trying to trade up into the top 7 to try and get a guy like Anthony Richardson or Will Levis. They've ultimately come away, I think, with a a much stronger baseline than they had, which for a team in a state of turmoil is like you're just raising like a little bit each time until you can go for that home run hit. So it's not the most like sexy draft, but I still think the best draft of the weekend has been Philadelphia from like a value perspective. KC and Baltimore, both of them tend to always draft well, which is annoying. Like, you'd always be in the 4th round and see this wide receiver with 4.2 speed. And you're like, oh, where's he gone? Oh, KC. Oh, really? Where's the other one then? Baltimore. Right. Makes sense. So, like, them two always seem to do well. But, yeah, that would be where I look at. Interestingly here as well, another tight end gone. Payne Durham from Purdue. That was a lot of padum going on. But he's gone to Tampa Bay, and that still means Zach Kuntz is on the board. So either a very, very raw skill set, which we all thought anyway, or there is maybe something else that, you know, is going on under the radar there. Yeah, I agree, Doug. See, look at that. I can sometimes make football analysis. I'm not useless all the time. Michael says, what did Howie do from the time he got demoted back to GM? I don't know. We were saying this earlier. I don't know who he sold his soul to, but it's clearly working. I mean, like there were still some hits and misses along the way, but I still think even with the misses, they were done in the right way, and he learned from them each time. Like the main criticism of Howie Roseman from a few years ago was that he got too attached to older players, guys like Jason Peters. You can argue maybe now Brandon Graham, but that's not there. Like he's happy to just let guys walk, like Malcolm Jenkins a few years ago. So there has been a real evolution in the way that not only how he evaluates players, but constructs his roster. Two very different things, and they aren't mutually exclusive. Like you can be a great player evaluator, you can be awful at building a team. And we saw that under Jim Schwartz. Like the amount of corners that fit like a very different defense, but weren't Jim Schwartz guys. And Rasul Douglas was a prime example. Sidney Jones was another one. Douglas obviously went off and made a name for himself in Green Bay. You're now seeing every draft pick have a visible fit in this defense or in this offense. Like, yeah, he's going to fit in right there. That's going to be his role. Here's his strengths. That benefits X, Y, and Z. You didn't have that a few years ago. And I think that's probably the biggest, like in line with the culture change and finding captains and, you know, friends and Georgia guys and stuff, like just the fact that he's able to just everything's got a purpose. It's not just like throwing a dart. Yeah, he'll do random tight end guy. Yeah, you can come in. Like there is a real purpose to each pick, and that is a huge step for him.
What do you feel about the as far as tight ends are concerned? Are you looking for more of a tight end that's going to be a sure-handed, short down catcher, or is it going to be a guy that's going to help more with blocking? Is that what are you looking for?
At this point, I don't really know because you've got to look at what they've already got on the roster, which are guys that if they're in this draft now will be taken around this range anyway. Like Jack Stoll, Grant Calcaterra, Tyree Jackson are the three that they've got. None of them particularly jump off the page. Jackson had one great training camp, hasn't really done anything since. Jack Stoll, been very under the radar, hasn't really done much to cause some tremors. So it depends what you want. Like you bear in mind, you've got Dallas Goedert, who is a supreme run blocker. There is no way he's going to take a back seat to like a 6th round pick who's going to start tearing down the seam. With that said, the Eagles also have to balance the fact that they've got two very good wide receivers, an eclectic backfield, potentially 2 guys then working out of the slot that are very quick and can take the lid off the defense, and an option quarterback who wants to keep the ball himself quite a few times as well. So you're not really going to look for a devout pass catcher if they haven't already, because you're now looking into the bargain bucket. If they do, that's where Zach Kuntz comes in, because he's got that upside. It's just none of it's materialized yet. I think he's the only one that he is just Darnell Washington light. Like, you know, that's the only way I can sort of word it. But having said that, I mean, Calcaterra was a good receiving tight end that had some setbacks in college, and everyone thought, well, he's worked with Jalen Hurts, he's going to come through, and he's not really done too much. So whatever they do at this point, it's a very clear backup to Dallas Goedert. They just need someone to do something good enough of securing the tight end 2 role, because they've got 3 guys that all have their own strengths, and none of them are good enough to secure that role outright.
Yeah, I want to bring up just real quick. So mentioning that, the need for coverage linebackers. I fully agree that the Eagles need coverage linebackers. I don't think you guys would disagree either that was a weakness was, the yards that they gave up in short coverage, short quick plays, even like RPO action. That being said, I just don't. The point I was making is that I don't think there's anyone who is available at this point in the draft who's going to make a marketable difference. Kind of like what Liam said this entire time, getting those developed players. You talked about the developmental tight end, Liam, and how Zach Kuntz could be the answer for that there. Getting a developmental tight end, developmental tackle, developmental safety, developmental cornerback, or Parker Washington, who could be a developmental wide receiver or even contribute from day one, but more importantly, contribute on special teams. I think it's looking like a mostly special teamer or developmental player that you're going to be looking at from here on out. And I just don't think cover linebacker is that need in this draft. Now, after the draft, looking at continued free agency, looking at potential trade market, things like that, for sure. Coverage linebacker, possibly you could see that. But I think the Eagles are comfortable with their linebackers, at least compared to this current draft here. So Zach Kuntz could definitely be the next pick. Again, my guy's Parker Washington. Don't be surprised if it's Jalen Duncan, tackle out of Maryland. And then Tre'Vius Hodges-Tomlinson. I'm just going to say again, that's a guy that I think could be sneakily underrated as the potential next pick just because of his special teams ability and the potential to become the heir essentially to Avonte Maddox long term. So,
Liam, with your analysis at the tight end position, if Kuntz isn't there, however we say his name, Davis Allen. Is there any thoughts you have on Davis Allen from Clemson?
No, I'm not. Again, I'll be honest. I'm not familiar with a ton of them down in this range. So it's more. The only reason I know Kuntz is because I had a 3rd or 4th grade and he slipped all this way. So I'm just kind of
okay, got you. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't want to pretend I know what I'm on about for a player, and then he's this big, bulky, run blocking tight end, and really he's this skinny little agile guy that runs everywhere. So yeah, no comment unfortunately from me.
So just by comparison, what I was looking at is Zach is 6'7", Davis Allen is 6'6", 255 for Zach poundage, 245 pounds for Davis. And it looks like it's relatively the size kind of seems the same, except for Davis Allen, a quick look at his profile here. Reliable check down, makes catches over the middle. He has a good frame.
Eagles just traded up to 191.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
230
let's actually just move from that real quick. But what I'm saying is just those two tight ends kind of seem relatively close. But
so what have they given up? Sorry to cut you off, Eric. I'm trying to.
No. I'm on to the pick here.
230 and 248 to move up to 191.
Okay.
So that means you've only got 1 7th pick.
1 7th pick and 2 6th picks. So
that works. Okay.
I said that with a lot more excitement than there needed to be because I didn't realize how far away 191 was. It was not as pressing as I made it sound.
So pretty much the only he catches the ball across the field. That's pretty much his bread and butter there as a check down. So basically he has a first quick step that I know you were looking at earlier, Liam. It's one of your criterias. He's settles in the pocket, so he kind of is a guy where if he's running a short route, he has the awareness to see where the linebackers are positioned and to kind of find that open field. It just seems to me that with the size and with the comparison, that if Kuntz is taken, then Allen would be a pretty reasonable comp just to take. And it's all right, we got pretty much the same guy.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, by judging off your evaluation there, I'd fully back it. I think we're now in a point as well where I feel like round 5 is almost the not the tight end, sorry. It's almost the cutoff for going for general players. For instance, in round 1, Jalen Carter, so what does he do well? You can sit there for 10 minutes saying what he does well. It becomes a lot harder with guys at this level. So what you're really looking for is someone that just has one niche that is really good. John Hightower was route running, phenomenal route runner, not great at anything else, and it's everything else that stopped him going on. But to use that kind of Moneyball analogy, if they get on base, if they do something that benefits this team, if it's a safety that can only tackle but doesn't have the speed, stick him on special teams, and that security adds a lot of value, So that's where I think you have to look at here. The Eagles have clearly seen something. It wouldn't surprise me, judging off recent picks here, if it's for an offensive lineman or a tight end. There's been a little run on both positions. So, yeah, it'll be intriguing to see, but it would not surprise me. They wouldn't trade up from 7 for nothing, so there's got to be someone worthy of that minor move. I think, weirdly enough, they've given up more in that move than they did for DeAndre Swift, which is terrifying, like more immediate.
Yeah, right?
So, how he's going to have... Okay, maybe just Detroit really didn't like DeAndre Swift. Who knows? But look at that. 9 picks from Alabama and Georgia. It's nuts. It is nuts. I mean, 2007 Giants had all their draft picks play a lot. It's rare to find that as well. Like, it's rare to find a class where they all contribute somehow without there being at least one duff or one guy that can't break through for whatever reason. All you're trying to do is find a few and then let the rest just grow over time, you know? Even if you look at the past couple of years, like Milton Williams hasn't really been a stud, but he's contributed. Taron Jackson, Patrick Johnson, also from that class, not really too much to write home about. But the upper end of it was so good that it didn't really matter because you're just taking flyers on your guys. And if they pan out, great. If not, you lose nothing. Eliram did himself a favour and got McClendon. I rescind that remark. Eric looks like an offensive lineman. I can't think
tight end. I was a tight end, so it's close enough.
You look like Jason Kelsey, so yes, you do look like.
He liked one of my tweets the other day, and I was trying to get him to follow me, but he only follows his brother. I'm like, fair, facts, But yeah, he liked one of my tweets the other day. I was like, that's my brother. I just kind of discovered. It looks like by that graphic, is it 9 Georgia players taken? By this point, after McClendon,
and 4 by the Eagles. 3.5 technically, with Swift being the
it's fair. 4. So yeah, pretty much.
That's still a third of them though. But it's weird. You've got to think, like, with a draft where you've got 32 teams in each round, that the chances of landing even one Georgia player that you want are quite slim because anyone could snag up at any point. So to get 3 of them in the same class is some doing. That is some conceited effort to land those players.
Yeah,
I feel for Zach. He's flagging.
It's just incredible, like how I guess the impact that Georgia is going to have on this, on this draft class moving forward. Like I know Georgia's obviously a great football program, but they've been the talk of this draft class. That one program. I mean, It's been everywhere. You can't escape it. But maybe it's just because we're covering Philadelphia, but it seems they're everywhere.
Dude, Davis Allen's just been taken by the Rams.
Yeah, they did himself a favor again. I saw that. Yeah. All right. Well, here's some film, Liam, on Davis Allen. So
I was just watching it. This guy looks good. Oh God.
Probably that would have been cool. All right, we really need cunts, dude. Like that would be awesome. Like that's the guy that I'm like locked in on if I'm Howie.
I mean, the NFL would love cunts in Philly because all they see is cunts in Philly. So, like, you know,
Philly would love another cunt.
Exactly. You know,
see, I had the yes. So you can't. No demonetizations. I added the yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say we must have been demonetized at some point by now. No, dude, don't apologize. Like, Eric, it's the biggest compliment you could give him. He loves it.
I mean, dude, I get it all the time. It's something that I'll never sit there and be like, oh no, I don't. Yeah, I do. And you know what? It's fantastic. He's the one person where someone is like, hey, if you look like him, like, how can you ever get annoyed? At all. Like sometimes people do get annoyed with it. If you look like any one of the Kelsey brothers, you look like, some of the best players that, to play in the NFL currently, and you look like a future Hall of Famer. If you're a sports kind of guy, perfect. All right.
I mean, I was always very flattered with the Joe Burrow compliments. I mean, I would take that any day over Sid the Sloth, which I had mine. I still get it now.
My girlfriend does the impression of Sid the Sloth, and it gives him tremors.
Like, I don't know what it is, but I remember on my, when you like leave school, do you ever do that thing where people write on your shirt, like to say goodbye, you like sign each other's shirts? Might be a UK thing, I know. Yeah.
Or mostly yearbooks, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So in like, I was 12, and when I left like the first school to go to high school, someone wrote, "Thanks for the memories, Sid." I was 12. 12-year-old Liam. I did look a bit more like Sid the Soft back then. There was a meme as well of this kid. I can't remember what the meme was called, but it was like this kid looking like that in like a school picture, and that looked exactly like me as a kid. So I've never had a flattering like celebrity lookalike until Joe Burrow, where I don't think I have that now because I don't. Well, my hair's too long to slip back at the minute.
I mean, I just got my cut, so it's like I look less like Jason Kelsey now. But when it grows back out, this will still be here, so you won't know. You know what? I should just do what was it, the one preseason where he just had the mohawk and the glasses on? Like that's my version of Jason Kelsey, like to me. So
wasn't he blonde at one point as well? I saw.
Yeah, did something or other. Like maybe it was a beard, or maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. But yeah, I did. So there's one funny story. It was at a party. I don't know, right before. Actually, I think it was the first year that I was writing for PSN. I was at a party and we were playing beer pong, and a guy walks in with his girlfriend. The guy looks exactly like Travis Kelsey. And so what we did is we just basically lied to everybody. We're like, "Oh, you guys the Kelsey brothers?" Like, yeah. Like, just so we just said that to people, like, and people like bought it. I'm like, how do you buy that I'm Jason Kelsey? Like, look at me, unathletic. Why do you're saying that I look like an all pro? Thank you. Like, yeah, you're damn right. I take that as a compliment. So, no, I did not play college football. I played college lacrosse at West Virginia. I transferred to Delaware, and mostly, it's a little bit, health issues is pretty much the reason why I stopped playing sports. I'm an epileptic myself, so it's pretty much one concussion away from something crucial. But lacrosse was my weapon of choice. Yeah, you too, Zach. You know exactly.
2 out of 3 PSN hosts are epileptic.
Yeah, so thank God no one else is here right now.
Well, if Ricky comes on, we're still good. 3 out of 4.
3 out of 4 people are.
It was really weird. So I swear to God, this is a true story, and it sounds like it's cliche or like been made up, but it's not. So there was this kid in my school. There's always like one kid that does something like this, but knew he had epilepsy. Like didn't tell anyone, but I just knew he had it. And he'd have like seizures at school and stuff. I mean, we all like, knew it was epilepsy. And then we were in like English class one day, and they don't have them anymore. But you know when they have like overhead projectors and you put like a laminate on it, like. Teacher goes to put like his script from like a poem or something on there, and he just starts having a fit. I'm like, oh my God, like tongue out, like look after him. Turns out he literally just like daydreamed, stared at the OHP as it was being turned on, and that set it off.
That'll do it.
Like, there's you can't even that's like petite mal seizures when
I was
going to
say it's a seizure that leads into it because it's what my neurologist always called a staring spell. That leads into that like daydreaming. And then it will lead you to potentially trigger a larger seizure at that point.
Wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
What happened where people would talk to me sometimes in college, and they just thought I wasn't paying attention to them.
Oh, for sure.
And that's what it was. And they were like, "Hey," I'm like, "What?" Like, I just completely missed
Never have somebody think that you're staring at them, and you're absolutely not. You just
and unfortunately, like I didn't know what that was either because right, like I just thought that maybe I was daydreaming and maybe I was just being a dick, like whatever. But but it turns out it was something that was out of my control. So I was some nice guy, I guess. So see a few questions here. I played at West Virginia. I went into college. I graduated from high school in 2007. So West Virginia in 2008, and then I transferred to Delaware. I didn't play in Delaware, mostly because like a lot of the reason why I transferred to West Virginia had a lot to do with like grades and not really having a good time management. So I kind of decided I'm not going to play sports. I'm going to buckle down and get my college right. And Delaware gave me, another option because I deferred my enrollment. That was a, low key win. It was a Howie Roseman move as far as my collegiate career goes. So I went to Delaware and boom, nailed it. Like, graduated English major. I was a philosophy minor. So people were like, "What do you do with that?" I write sports. So so that's what you do. So yeah, I graduated. So she graduated. You're saying your sister-in-law graduated 06, 09 Delaware. I was class of 2012. It would have pushed me back again because I deferred my enrollment at Delaware. It would have pushed me back a little bit more to West Virginia. But I would have actually graduated in 2013, but I took a lot of summer winter classes to kind of pull that back into 2012. So there's that. There's a life story for you. But yeah, Delaware product, as you can tell. So
the 5th round has ended. The 6th round is getting set to begin.
Here we go.
The Eagles are just 11 and 14 picks away. Well, I guess I should say 10 and 13 picks away from their selection being on the clock.
I tell you, we need to acknowledge the fact that I know we're soppy and we, thank people for watching our streams and stuff. But if we combine the length of the first 2 streams and this one, we're literally over 12 hours worth of streaming in 3 days, which means people have tolerated us for 12 hours of the last 48 and a bit at this point. And that takes some doing. So believe me, we're not just saying thank you for the hell of it. Like, that's a hell of an achievement. Like, my girlfriend can't do that. She'd be out. She's like, God,
I was just about to say that. I was just
you know what's really
like,
crazy?
could you imagine anybody trying to follow us after this long? like,
yeah.
It's not even just that there are still people. There's still 13 people. We're still in double digits here. Like,
yeah,
we're still,
that's incredible. You guys are awesome. Like,
Tell
this
your
is
friends.
honestly incredible.
Absolutely outstanding. And as we go into the 6th round, the Cowboys take a corner, and I haven't heard of him, which is good because the last time I noted the Cowboys took a corner, it was Chidobe Awuzie, and I had the biggest crush on that guy imaginable, and it sucked because then every time we did something together, I'm like, no. Like, yeah, awful. There were 2 that class. It was Awuzie, and there was another, Kello Witherspoon for the Niners. Really liked him as well. 14 hours of leaving. Yeah, you've had more of me today than you have had in the last 2 years. So there's that, Making the most of it.
Dude, I feel like the Packers are going to take them unless they've already announced the pick. I think the Packers are going to take punts. This is where I'm going to say like every team is going to take punts until maybe we do. Like we're in that territory.
The Packers have taken 2 tight ends so far.
Well, I mean, maybe they take a 3rd.
Jumbo personnel, baby.
Yeah, baby.
To be fair, I still hate Trayvon Diggs. He's the most overrated corner in the NFL. Like, Nick loves him, and I'm like, there is nothing special. He fluked his way into picks and gives up 8,000 yards worth of receiving yards each year. Not a fan. Because he's like Carson Wentz as a quarterback. Like, eventually, you're not going to get all those picks, and then you're going to have to not give up the 8,000 yards, and you're still going to, and then that's where the real play comes out. In the same way that Carson Wentz would make all these heroic throws, and eventually they start getting picked off, and people start getting frustrated. And now we are. What did Steven say? Oh, sorry, I didn't see that, Steve. I'm sorry. Do you guys think we now trade? If it for what it's worth, I ran away when Zach spoke to me earlier. Like Zach opened his mouth.
That's true. At least he stayed for you.
Like, yeah, at least I'm on screen. Like, just
By the way, the Packers did not take the jumbo package.
They did not. They went Carl Brooks, who they may start at tight end. We'll see.
Look who's on the television. Mike Adams is on the television. PSN friend who, I almost ruined everything with.
Friend Mike Adams.
PSN friend Mike Adams. So for those that don't know this story, it is the greatest story you'll ever hear. So I can't remember how it came into existence, but I think someone reached out that knew him for an interview. And I was like, he played on the Colts at the time. He'd just played Carson Wentz. So I was like, well, let's do an interview about what challenges Carson Wentz brings to the table. And then we can show some plays and have a film breakdown thing. And it went quite well, and he liked the idea. So he was buzzing. And then this isn't Mike Adams, is it? It's D'Amico Ryans. I've just noticed that's gone well. Anyway,
just tell the story. I mean,
when you finish telling this story, it's going to be even better. You have to finish.
He just looks up and he's like, "Wait a minute."
He's done it again.
He did the old switcheroo. No, you're watching last year's draft.
This man is gonna kill me. Anyway, so he enjoyed the interview and was like, I've retired from football. I want to start a podcast, and you guys know what you're doing. Like, I'd love to have you edit it, like put it all together, and we can host it on your channel. And I was like, okay, that's sick. Leave it with me. I'll make a hype package for you. He was, that sounds good. We'll put it on socials. So I'm in a rush. I'm all excited, and I make this hype package and I send it to him. And it is the only thing he said was, "That's the wrong Mike Adams." And I was like, "What?" And he was like, I never played for these teams. That's not me. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And I realized that there was another Mike Adams who was also a defensive back and played at the same time. So in fairness, like, it was a 50-50 chance. Yes, I should have known. I was very careless. So to add to that story, I've now misdiagnosed Mike Adams as being D'Amico Ryans. So it's not personal, Mike. I didn't mean to. It's just twice.
You know, he's gonna see this. He's gonna be like, he still doesn't know who I am.
He's like,
we had a whole conversation. He thinks I'm now D'Amico Ryans.
But he did launch a podcast in the end, and it wasn't great. And he did have some former NFL guys on. So, like, you know, it is what it is. Like, I could have done more had I knew who it was I was working with. So there's that. But back onto Stephen's comment, do we trade for Buddha? I don't think so, now that they've shored up with the Sydney Brown selection. I can't see them over-investing here. Like, unless it is a DeAndre Swift level trade where it's cheap and affordable, you've still got to take on a big contract, and he's going to want paying in the way that CJGJ, that is right, G is a letter. I don't know what's going on. It's getting to that point.
Can confirm.
It's getting a grind to now at round 6. I just keep looking up and seeing D'Amico Ryans.
I thought that was a H.
Triple H.
Just every time I look up, I just see D'Amico Ryans, and I keep thinking it's not Mike. It's not. I can't believe that's happened again.
D'Amico Ryans.
That's the most on-brand thing to happen.
We know which one Mel Kiper is, though.
So here's who Mike Adams has drafted so far: Will Anderson, Henry Totuo, Derek. Oh no, I can't. I'm even going to bother analysing anymore. I'm just going to suck it off. I'm in silence. This is nasty now.
Go to the corner for a minute, Liam.
Yeah. So the Texans have drafted Derek Stingley today. That's happened.
I bet you Tampa goes Skinner, dude.
JL Skinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look and we'll find out. They do need a safety. I mean, there's still some good safety names out there, though. Skinner definitely is one of them, but I mean, we'll see who it ends up being. He's a big dude. You got Brandon.
Josh Hayes.
Too. Who they go with?
Josh Hayes.
Josh Hayes. Okay.
Cornerback out of Kansas State. Let's see if I can see more about him real quick.
Fun fact, I know a Josh Hayes, the guitar player for the band Kississippi, so be sure to check out Kississippi when you're in. You will not be disappointed. Liam, put it away. You cannot defend yourself with this. Stop
fairness, it. They do look very similar.
No. Just take the L. Take the L, man.
In fairness, he is also bald. Like that's fair. Like it's.
Well, I don't know. They've got the same head. I think that's bang on. I think that's very similar. But that's an easy mistake to make. It's like Eric and Jason Kelsey. They're basically identical. I don't see the.
In fairness, we both have a beard.
Not a good day for the Browns.
Man.
It's just the fact he used to play for the Eagles as well. Like, you think I'd know better with someone over me.
Oh man.
It does make it a little bit more hard, when they had the same name, but at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, having seen Mike Adams play in the same position, like, and you search Mike Adams highlights and you see Mike Adams NFL, you just click it and go, oh yeah, cool, there he is. There's Mike doing his thing. And you just say, yeah, that's not. Just imagine if you were that guy and you get sent a hype package of just this random other man. It's like,
I mean, here's the thing, the other man is the same name. Like, You know, he probably somewhere along the line. I'm in this universe. You're not the only person to do that to him. You probably saw the hype package. He was like,
for
not
sure.
again. He's like, not
Not
again.
again. He's
Not
I'm
again.
sick of this now.
I don't know, or maybe not. Maybe you are the only one. I don't know.
I think that is my favorite anti-favorite moment to happen in my life. Like, it's just so. If anything sums me up as a person, it's that interaction of just his response to me being like, "What?" And then, but what do you even say? Like, there's nothing you can even reply to that makes sense or makes it defendable. It's just like, yeah, sorry about that. I'll add you into your own highlight package. Don't leave it with me.
Zach, is that a jar of iced coffee?
It is. It is.
That rules.
It's a jar of iced coffee. So, basically, the rotation. So I've hit the summer months basically. Oh no, the Eagles waived Marvin Wilson.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I love Marvin Wilson's got the dinosaur arms, but I really did like him as a D tackle coming out. That's the problem. I mean, I really do feel like that's why he never really latched on as a long-term threat to make the roster. But it's not a surprising move, but it's the move they made. But yeah, so we got a rotation going where, you know, my wife, she likes her hot coffee. I've already hit the summer months, so I'm on the iced coffee. So she makes the hot coffee in the morning, pops the remainder in the fridge in the old mason jar, and then I get my iced coffee the following morning. So it's a nice little rotation we got going on.
That's a maneuver. Actually, I might steal that. That's a pretty awesome move.
Yeah, it works pretty well. I'm not gonna lie.
Zach, have you ever been to a Buc-ee's?
I haven't, but I really want to.
Yeah,
I've heard incredible things.
We just got our neighbors next to us. They were like, "We got these tumblers when we were in Texas. We thought of you guys." And it was like 5 color changing Buc-ee's tumblers, and I'm sitting there, my head exploded. I'm like, I need to go.
My brother-in-law works for UTEP, and so we're going to be visiting them out in October. And I'm trying to find. I don't know that there's a Buc-ee's close to UTEP, unfortunately, but the closest Buc-ee's to El Paso, I will be visiting.
Yeah, it's like make the trip. It's one of those things you got to do. Like if you're in Pennsylvania and there was only like 3 Wawas, which is not, it's everywhere all the time. You can, I would say like, hey, make sure you stop at a Wawa, but they're everywhere. They're on every corner. Yeah, I know Buc-ee's is the most Texas thing ever. I was just, I hear about it, and you go inside there, and it looks like a Wonderland convenience store. Like it's incredible. So
I want to see the jerky wall. That's really what I want.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I love jerky, dude. There's the one jerky outlet got not that it got closed down. I guess they just weren't doing great business, so they moved stores. So now I'm just making the leap. I'm like, you know what? I saw the jerky wall. Just drive me to Buc-ee's. Like, let's just get into a car and go to Texas and just load up on jerky.
This is not looking great. I'm looking for Buc-ee's near El Paso. This is not looking great so far.
Is it far as hell?
It's on the other side of Texas.
Word.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we got a CB from TCU, more letters. Travius Hodges Tomlinson.
Where? To who?
Hodges Tomlinson. Huh?
To who? To the Rams. That's a great pick. That's a really good pick for the Rams.
Would have been great for the brand. I had the song ready to go, but alas. Do you guys live in Philly? I don't. I mean, that might be obvious, but I'm right. Right. So Zach's Jersey, South Jersey, like Bond James.
Yeah,
Bond.
I'm right over the bridge.
And Eric, I want to say Eric's Delaware, but I don't think he is.
Was Delaware, newly Phoenixville. So now Phoenixville,
he's upgrading.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, I moved out of Wilmington after my apartment got broken into like 3 times.
Yeah, dude, that was wild. That was in the space of like a month.
No, the most annoying thing about Wilmington is like, oh yeah, it's a tough area, blah blah blah, most dangerous city per capita, like all this. The only thing they did is they stole my Nintendo Switch. Each time they came in, they just stole my Nintendo Switch. It sucks.
Every time.
It's more of an inconvenience.
Like they could have taken like more.
There was tons of
valuable
things. They took a book bag one time, and there was like 3. I have like 3 laptops. I'm an IT guy. I have a laptop I bought for video editing that worked at the time. I got the smallest bit of coffee on it, and it just ruined it. So that sucks. And then I had the laptop, and I'm on right now with you guys. So at the time, I had 3 laptops. They took a book bag. And they took the Nintendo Switch and like a mason jar full of ones from when I was a barista, and I had like just tips for like toll money. Yeah, they just took that. And I was just like, for real? Like, more of an inconvenience than anything else. Like, we just had like a broken window. So, of course, when we got the cops to come over, they threw their like little FBI dust around. That never comes up, by the way. That is like the most brutal. That FBI dust that the cops have that look for fingerprints and stuff is more of an inconvenience than people robbing you.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, so, like, yeah.
I
But
used to
nothing
work at a
happened.
store that got robbed, and oh my gosh, they brought in the dog. I worked at a Heritage's, and they brought in the dogs and the fingerprint dust for
Dude.
somebody who robbed us. And I was like, why are you bringing in the dogs? They took like $200, and it wasn't even like an armed robbery.
Yeah,
And they're bringing in the dogs. Like, it was the weirdest thing that I didn't feel like dealing with it, but it was a long night that night.
Am I from England? I am. I'm from a place called Devon in England, which is like southwest.
As in Devon Allen.
Yeah, next to Devon Allen. Basically, it's like 5 hours from London. It's like the only way I can explain it to anyone. So everyone's like, "Oh, you're from London?" I'm like, "No, I wish." But I'd probably be stabbed if I was, because London's quite rough. But I'm not, so I'm not.
They would take your Nintendo Switch in a heartbeat.
Yeah. So from Devon, which is basically like, this is a lot of farming and beaches and stuff. Like, it's coastal, it's nice. Yeah, that's that really, that tiniest little town imaginable. Yeah, that's that really. But it's really weird because I feel like my accent changes depending on, like, if I spend a long time with you guys, I'll end up having like a tiny little American twang with stuff when I come from like I go back to talking to Lizzie or something. Or then, like, if I come here and I haven't spoken to anyone in a while, I feel like extra British because you guys are American. So I feel like I enunciate everything. Or then as days like the other day, like water bottle, or what was it? It said like battle a bottle or something. And
water bottle. Is that the one?
Yeah, no, there was one I said last night that was like,
yeah, there was something last night. I don't remember what it was, but yeah,
it was like bolt, something like that. Anyway, yeah, I'm from Barnstable. If anyone knows where Barnstable is, please don't come and kill me. There's not many people here, so it won't be hard to find. But it's nice. It's all right. But there's no NFL fans down here, and like everything happens a million miles away. So there's that.
Skinner to the Broncos.
Okay.
There goes your guy.
Boise State. I love Boise State. My favorite team.
Look at that blue field.
Look at it. It's not even on the pitch for a blue field. There it is. There we go.
It was my favorite field to play on in the NCAA games.
Yeah. But like, I don't know why they play in blue and have a blue field. That just makes it so confusing. But
yeah, that would actually really irritate me as like an opposing
for sure.
coach.
I don't know, but why are they the only one that have a field?
Oh my god, he would blow up people. Dang. Watching this film right here.
They call it the
Eastern Washington has a red field. I don't know that I've seen that. Gotta check that out.
They call JL Skinner the Boise State Bomber, I heard.
Is that for real?
No,
I made it up. I was about to say, because hey, by that little highlight there, I'm like, I believe it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, hello.
Eastern Washington's field is crazy.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is it's a red field. Oh, this looks miserable to play on.
I'm gonna have to.
They're just in their all red uniforms on their red field. Like, it's this.
Oh God!
Yeah,
it looks like a lasagna. Like,
it's kind of like it's kind of like a Sicilian tomato pie. Is the best way that I can explain it.
That is
I just want the tomato pie. I don't want the red field.
Beggars can't be choosers. You get what you're given.
All right, then I'll take the red. I'll take the tomato pie. I'll be the beggar and the chooser here.
Well, you never don't take the tomato pie. I think that's pretty clear.
But NFL Insider Jazz Fusion says Cooper Cup came from the red field. No, I didn't know that. Wow,
really?
The more you know. I think that was the funniest moment last night when Jazz Fusion said, the pick's in. And then I was, how do we know? Where do we get it from? And he just put TV. I don't know why it was so funny, but I love that, man. That was brilliant.
Hopefully the Jaguars do not take A.T. Perry.
Well, you've jinxed like 3 picks now. So
Have I? Wait. In a row?
Not in a row.
but
Not in a row.
No, not been that.
You're not Magic. I mean,
Wait, who did I jinx?
You wanted the.
Oh, right.
who
I
was
did
it?
jinx a few, didn't I? Crap.
Yeah, it was
The tight ends. Yeah.
also,
tight
when
end.
did we get on the AT Perry train? I mean, what?
tight ends, yeah.
Well, the AT Perry train, because I didn't think he'd be here, so I didn't really talk about it. But AT
I
Perry's
see.
he's a quick wide receiver who can
No, for sure.
who can also be a kick returner guy if you really
He's
want him for
speedy
that.
Bryce Ford Wheaton.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think he'd be here, but that it fits.
Here we are.
If not, still obviously Bryce Ford Wheaton's my draft darling, if you will. So
I mean, Zach Kuntz is still there.
yeah,
he's still available.
Jaguars do need a wideout. They need a corner.
They could also take exactly, a corner, and the corner looks like the best available in the draft right now. They have probably the best talent still available.
Well, the only thing is that there's AT Perry, and there's also Corey Trice, who's another big body wideout that they could go. I'd probably pick Perry, but teams have also depends if they're going for a slot guy. I mean, Parker Washington is pretty solid there in the slot.
And also,
he's not going to blow by anybody, but he's really sure-footed, sure-handed. So,
tell you what, Justin wants Ford Wheaton. I mean, that's an Eric train. That is.
Yeah.
If
we get Ford Wheaton, I'm invested, dude. This preseason is going to be a lot of fun for me to watch, just because I get to see him play.
I love preseason. I think everyone else hates it. I love watching preseason.
Me too. I like watching the in-depth stuff.
I always love the last game of the preseason when you get to watch all the guys play for their
it's just like an absolute 3-point fest, but it's great. You get one field goal a game, but
Jacksonville took Parker Washington.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
You're killing me.
Literally, 2 picks away.
I'm dead inside.
We'll see. We'll see what's up. How many picks away is Philadelphia?
2 now?
Okay, so we're still
two
nailing we're still nailing the area where we can sit there and get any one of those tight ends, or so we can get Kuntz again. I don't know how to say his name, or we can get AT Perry. You get Ford Wheaton. There's players to be had.
I mean, if they do want a backer just to be a special teams player, there is Ivan Pace. I don't think he's going to be anything more than a special teams guy.
Well, actually, I think he was taken.
No.
Oh, he's still there?
No, he's still there.
He's still there. All right.
Yeah. And then I also still like Jalen Duncan as a developmental tackle if they want to build that offensive line. I know. They took Chris Smith and Washington. I'm furious.
Now, Bryce Ford Wheaton, if you look at the big board, he's still the 9th best receiver available. But, man, there's a lot of things that you can look at as far as the intangibles that can get you to kind of bait it. It might be a little bit of a reach, but the potential is sky high for a guy like him.
Oh, the yawns are coming now. It's
the coffee's not kicking in, folks. That's the problem.
Coffee has me dialed up.
Well, I have to, because obviously for me it's 9 p.m. So if I have coffee, I'll be wired now to 4.
That's true. You can't do the coffee now.
Yeah, I'm locked in, and that's.
I still got stuff going on after this. I got to get the coffee in.
Yeah, I'm heading out of here. I'm going to actually book it off here probably within the hour, just because I am going to back to Delaware tonight to meet up with friends I haven't seen in a few years.
There you go.
So it's going to be sick.
Love to see it.
Going to get turned up with the boys.
I keep forgetting it's Saturday night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go do it.
It really doesn't feel like a Saturday. You're right.
No, I don't know. It feels like I'm in purgatory. I don't know where I am.
Yeah, kind of.
We're gonna go and watch some monkey rodeo.
So here's the thing: the Titans pick is in. They do need a wideout. This could be.
If they take Perry, I'm cool with it, honestly. Because it's I still have my heart set on Ford Wheaton.
You'll give up a better player because you want. Ford
Wheaton. No, I want. Yeah, just give up a better player. I want to be right.
Who is it? It is.
Oh.
It is in. The pick is in. I think
Mike Davis.
Yeah, Mike Davis.
They could go guard. They could go corner. The corner is still very, reasonable to go grab. Corey Trice, I think, is the top one available.
Jalen Duncan, tackle. So there's my other guy right there, already gone before the Eagles pick. So things are going great for me over here.
Corey Valentine's still there.
No Jalen Duncan, no Parker Washington. They go back to back right ahead of the Eagles.
He's not there.
I thought the Patriots would have taken him.
Who?
I thought the Patriots would have taken Duncan.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that does make sense too, but
again, another team that needs a wide receiver are the Patriots. So
I do like Perry if he's still there. Kuntz is obviously a talented developmental guy. Ivan Pace, again, if you're only going for special teams, because I just don't think he's much of a developmental back linebacker. But again, some of these corners that are still here, I know they got Keely Ringo, but who knows what his long-term profile is, but you still got Eli Ricks and Jalen Jones. So I think there's still a lot of options around.
I will be honest, I know Ford Wheaton somebody you can get right now, but I do feel there's more of a urgency on tight end. So Kuntz would be the guy that if he's still on the board, I would just punch his name right into the ticket.
I mean, we've got Nick. I was going to make a joke. We've got Nick in. I was going to make a joke about Kuntz, but I won't because I couldn't bring myself to do it.
Oh, man.
That's just mean.
I love it too much.
Oh.
How are you doing?
Oh.
How are you doing today?
Well, it's day one. Super excited, super happy. Day two.
I agree with that.
Awesome. Got picks solidified from positions in need. And day three, Howard Roseman said, you know what? I want a little more sizzle. Let me go get DeAndre Swift and Keely Ringo. It's getting to the point now, but where you can't help but laugh at what has been a terrific two off seasons by the Philadelphia Eagles, where Howie has said, I'm going after every cheap move I can get, and I'm going to pay the positions that I value the most, which is what every team wants their GM to do. So it's you just have to laugh. I mean, they've got 2 picks here within 3 overall selections between each other here in the 6th round. Who's to say he doesn't pocket both those 6th round picks and trades for DeAndre Hopkins or Budda Baker?
Well, we're about to find out. They're on the clock. So
Keyshawn Bout just went to the
Here
Patriots.
we go. All right, so we got 3 guys that we've been just hammering on that they can take right here.
Yeah, Nick, who is someone that you're interested in who's still available? We've talked about guys like A.T. Perry. We've talked about Zach Kuntz. Ivan Pace has come up as a special teams guy. Eli Ricks, Jalen Jones. Who are you feeling with this?
I got to be honest. I like Luke Weipler. He's a center from Ohio State.
Do you think you can move him to guard, or would you move Juergens to guard, or what's your plan there taking a center?
I would say try to move him to guard, and I'll just triple down on the depth. Because, again, we kind of forget Philadelphia specifically. They lost, obviously they lost a lot of free agents, but they lost 2 very key positions of depth over the last few years. Isaac Seumalo, Andre Dillard, and even Nate Herbig going to the Jets and now the Steelers was, I think, a pretty big depth loss. So you want to up that and make sure that doesn't happen again, and you do that by solidifying the interior of the offensive line. I love the pick for Steen. I think he can, plug and play a right guard right away. He can play tackle. Jack Driscoll is still there to cover Lane Johnson should that happen, should that be an issue. So I like Weipler. Again, you look at the best available. There's not a lot here that screams, we need this guy, we need that guy. Moro Ojomo from Texas, the defensive end, might be another interesting pick because he's a tweener. He can play tackle. He can play end. Essentially, take your pick with that.
It's in.
Boot. Keyshawn Boots. B-O-U-T-T-E.
Well, no, that's for the Patriots, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good pick for them. I like Boot.
I like Kuntz.
I got it just at the right
This is
time.
why you already got Ringo. You can't get 2. This is why they will not.
Whippler, dude. I'm all in on Whippler, man.
Nick,
That actually is a pretty good fit.
Yeah, but I think if you can move him to guard, or I think Juergens would be the hopeful profile long term for the Eagles at center. But yeah, if you can move him to guard, I think that's a solid pick for sure.
And again, it's not saying that it will happen.
No.
If he's not a guy they project at guard, then you move on for him. No, they're taking a quarterback, Tanner McKee.
Really?
Here we go.
Who? Let me see this.
Very interesting.
Let's read about this guy.
Yeah, I can't sound overly familiar, so I don't want to get too excited or otherwise.
I've seen him a bunch. I believe this is the guy, if I remember him correctly, this is the guy from Minnesota, the quarterback. Strong pocket passer,
Tanner Morgan?
Am I thinking? You know what?
Tanner McKee, quarterback.
Tanner Morgan's the Minnesota guy.
Tanner McKee, quarterback.
Oh, wait, no, this is the Stanford guy.
Taken from
Stanford. Yeah.
Yeah,
Holy
Stanford.
Shit.
Yeah, Stanford.
Interesting.
This is stunning, first off, that he fell this far, because I have multiple people and multiple mock drafts. They had McKee going as early as the second round.
Wow.
The fact
What's
that he
really
fell
surprising to me is that he's like such a far cry from Jalen Hurts. I would have expected, and I think a lot of people would have expected a guy like Malik Cunningham, so you can attempt to run a similar offense. Obviously, they have Marcus Mariota, and he's going to be the backup who's going to be doing that there. So is it just the value of Tanner McKee? Because you're talking about a 6'6" pocket passer as opposed to Jalen Hurts.
You think about it in the way, like I talked about DTR, and you taking a quarterback this late in the draft. When you look at how you build your roster, you don't want to spend a premium, more than $2 million on a backup quarterback. Marcus Mariota could be making as much as $5 million. So you want the cheaper option for 3-4 years to allow yourself that value to come through without having to pay a premium for that position. So you let McKee sit as the third quarterback, and then you move on.
All I'm saying is there was once another Stanford quarterback that used to play for the Eagles that was also a pocket passer, and that man was Sam Bradford. And therefore, I'm all in on this selection.
Sam Bradford
was
was
Oklahoma. Oh, I need to go to bed.
Enough.
I need to go to bed.
There was another guy that was also bald. His name was Sam Bradford.
Baldy Steves, they called him. Yeah.
Liam, I'll ask, how do you want us to handle this? Because they pick in 2 picks. Do you want to just do a double article, just the same one?
Yeah. I'm not going to put you through a gauntlet. Just having have it both together. I mean, do you want me to do it, or are you happy writing it?
Honestly, I've been rolling with the Jets as well with this, so it's not that big of an issue for me, so I can easily just write it.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. I'll make sure I'll give Zach a break from editing, so I'll edit this one.
I apologize that I wasn't able to jump on the stream earlier. Truth be told, Brittany had her bridal shower today, so congratulations to her. I had to drop her off, say hi to everybody, and then I spent some time with my dad, so I was writing the articles on top of, but I just couldn't jump on the stream at the same time. So
that's all right, man. No worries.
Nick is a Jets writer. It's up to him to say if he's a Jets fan.
No.
I love when this comes up, though.
No. I am a Jets beat reporter. That does not make me a fan. I'm doing this as my job. On top of
Brian is the Giants fan.
On top of being the lead reporter here for the Eagles. So I do both. I write for the Jets. I write for the Eagles.
Anything green.
Anything green.
Anything green. Yeah.
It's the I don't know if you guys saw my Big Fat Greek Wedding with Gus. It's there you go. He does this. He does that. There you go.
Touchdown.
Eric's ready for it now. I'll tell you what. I think we can use it.
I just
made it even better.
This is just how I look. This is I don't know. Like I could take a nap. You're right.
Actually hanging on pretty. Oh, another trade. 91 to Tampa for a 2024 fifth.
Oh, but that means we got. Hello.
Wait, they got a 5th rounder for a 6th
rounder.
rounder?
You're just warming up, and then we take a Stanford quarterback, and then we drop the.
Yeah.
We take an Oklahoma.
That's pretty solid movement, honestly.
Take a Stanford quarterback, and then this is now officially the worst part of the draft. We take a Stanford quarterback, and then we have to wait.
That's true.
And by the way, very, very bottom rung complaint. So this has been a great draft weekend.
Yeah. If it's as bad as it gets, we're all good, right? It's all So I would say just have the article of obviously they traded up, and then they picked a player,
I got you.
Back, and then the summary of the picks. That's all good. Yeah, that's annoying. I wonder if Cunts will go 7th.
But I will
Do you
say,
know what pick they have in round 7? Anybody off the top of your head?
I'm gonna guess 60. No, it wouldn't be anything 62. No, it would be 260
Not in just
something.
the 7th round. Jeez.
No, but like 260 something.
No.
260.
Well, it's what I mean is it's the 32nd pick in the 7th round.
Oh, so they have Mr. Irrelevant.
It's gonna. Well, I think there's a 7th round comps this year. Are there not?
Is it how many? So I'm gonna ask a dumb question just because I'm not looking at the numbers. But how many picks are there overall at the top of our head? So I was gonna say 260 something. I'm like, wait,
259 this year.
Okay, 259. Okay, so I'm about to say 260 something, but that seemed a little high.
So the Eagles have 249. So
249. Okay.
Until the next pick for Philadelphia.
I'll tell you this though, just going based off of value, to get a 2024 5th, and again, a lot of teams value next year, the next year's picks, not the current, next year's picks. That is a terrific value to get that 199 to the 5th.
You've got to think like they gave up obviously was it a 4th round pick next year for Swift?
No, 4th round in 2025.
2025.
Right, okay.
They gave up a 5th in 2024 as part of the Gannon settlement to move up to 66. So this fills that void.
Yeah.
The value that comes with that particular trade.
Sorry, I just Howie was doing his little bounce around the room, fist bumping everyone again, and I was just waiting for something to go wrong. But everyone's happy now. So
but think about the value of DeAndre Swift there because it's a 2025 4th. He's on the last year of his rookie deal. Let's say he has a Miles Sanders season where he rushes for 1,300 yards, puts up 10 touchdowns, does really well, and the Eagles let him walk in free agency. The comp pick formula is going to have him out to being a 4th or 5th round pick anyway, based on the contract he could get if he does well in Philadelphia. I mean, it blows it like going back to the wide array of things that Howie Roseman has done well. The fact that we're in this position where he's just trading a 4th round pick that he's going to get anyway via the comp pick formula is insane.
For sure. How do we grade Tyler Steen? Again, I'm not overly familiar with his game. I saw some clips on Twitter last night. By the sounds of it, Nick Sirianni wanted some competition for right guard. So it looks like I think Zach compared him to Peter Skoronski in the same way that he does have shorter arms. He's probably going to transition inside. Comes from Alabama. I can't really give too much insight as his game, but in terms of the logic to the pick, I definitely like it, and it makes a ton of sense. I need to get some film memes on. Maybe you'll get some short YouTube shorts and some TikToks out of it for just kind of takeaways on games and stuff. But yeah, let's go Philadelphia Bulldogs. That's the spirit. That we've got to. I think maybe just change the G in Eagles to the Georgia G. And I'd be all over that. That's the way to go. They've released a new typeface too early. They should have waited a year, had that Georgia G in there, and away we go.
Tyler Steen is also a Florida man. So if there's any profile that I want for an offensive lineman, it's Florida man. Like Florida man body slams defensive tackle. That would be perfect. So, yeah, Tyler Steen, I'm sold. Whatever. He's a 3rd round pick. He's 3rd round pick, and he was taken what overall was he? 65th.
Yeah.
So it seems like not really a risk, and there's not really a floor that I'm worried about. So it's all reward. Yeah, I like it. Sounds great.
So we definitely have one more pick left, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, 249. Okay. Oh god, how far away is? Oh my god.
The thing about Steen is, I think this is a pick that there's not really anything to worry about, but unfortunately, 5 years from now, you're going to have somebody who's thumbing through the whole entire draft, and it's we could have took this guy instead of Steen. I'm yeah, maybe, but at the same time, right now in this context, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with Jalen Reagor. The hypothesis on the pick was bang on. That
they
didn't forecast Justin Jefferson being anything more than a slot receiver, and Jalen Reagor was the perfect prototype for what they wanted out of a Z. It just so happened he was a Mong, and it just so happened Justin Jefferson was fast. So, you can't... It's ifs, buts, and maybes. All you've got is your evaluation to stick to. But I was notably high on Jalen Reagor. It was the same class. Henry Ruggs, wasn't he? Or was it the one?
Yeah,
after?
Ruggs was,
Yeah.
I think.
Judy. It was Ruggs,
CD,
Judy.
was
Brady.
CD Lamb in that one too?
Yes, it was Lamb, Jefferson, Judy, and Ruggs.
Judy.
Yeah. So I had Rager graded like second or third, like behind Judy, essentially. And yeah, like it's just one of those things. It didn't pan out, but there'll be other times it does. So you keep rolling the dice, and eventually you get one, and the game's the game. As we're learning today, right? Like you keep going, eventually things will fall in your lap, and but in 2 years' time, it'll be, oh my god, we could have drafted this guy instead of that guy, and like you said, it's if Nolan Smith flops, it's like, I can't believe they took him at 30. But in the grand scheme of things, he dropped to 30. It was a pick you could not make. So, the Pats take the first punter. That's annoying. Oh, the Eagles could have. Bryce, he sounds like a great guy. Bryce Barring.
I mean, with his what was it? What did I say earlier? 46-yard average. It was like a record.
Was that the record? Yeah.
Yeah, for like that conference, it stood for like 40 years. Like the guy now, for all means, for all intents and purposes, let me, I did look at the second punter there, so give me a second to pull that up. It's not a huge difference. Let me go pull them up since I'm right here. From Rutgers. I mean, his average was, let's double check real quick, 45.25. Okay, so it's like literally like less than a yard. Okay, so if you take him out of Rutgers, perfect. Adam Korsak.
Trying to spot Nick on my TV. I just showed a clip of Aaron Rodgers' press conference. I was just seeing if I could see Nick's little head just buried in like the crowd somewhere. But
Josina's Anderson video, you can see me because she was also there as well. But I will say this. I think the one need the Eagles have right now going into next season, and I mean it's a clear-cut need with a lot of people curious. By the way, the article's done, Liam. For
okay, cool. Yeah. I'll kick in.
But I think the one need is, and people have talked about it recently. It's definitely punter. And Duck here saying going after the Aztec accused punter Matt Ariaza. I don't see the Eagles taking Ariaza or even trying to turn the pages on that. But I will say I'd be very surprised if they went into next season just saying Aaron Sipos is going to be our guy and we're not going to worry about it. Duck, another question of kick returner. I got to be honest. I think they found gold when they used Boston Scott as the kick returner last season. And I think that's going to be the excuse to keep him on the roster. You let Boston Scott be the kick returner. You save him for when you play the Giants, and you just let him go like that. And that's how you build your team and let that thing go. Because I just can't see. I really just can't see them allowing Boston Scott to walk because they don't want to keep 4 running backs. I mean, you've got Rashad Penny, you got DeAndre Swift now, Kenneth Gainwell, all that works out. But I really do think that Boston Scott, and you saw that later on in the year where they got some really good kick returns and punt returns, you can use him in that game in those type of spots and use his athleticism and quickness. That's going to set up very well. I think him as a kick returner is how he's going to make the roster.
What about A.T. Perry?
I don't think you need him. I really don't. I'd rather keep Boston Scott than waste the 7th round pick on a position that's going to mean you have to cut him. Because again, Scott does. You're not asking him to do everything, but very similarly to Darren Sproles, he's so important for what you need. He's that 4th running back that he can come in and he can produce when he's given the opportunity. And we talked about the return game. Let him go. Doug asked me the question, what are we going to do with Sermon? He's been sitting so long. The trade for DeAndre Swift and the signing of Rashad Penny, I wouldn't be surprised if he's cut. He's just, you're not going to keep 5. And the question is, well, do you want Sermon or do you want Boston Scott? And I will take Boston Scott in that argument every day. By the way, Pork, I love you. You look beautiful.
Thank you, brother. I love you too. I can't wait for the wedding, man. That's going to be a lot of fun. Dude.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And I need you guys to come because
we'll be there.
her family are all Giant fans, and I cannot handle the boos that are going to happen.
I was reading the profiles of like some of the stuff that was on the invitation, and I was, and it says like everybody's sports team and who they like, and I was like, oh man, we're alone here. We are alone here.
I need help.
But so I was looking at another tight end, and because I don't think Kuntz is going to fall to us in the 7th round. So if you don't take a punter, which you could take a punter, but Noah Gindorf, and he was from North Dakota State, 6'6", 263. You know what? Like I can't help but hear that kind of frame and think Will Dissly. Like a guy who, if he gets the ball in his hand, is going to be like a runaway truck, but at the same time, like he has enough size to be like a prolific blocker. So if you could be a prolific blocker, then sometimes get open, and then you also have Goddard doing the same thing, but he's a better receiver. Like that's what else can you really ask for from the tight end position? And hey, it's 7th round. It's low risk. It's high. You got to develop what you can develop. But at the same time, that frame, it could be high reward from the 7th round.
I'll be honest though, I don't think tight end is as big a need as people are talking about, because the reason why the 2 tight end set worked so well with Goddard and Ertz is because you had the 2 main receivers in Alshon and Aguilar, with the 3rd receiver of Torrey Smith. I know Mike Wallace was there for a little bit, but they didn't have a 3rd receiver that you can really count on. For the Eagles, they have 2 main big-time receivers in Brown and Smith, and then you have Goddard. Grant Calcaterra can be a very good pass catcher when given the opportunity, as can Jack Stoll. They love Jack Stoll's run-blocking ability, but he has very good hands as well. Drops very few passes. Just because they don't use the 2 tight end set to catch passes anymore doesn't mean, we need to have this because we need to have it. You don't need a 2 tight end set if you've got 2 of the most dominant wide receivers in football.
You don't think a 2 tight end set would be appropriate just to, well, I guess you don't really need it because the running game is so dynamic anyway.
And Stoll is such a great run-blocking tight end. Why would you need to get another one? You already have your run blocker.
Really, at this point, it's to push competition.
But
that's really it. But you can say the same thing about punter, and that's more of a need. So fair.
And that's the thing. Like I would say, if you're looking at competition, punter or offensive line, I don't see tight end as the one you're looking at, because you can find diamond in the roughs at offensive line at any draft. The Eagles have shown that consistently as long as Jeff Stoutland is there. You don't need to create a controversy or create panic or create a competition when you're set at the position. The reason why they got Goddard in the first place, and people forget this, the reason why they got Goddard was not because, they wanted competition for Ertz or they wanted to use a 2 tight end set. They got him because they saw he can block and was a good pass catcher to replace Brent Selleck, who retired. That was the difference. They brought in Goddard to replace Selleck, and it just so happened that his overall skill set fit perfectly to replace Ertz eventually. But because they have Brown, because they have Smith, because they have plethora of different wide receivers, I look at it as saying, we don't need this anymore. We don't need to worry about this anymore. Let's just roll with what we have.
I was looking at it in terms of the offensive linemen. There's a couple of names there, but one that stands out, and it's more because there's a huge potential risk factor here, would be Andrew Voorhees, USC, 6'6", 310. Profile says that he's a fantastic run blocker, but he tore his ACL at the combine. So is that something that, you talk about offensive linemen finding your kind of needle in the haystack, if you will. Is that something that you try to, kind of force out of the 7th round? I mean, he's going to be there. And I think a lot of the reason why he fell clearly is because of that injury. But what does that say about his talent?
I think that's a great point that you make about a player like this is coming off of an injury. We're not saying and we're not expecting a 7th round pick for the Eagles to start week 1. And if that's the case, the team has failed. They're not in that position. So they would have the ability really to take him, let him recover for the full season, and then move on and allow him to develop in there. Now, I don't think he's going to play. I don't know if that's going to be the pick that they're going to really want to use on a person like this, because quite frankly, I think there's other guys out there. I talked about Weiler. Is he still around, or did he get picked? No, it looked like he got picked.
He got Whippler. I think he got picked. Let me just double check. I think he got picked.
Yeah. Adam Trautman just went
gone.
to the Saints. But that's fine. Regardless. There's other offensive linemen here when you look at it. And I'm just looking at the big board, scrolling through. Emil Ecoyer Jr. from Alabama.
Right.
Alex Forsythe from Oregon. Nick Broker from Ole Miss.
Tampa Bay's pick is
there's options there.
There's always the opportunity they go like local too, like Spencer Anderson from Maryland, even though that's a project. So,
yeah. This is the time to take the projects.
Yeah, I mean, right. The 7th round is literally like throw, your dart at the board and see what happens. But,
yeah. And crazy enough, showing how strong the Eagles draft has been recently, it's worked out in droves that this is the case, because they have taken the projects, but they've taken the projects in where the coaching is always great. Offensive line. When Jordan Mailata came to the team, no one expected him to be a starter. And Stoutland crafted him out of clay to become one of the best left tackles in football. It's incredible.
I was looking at this one right here. Imagine if Kuntz falls to us in the 7th round. If he's there in the 7th round at our pick, that to me is a no-brainer. Like, I will ignore needing a punter to take Kuntz just because we already talked about it earlier, the tight end room, about if they really need somebody else. I like the idea of, like, to me, Kuntz is too hard to pass on, I guess is what it is. And I know, like, punter to this, punter to that, but you can also, for what it's worth, if Sipos, there's no improvement, if it's as bad as it was before, then you can maybe find a punter that's just undrafted from this class. Like, it's not like a big press. It's there. You can get it, right now if you want to. I guess to segue from that back to the punter spot, how much investment do you put into a punter that has size versus, one that doesn't? Is it more? Do you think it's more? I mean, I think it's more so technique, because a punter, it's everything. It lines up about how your mechanics are and things like that. But do you think you get more of a umph into a ball, like downfield, if you happen to be just a bigger guy? Because I do see somebody, Michael Turk, Oklahoma, 6 foot.
I thought Turk is the best punter in the draft. And I'll honestly stand by that, because I think he's really, really good. But again, it comes down to what they're comfortable with. If you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you need the perfect combination of long punts and but also with a lot of hang time, which limits the return. The events of February 12th, 2023, a big punt return was a big major problem, and it happened throughout the season. You need guys that can get the ball down deep, but also high enough where your kick coverage can actually help you out. They didn't have that last season because Sipos just wasn't good. And the reason why it didn't really matter was because the team just overwhelmed everyone with talent. The schedule is going to be a lot harder this year. So when you have that, you better win the position battle. You better put your defense in better positions, because the quarterbacks are going to make up for it. And that's the big difference. Punter last year, it wasn't a position of major need, because the best quarterback they played was Aaron Rodgers, and the team around Rodgers stunk. It wasn't a good roster. Overall, they were set up to fail from the beginning. But outside of that, they didn't really play a lot of good, legitimate top 10 quarterbacks. So having a punter that can get the ball deep and coffin punt these guys and start them off at the 5-yard line, allow your pass rush to actually tee off in their own end zone. That changes the complexion when you're going up against Mahomes, when you're going up against Allen and Herbert and all these other top quarterbacks that you're going to be seeing this year. You better make sure your special teams is on point, or these quarterbacks are going to feast with short yardage.
So back to the punter from Rutgers. Adam Korsak. Just some things about him real quick. And I know we were just talking about Michael Turk, and you were saying he's, in your eyes, the best punter. And he's also, going by the size here, somebody to look at as well. But Korsak has a lot of accolades. They go with him as well.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 3-time captain, which is fine because that's a leadership role and it seems great for the locker room. But more importantly, the 2022 winner of the Ray Guy Award. He broke the school record at Rutgers for the 4th straight year and set a NCAA record with a net punt average of 45.25 in 2021. So if you're looking for a punter who I guess has the mechanics and it's reliable, you can absolutely sit there and say that Adam Korsak is not that far off from the first punter taken off the board, who was ranked to be the best punter in class. And it says additionally, at one point he had a streak of 150 consecutive punts without a touchback. So he seems like a guy who, like you said, when it matters, when it's about field position and kind of cornering to the sideline or coffin cornering on the 1 yard line, he seems like the guy that kind of has that ability, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, again, the beauty of where the Eagles are in their history is that we're debating a punter in the later.
Right, like this is the most I've ever spoken about a punter ever,
like
except for like maybe Pat McAfee.
And you think about it. Think about how we've gotten here from a Super Bowl championship to decimation of a roster to awful draft picks culminating in one of the worst seasons in Eagle history, changing that to we have our franchise quarterback, we have our top receivers locked in for 3 more years, we have a top 10 defense that got upgrades at almost every position, and the offense is still one of the best in football with an addition at the running back position. Like, we can argue who's better, DeAndre Swift or Miles Sanders. There's an argument to be made that at every position the Eagles lost a free agent, they upgraded in some way. Nakobe Dean's upside is better than TJ Edwards. Jalen Carter right now just might be better than what's his name? Hargrave. You look at all those positions of they upgraded here, they upgraded here.
Right.
The only team in their division that I feel can compete with them with the kind of offseason they've had, it's the New York Giants. I don't think the Cowboys draft, I don't like it at all. Yes, they had 2 big acquisitions. They got Brandon Cooks, they got Stephon Gilmore. Absolutely. But they didn't help themselves along the offensive line. Their defensive line is still meh. And you're trusting a lot on these 2 corners because your safeties are still meh. So then you look at it and you say, well, the Giants, they got Darren Waller, good tight end. They had a really good linebacker in Okereke now on the roster. Then they added key pieces, Deonte Banks, John Michael Schmitz. They got Jalen Hyatt. They're the only team that had a good offseason and then had a good draft. The Eagles had a good offseason and then said, we are going to own this draft and we are going to – the Giants closed the gap on the Cowboys. The Giants closed the gap on the Eagles. The Cowboys didn't do anything after the gap was closed. The Eagles said, nope, we're going to open up even more. Like, this guy's insane.
For sure. It's been an unbelievable weekend. I mean, we're still not quite in the 7th round yet. We're almost home and dry. But, I mean, I can't remember a draft where nothing's been debated or taken negatively. Like, sure, you can counter it and be like, all right, well, I would have done this a bit different. Or maybe it's not, like, 100% perfect. But we're talking, like, there isn't a catastrophic, oh, my God, what the hell have they just done? And normally every team has at least one. Like, There's been a kind of, who have they picked? But then you understand you look at the position, you're like, all right, well, I might not know who he is, but I get the exact process of doing it. Yeah, it's just been a very stable draft, a very stable draft.
Even Steen. You look at Steen, the pick there, Howie immediately said that wasn't our pick. Jeff Stoutland, we looked at Jeff and said, who do you want? And he pounded on the table for this guy. And if there's one coach, you say, yes, sir, write it out for you. You listen to Jeff Stoutland. Anytime he says, I want this player, every Eagle fan should be saying, we got to steal. awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's 1,000% right there. Everybody's like earlier, hey, you know, what do you think of this lineman? Stoutland wanted him. So that's it. That's all you need to know, really. You know,
Done.
so yeah, but you know, you're right. It's you know, talking about, you know, a punter at this point, the only time it ever really became an issue is when Sitball stood out like a sore thumb. But at the end of the day, it's like, no, you're talking about a team that really only needs a punter. If you're not afraid of the Philadelphia Eagles, start. Like, that's it. Just start.
Yeah, literally. There was a hell of a name on TV that I want to try and pronounce. In line with Olamide Zacchaeus, we've had it. Oh, it's just gone off my screen. Never mind, I'm saved. I'm saved the embarrassment. I thought it'd be a fun challenge, but I've saved that for now. But it was like in line with Halapulavati Vitae level, but with a bit more sass to it. So I didn't want to ruin that. So,
A.T. Perry just got picked up by the Saints a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, guys, I do have to bow out on the stream. I could only jump on for a couple minutes. Liam, I'm very sorry. I know I said
no, you're fine. No worries. I appreciate you coming on.
I got the articles done at the very least, so that is my content creation for the day.
Yeah, no, dude, massively grateful, massively.
I appreciate everyone jumping on. Again, Twitter handle here. I don't know what it is.
Nick_Faria1720 on Twitter.
Give me a follow. Love everybody. Very concerned with Bird's coverage at linebacker. Okay, I'll answer this question real quick, and then I'll jump. First off, he's concerned with linebacker. Here's why you shouldn't be. Nakobe Dean is the best linebacker prospect the team has drafted in over 2 decades. He's going to develop perfectly behind Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. Having those two defensive monsters in front is going to help him immensely. He learned the game on the sidelines, which is very important for a linebacker. I'm not concerned at him at all. Nicholas Morrow grades out very, very well in coverage, very similar to Kaiser White. I'm not saying he's going to be Kaiser. I'm not saying he's going to be better, but when you have a defensive line like this and when you have the safeties that they have, because the safety class is not as bad as people realize. This is a very deep group they have. Greedy Williams can jump back. Keely Ringo could jump back and be developed. They have all those guys that can jump in and help at those lines. Linebacker is not a position of weakness anymore because you have to trust that Nakobe Dean is going to be there. So that's my piece. I love you all. God bless.
See you later, Nick. Enjoy your evening, my friend. Oh, he's gone. Never mind.
Liam, so with that being said, and that's high praise about Nakobe Dean. Like, I knew Nakobe Dean was going to be something promising, something good, but, you know, out of the best pick in 2 decades, like you said, is little Darley.
I don't know if I'll go that far, but he's a good pick.
Are we too high on our so I would say, like, overall, like, do you think we're too high on our Georgia players on this Philadelphia team?
I mean, I wouldn't say too high because I think, like, it's not. It's a weird one. I mean, Jordan Davis was fairly quiet as a rookie. Like, that's fair to say. He wasn't, like, you know, in your face like a Javon Kinlaw level, I would say. But I think you're drafting players of a championship pedigree, and I think that's kind of all that matters. Is that you're not after. But put it this way, right? We were too high on JJ Arthur-Whiteside because you were looking at the stats that he had, and it was very, oh my God, he can box out defenders, and he's had X, Y, and Z numbers at Stanford. With this team, it's like this was the best defense in college football, and you have got now 4 members from that 2021 team. So you know the pedigree's there. It's not inflated. It's not wrong. And you can say, oh well, you know, if the defensive tackle was maybe a beneficiary of the defensive end. Well, you've now got the defensive end. Well, but they were only good because the corners were good. Well, you've now got Kylie Ringo. So, like, you've got all the components really outside of even with a linebacker, you've got Nakobe Dean. So you've got like one bit from every area, bar safety, of that Georgia defense that was the best in college football. So I don't think it's too high as much as it is like that's just the bar. It's just a very high one that we're not really used to because we're used to seeing, like, you know, John Stevenson from Tulane, who grades out as an athletic freak, but he's played at some FCS level and no one's heard of him. So I think that's the difference. It's just these are like a monstrous. It's a different pedigree of dog, you know. It really is. So that's not to say they can't be busts. Like, the bust potential is still there, but the expectation is actually higher because of everything that they've achieved. And yes, I did duck. So now I'm going to run that back. So I can see it closer now. So Malasala Alamulaval. No, that's gone well. Hang on. Right. Malasala Al Mavelaulu.
That's how I was gonna say it. As Al Mavelaulu.
No. You try. I'm not. I've
Malasala Al Malave. I put an extra L in there. Malasala Al Mavelaulu.
Oh,
that's how I was gonna say it, but like I don't know if it's Laulu is actually L8.
Malasala Al Mavelaulu. Okay, we got that sort of.
I'm confident Malasala.
Yeah, I can do that one. It's as soon as the I'm like Alamave for some reason. I'm like,
I put the extra L on there because it's all just rolling with me.
Amave
Lalu. Hey.
Okay, we're learning. There's a reason I did not, I wasn't good at French and German. This is a true story. So, my oral exam in German at school, you had to talk about what you did on holiday or like vacation. And I was awful. You had a little sheet of paper and you were allowed to draw pictures to remind you of words, and you were allowed 10 words to remind you. And I forgot my sheet of paper. So I go into the exam and my pivot, they're like, oh, what did you do on your holiday in German? And I was just like, tennis. Because it was the same word in English and German. And they were like, right, what else do you? I was like, I love tennis. I play tennis. I am the tennis. Like just anything involved in that one. And I somehow passed it. So anything else, like I struggled to pronounce and read. I just stick with tennis, and that's all that gets me by.
I think your teacher was more or less going, well, he knows the tenses. He chose the word. He forgot the other words.
Yeah, literally. It's like he played, he plays, he loves it, he hates it, but everything else is a mess. But
it's kind of like me in French. The only word I know is the word for grapefruit. Pretty much, and it's a pamplemousse, and because it was like 8th grade, and I really had fun time saying that. So, I mean, of course, like un deux trois, like that's like there's that, and like je m'appelle, Eric. I know those short things,
dude.
But
this
like,
is true. Another true story. I'm gonna run back the years now. So in college, there were like exchange students that came over, and we have a lot of French people. So I think our town is twinned with one in France, which just means that, I don't know, it's the same name in French. They just send people around like, oh, we'll go to the French Barnstable, and it's whatever. So there's like French exchange students coming over. And there was this one girl that just looked unbelievable. And I was like 16, right?
Her name was
Rosetta
Stone.
And I was like, I did French a couple of years ago. I got this, boy. So we drop some French riz on this girl and see where we go. So go up to her, and I genuinely went. I just wanted to sound French. I was like, bonjour. She was like, oh, salut. And I was like, je m'appelle Jardin. I was like, fucking yes, I've nailed that. And then they all just started laughing at me. And then I turned around and my friends were just like, no. And I was like, what have I done there? Turns out I just said, I'm called the Garden. And that was it. So I just got up to a girl and said, I'm called the Garden. And there you go. So you can never quite get away from a bad Liam analogy.
Almost had it.
I was so close.
You should have committed to the bit. My name is the Garden.
No, I am. I don't want you laughing. I am the Garden.
Like, yeah, that's what I said. Like, no, then I committed to Spanish because if there's any language that was going to help me with anything, it's probably going to be Spanish more practically.
Yeah.
So it actually did come into play. It helped me make money when I was doing sales at one point or another. Sales is a weird world. Happy I don't have to do it anymore. But
yeah, definitely. I mean, I always struggled with Spanish. Like, I thought when I went to Spain, I was like, oh, it's cool. It's just basic stuff. Like, you'll get the hang of it. Had no idea. And I would just start like, you do that thing. I don't know if it's just an English thing, like, or if you guys do it as well. But if you're in a foreign country, instead of just trying to say the word in the language, you just say the English, but slowed down as if they're going to understand it. Like, which they don't because you're English and that's not their language. You're like, water, like doing that, expecting them to get it. And they're not having a clue. And you're like, why aren't you? And it's like, we're the weirdos because we're coming into your words. Like, imagine someone else was in, like England or America, just shouting like slow words that you don't understand at you.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
It's hard as hell to try to communicate because you don't know how to. So you're sitting there going like, short of drawing a picture, you're just like,
yeah, I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that. Like,
Yeah.
I'd really struggled in Spain. And then I started trying to just Google the words and then just show them on the phone instead. I'm like, what is the Spanish for this? But we'll pivot back to Eagles before we just explain how thick I am in other
For
languages.
sure. The Swift trade, dude, steal. So that's how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's really like the most obvious. I'm sorry, I just got distracted by a puppy on the screen on NFL Network. I just looked up and was like, no. But yeah, I feel like there's not much to dislike. It's not like they gave anything up that would be like, oh, I don't know if he's worth the 24
yeah, right.
fifth round pick. Like a 2024 fifth round pick is going to be some random DB out of Boise State that we don't really know much about. Like you can't forecast that far ahead. If it was a third round pick, maybe there's like, oh, the third round is maybe a bit steep, or it's at least level. But a fifth just feels like you're not giving out too much at all there. So, yeah, very, very limited downside. The upside is you're getting a guy that, okay, sure, he may have struggled health-wise, but so did Penny. You put two halves together, you make a whole. Right. Easy. It's as simple as that, you know?
And in a sort of sense, you know, you're also, you're getting a comp pick back. So it's kind of like getting a free player. And you're right. If Penny were to go down, you have Swift. If Swift were to go down, you have Penny. And if they honestly, I feel that the running back room is deep enough where if they were to both go down, then you just basically have what we have last year minus Miles. And before all these guys came in, well, I remember the narrative sort of being that we're going to lean on Gainwell anyway. So it's deep. Like if we were going to already be game to lean on Gainwell, then we got a lot of layers to go through where before you're only leaning on him.
Yeah, I was thinking, I wonder how Gainwell's going to take all this, because it's like in the playoffs, his snap count his touches like literally quadrupled. Like he ended up overtaking Sanders as the lead back. Goes into the offseason thinking, nice, I'm going to be RB1 next season. And then next thing you know, oh, Michelle Penny, hello, friend. Oh, DeAndre Swift, hello. Two starters that have been top 10 backs at varying points in their career when they're healthy. And now that's going to probably be a little bit of I don't know, it'll be interesting to see if he reacts like Quez Watkins did, or if he reacts like, you know, just sticks his head down and gets better, because there's only two ways that's going to go. But realistically, it's a great problem to have.
And for sure, I still look at last season and comparing the other running backs in the room. I'm not sure that Gainwell still isn't the top guy in that running back, I guess, group, because it's not like Sermon saw a lot of snaps. We had him last year. It's not like Swift is, you know, barring his injuries, we know what he can be, but again, he has to be that. So from looking at last season, yeah, you kind of are leaning towards Gainwell anyhow. Penny was, you know, inconsistent as far as his injuries are concerned. So, yeah, I think Gainwell still is the leader in the room. If anything, these are just the insurance policies, kind of like how Larry leaned into the J.H.I.E. explanation of Swift earlier.
Yeah, and Ponce makes another great one. So I referred to like a football player. Like I just totally disregarded your first name. Just like, Jenkins makes a great point. Sorry, I didn't mean to come across as rude there. But yeah, it's a fantastic point that this is probably the greatest offensive line in the NFL. And it's the same unit that Josh Adams literally led the team rushing in. If Josh Adams can look mildly serviceable, I'm sure Kenny Gainwell, DeAndre Swift, and Rashad Penny are going to be absolutely fine. The line's only getting stronger. They've added depth there today. They may still even add more. You never know. But even if you look at guard at the minute, I mean, off the top of my head, guards now, if you go, obviously Dickinson's going to start. Jurgen's likely going to start. Suro Petter potentially is like the immediate backup behind them. And then you've got this potential project now in Steen, who's just been drafted earlier today. So there is then upside for that. Okay, now you've got depth at guard. What about tackle? Well, Driscoll can play guard and tackle. He's going to be there. Brett Toth has been this like project that we've heard next to nothing about, which means he's definitely an all-pro, because that's the way that goes with Jeff Stoutland involved. So like there just is like a lot of flexibility with the offensive line. The one thing I think that everyone is overlooking with it though is that the Eagles did get very lucky last year, because they had next to no injury problems on the offensive line. Like if you go back even a year or two, we've had instances where Johnson, It was Peters. We've had both guards go down. Stefan Wisniewski was like the pinch guard that came in. The only reason St. Marlow got a run was because there was an injury at right guard. The centre, Jason Kelty, somehow, some way evaded injury despite suffering plantar fasciitis. Like, it's crazy that, like, even this time last year, Kelty was putting out, podcasts saying, I don't think my body can keep up with, my mind. That I want to play, but my body's kind of deteriorating. And he's still not got injured. So the Eagles got away without like a serious injury on that O-line. Depth hasn't been tested there yet. So there's a chance it will. And that's where that depth is important. Did we cut the... Yeah, that was...
I thought that was a West Virginia guy, honestly.
Sills? Josh Sills?
Sills, yeah. I thought that was a West Virginia guy. But unfortunately, not good for the West Virginia brand if it is. Not good for any brand, but especially me being a West Virginia fan. So
no brand wants that. But he's gone, I assume, very aptly. As he should be. And but I don't think he was much of anything anyway. The one guy I was genuinely disappointed about that didn't turn into anything was Matt Pryor. I was kind of hoping he developed. Like he was friends with Halapula Vati-Videside. They played at TCU together. All Northwestern. They both played purple. My brain's fried, whichever one it was. But I remember I had an interview with him after he got drafted, and he phoned me from the gym while working out. And he was just a great guy, like a really, really good guy. And he's kind of the only... He's the only one. I'm like, Herbig, Opeta, him, like these late round guards to undrafted guards that hasn't really kicked on and ended up going elsewhere. So that kind of sucked, but that's 1 out of like 10. So you can't complain. Yeah, absolutely. Gannon's gone. Love that, Oscar Ramos. You're a star. I love you, Oscar. How about that? What you got to say to that, Oscar? I love you. Let's just turn it into a Jonathan Gannon hate show for a minute.
Pew, 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 pew. Whatever.
Jonathan Gannon, like, I don't know. I was fuming anyway, like, at the whole making up a fake story. I was fuming at the NFC Championship game when he said he's staying good, bad, or indifferent, and 2 weeks later he's gone to be a head coach somewhere else. That everyone forgot that. I didn't, because I've got commitment issues and loyalty problems. So I was very upset about that.
You might have caught the tampering as it happened with some of those quotes. So
yeah, it's just astounding that then there was a report out last night that he came out and was apparently not fully invested in the Super Bowl, and was very jubilated at the post game like party thing afterwards, like uncharacteristically. So it just sucks. The guy makes up stories to think he's a great guy and he's not. Like,
I'm so happy he's gone, dude.
Yeah, I never liked him. There's a guy on Twitter, I won't name him because he doesn't deserve the praise, but was just making out like I was some Philadelphia, like absolutely all I was doing was hating on Philadelphia because I didn't understand Jonathan Gannon's scheme and how great it was. And I was like, no, I understand how good the players are because the players are running around doing literally everything, masking it all. All I'm saying is, look, give him 2 months in Arizona when they're 0-4 and they give up like 4,000 yards a game. And all of a sudden it'll be like, wow, can't believe you ever had that guy. I'll be like, yeah, like things change, it's fickle. But yeah, never really liked him. He was just it was very Michael Scott, like the videos of him in Arizona. Yeah, I can't talk. See, it's getting to that point now. In Arizona where he's like, was it the gun fingers he did? And just like, it's so corny. He's so cringe. Like, yeah, at least Nick Sirianni, when he does it, it's wholesome and it's like, it's kind of adorable in its own little way. But like that first press conference he had when he was being like mocked for basically just over explaining everything, but you could see the visible passion that came out and that he just cared about football and he cared about his teammates and a true football guy. Gannon just felt like Michael Scott, and the whole thing with Michael Scott or David Brent, depending whichever office you watch, is it's like it's this weird ego thing where they're not quite like narcissistic, but there's no self-awareness there for anything, and it's like, yeah, I'm that guy. But then it's kind of sad because all they want is to be liked, and then yeah, I just see that at Jonathan Gannon. That's where I'm at. I
think a lot of people just started defending like Gannon and all that just because of how well the Eagles were doing. When a lot of it didn't change, a lot of it wasn't about Gannon; it was about the talent. And I've beat this drums hard, over this weekend. But it's like it wasn't necessarily his scheme all of a sudden. It's not like it all of a sudden just clicked. It was look at the team around that he says do this to. You know what? I'll say this: Gannon, go to he's in Arizona now. I don't know what his influence will be or how deep it will run on the Arizona's defense, but let's see what they do of that in Arizona, and then compare that to last season, and then hey, let's compare it to the season before in Philadelphia when he didn't have the talent, and then let's see how hard last season screams as an anomaly to Jonathan Gannon's track record. I was never impressed just because it looked like every quarterback at some point or another just could have been an all-pro against the Eagles. Like there was times, and I know that that's not necessarily true throughout the entire season, but there were also a lot of times we were like, Gannon, like why, even if Jalen Hurts like isn't in the game, he isn't playing, and it's kind of going to be a defensive game, and we understand that. There's no reason why Dalton should be balling against the Eagles. Like it's still your defense, and that's still Dalton. Like come on, but yeah, I mean that didn't necessarily pose a threat all season. It wasn't always like it was consistent. Yeah, we had times where you had CJ Gardner Johnson. He was intercepting balls left, right, up, and down. I think that was more on him than it was anything that Gannon was scheming up and cooking up. You had a bunch of guys that were getting sacks, and I know Gannon wants to be like, oh, we had a pretty good defense, everybody was leading sacks. I'm like, yeah, but look at the talent that you had there. Like everybody was going to get something because not everybody can be blocked. That's pretty much what that comes down to. It's not a Gannon thing saying, you see how I had the 4 all-pros? They weren't all all-pros, I get it, but it's pretty much how it feels. Like, you see how I had like all the top guys running at the same time? Yeah. See how, exactly like you said, you had top guys, you had top talent, rushing quarterbacks who didn't have, the best line ahead of them all season long. Arguably, and I know the Eagles are a fantastic team. They made it to the Super Bowl last year. It showed how dominating they were in the postseason and when they got to the Super Bowl. But you can argue that Gannon's defense looked spectacular last season, and last season's I still don't think that last season's schedule was all too tough. I think that this year, looking at the schedule, I see some opponents where I'm just like, this could be a tougher season. And had Gannon still been the defensive coordinator here, would he all of a sudden get eaten up in the regular season? Will we see it before the postseason? Like maybe not to the same level, because look at this team, look what we're all expecting to have here. But I think you'll see Arizona just get busted, and and that is going to kind of give you an idea of like, here's the identity. The Eagles are still doing the Eagles, and without Gannon, like we're looking baller, and the jury's still out. But I don't have a lot of faith in the jury of the Cardinals improving. So
no, and just to touch on Isaiah's point there, like how big of a loss of Hargrave, it was big. But then you go and get Jalen Carter, who kind of very much negates that laterally. Like they end up. I'm not saying it's going to be Hargrave year 1, which is what Nick seemed to think. He might be. I don't know. Like I'm not looking to a crystal ball. He's got the potential and the talent to do it. But it may be a bit of a slower grind for him. But I think that having Carter and Davis like anchor that defensive line very much negates the loss of Javon Hargrave. And the Eagles were smart to let him walk. Like he got one hell of a contract, which he very much deserved. And that's this thing with this Eagles team is they don't mind watching players walk and get paid. I mean, like, good Jesus Christ, like Halapoulivaati Vaitai signed like what, a $68 million contract with Detroit somehow, and it's like, all right, so he was a swing tackle backup who was good in the playoffs because he had a lot of help from the guards because he wasn't trusted on his own, and he looked good on tape, so he got a big deal out of it. The Eagles are getting much better at not fighting to keep players. Look at Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and I would say Darius Slay, but I'm so happy that Twitter drama is over because that was exhausting for all of like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But they're not fighting for contracts that are out of their reach. If it's out of their reach, it's out of their reach. If it's in, they'll make it work. And I just think that yeah, this defense now long term is set up much better than it was this time 12 months ago. And that's all you could ask for from an NFL draft, where the whole point is finding young players. Like, yes, there's an intention to win now, but you've still got to find like the players that can sustain that. And they've done that this weekend. Big V, yeah, definitely got a 4-year degree from Stoutland. I would love to again be in a room with Stout for like an hour and just pick his brains, because like there's got to be something he does different to everyone else. Like why? Why? Like, well, what is it that he sees? What is it he can do? He does come across like a very assertive man, and that's not a bad thing. But like he comes across almost like intimidating in presses. Like he's got that almost like a strict teacher, but you work better under a strict teacher. And I'm not sure if that's just because of like the offensive line is typically 300-pound men, 6'6". Like you've got to get them in line, sort of thing. It's not like you're in a room full of like 5'8" running backs that you can square up to as a 6-foot man. So maybe he does. It's just a toughness thing. Maybe it's a respect thing. I don't know. But the way he coaches players is just unbelievable. And obviously players want to play for him, and that's probably the biggest thing. Is if you want to go to work for where you work, typically you do better. And I think we've seen that very, very clearly in this Philadelphia Eagles O-line room.
It's getting harder and harder to pinpoint, especially as the draft goes by, what areas where that are really urgent that they need an upgrade. Like,
yeah,
you could have said corner, but Ringo, where he was picked, I think is a great value, and you're not asking of anything for him to, you're not asking him to contribute greatly in his first season. You're kind of asking him to learn, and I think that's a guy with a high ceiling if he's learning with these, because where he was taken, what was he taken, third round?
Fourth, I think.
Fourth round. Okay, he was projected to be a late first, kind of mid-second talent. Is that sort of correct?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, kind of getting that value and that sort of talent in the fourth round. I mean, that's insane. That's insane. Like, and Ringo was somebody. I think I was talking about maybe even on the first day. I'm like, hey, I wouldn't be so shocked that they took him early second. Even with the 30th pick. But as we got to the 30th pick, obviously it made more sense to kind of take the defensive end. So we did.
Yeah.
Or defensive end, edge, whatever. Yeah.
But that's the other thing, is that there's no forcing of the board. It's like whoever's on their board at that point, they can get it. Did we have a John Hightower moment this year? Do you know what? I think the closest we got was Sidney Brown. I did down my drink for Sidney Brown. So that was it. I mean, there is a highlight on our page, if you go on the short section of our YouTube channel, of just like the pick being made. So that's as close as we got. But Chris was very happy about Jalen Carter. Very happy about Jalen Carter. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really had any draft crushes this year. It's just players that I would like the team to have. I've not been like all in love, obsessed with a player, like pounding the table. And I just haven't had time to do scouting. Although somehow my mock draft was on mock draft database, so that was a pretty cool feeling. I appreciate you. What a man. You're a star, Rocky Statue, and you're a statue, but I love you nonetheless. What a hero. Thank you so much. Yeah, me too. It's scary that like minicamp's only a couple of weeks away. Then you've got rookie minicamp, you've got all the UDFAs will start in like an hour and my phone won't stop, and that's gonna be chaotic. Yeah, it's the never-ending circus, the NFL. But I'm excited to see all these guys get to work. I want to see some big camp battles, some preseason games. I mean, there's only 3 now, which is a shame, but I get why they've done. I don't know why they replace it with another regular season game. Just give the guys a week off, for crying out loud. Like you can't just take out a preseason and give them another like regular season. But yeah, like there's a lot of young talent that I want to see get to work, and not even just this draft. Like we've spoken a lot about how guys like Patrick Johnson and Taron Jackson haven't necessarily panned out just yet. But they're still in the same spot as these guys are now today. And, you've now had guys departing in free agency and trades and stuff, and they're now going to have maybe an increased exposure to get looks at bigger roles. So that's the beauty of the offseason. There's always an off-season guy that will break out. We saw it with Corey Clement, obviously, when he came in as an undrafted free agent. There's been many preseason heroes in Philadelphia Eagles history. I mean, Dane Evans was my favorite, I think. I mean, a lot of people go Paul Turner, but I think Dane Evans, the Eagles quarterback for like a year before he went to the CFL, and he was taking it to the guys there. That was a fun year. So yeah, I'm excited to see him all get to work.
Trying to see what Dallas is doing, because honestly, I would flip if they took Bryce Ford Wheaton.
Oh, Swope seems very excited about something, and I'm assuming it's not me mentioning Dane Evans. So there might have been something there that is happened that we may have missed.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it's not what I want, or not what the player that I'm pointing out here.
But we are almost round 7. We're 4 picks away. Come on. I've literally streamed for like nearly an entire day in total over the past 3. Is
this the Eagles' last pick and 4 picks away?
They're 4 picks away.
Oh, I thought you said 4 picks away from the Eagles. Okay.
No, don't get me excited.
I misunderstood.
No, we're about 30 away, unfortunately.
Cowboys take Deuce Vaughn.
I'm just glad Bijan was taken outside of our reach. Yeah, I always felt like it was one of the two. I really do feel like it was one of the two that were going to go to Philadelphia. I wanted Bijan, but I understand the Jalen Carter pick. I'm not going to be mad at it. Certainly not disrespectful, like Ruben Frank. But I get it. Like, it makes sense. And talent-wise, he probably is one of the top 3 or 4 players in the entire draft. And then Nolan Smith would have been a top 10. You get him at 30. Yeah. So, you know, I remember that first night, everyone's like, who would you have taken instead? I was like, well, Nolan Smith. And they get him at 30. Like, that statement alone is enough to win this entire draft class for me, you know?
Right, like in that first round, you're exactly how you said. You take those 2 defensive guys, then you make a nothing trade and acquire DeAndre Swift. In a lot of ways, I think you combine what you did with the defense and getting DeAndre Swift. Missing on a Bijan is just as okay as I thought it would be. Like I really don't care about Bijan because he goes away from the NFC East. So he's not playing for anybody that we're going to see twice, and he's playing for the Falcons, who are building backwards and are going to unfortunately run that man into the ground. So yeah, it's like a double whammy of like, well, it doesn't affect me, so I don't really care type of deal.
Yeah, Paris Johnson was a name that got linked to the Eagles as well. There are a few. I think obviously Skoronsky was the other one, and people assumed that he was a better fit just because he could move inside with his little T-Rex arms. But yeah, like there were a few. It was very much a position of luxury, and I think that was the biggest thing. Like the Eagles came into this draft 2 first-round picks, could literally do whatever they wanted. Like they had enough ammo if they wanted to get up to like pick 3 or pick 4. The entire draft was at their feet, and I think that gave them a sense of comfortability in just letting the board fall because you've got assets at every avenue. And you have a gap there around 5. Doesn't matter. You take DeAndre Swift in a trade. So it's just been a very cool, calm, and collected draft process from Roseman. And we've seen some chaotic drafts in the past where everything has felt discoordinated and conflicting reports and people not really knowing what's going on. This has just felt very methodical. And that's the biggest compliment I think I could give it. Is Juice Vaughn a future legit return guy? Not sure. Again, unfortunately, at this level, I'm not really familiar with many of the guys. I don't want to just make it.
Yeah, he might have actually fallen off. I can't really hear him. Anyway, I think my take while he's Liam, are you there? Okay, cool.
I don't know what happened. I mean, he just vanished for a second and then came back. Sorry.
I think what my take about a kick returner, punt returner is that by this point, how many people are looking through a draft class going, he's my guy for a kick returner and punt returner? You kind of find that, I feel like, when you're doing a training camp, you're doing the evaluation camps, and you're like, wait, that guy could probably do this. Let's get a look now, But you always are trying to draft a wide receiver because he might be a sneak of a wide receiver. You're not really thinking of like, this wide receiver is only going to be a good punt returner. There's something like that. So, it's one of those things where, maybe there's somebody on the team, whether it's a corner, whether it's a something speedy, whether it's a running back, whether it's a wide receiver, whether it's a safety, even I don't even know, but something that can move and become a decent enough returner. I don't think it's a big area to sweat. Like, yeah, if there was a Devin Hester out there who popped, obviously that was he was like the greatest to do it, then yeah, you would obviously take him. But he would be gone, I think Devin Hester went like first or second round when, in his class. So he would be gone a while ago. At this point, you kind of are looking at like probably rolling again with a Britton Covey. Nick said earlier, maybe a Boston Scott, but at the same time, it's like Britton Covey. Yeah, you're right. Like, here's perfect right here. Britton Covey, couldn't really put together a good return. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, for the most part, he was short-handed, so you can start with that and then build on that too. I just don't think that making a pick for a punt returner is a big need. If you were going to maybe try to throw a pin at best available and also a team need, I'm absolutely fine with just taking a punter instead of worrying about anybody returning it.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking of returns, here we segue into things. Zach's back. We've got a Zach attack.
And he just came back right in time because I'm on the clock about to leave. I'm about to get ready to leave. So, like, thank God. I'm on the clock. I'm picking.
Well, you've been a star this weekend, Derek. I really appreciate you hanging out with us. I know you've been a staple of FTV over the last few months, but great having you on the draft stream, and your endless charisma comes in a pinch when when you're about to head off and you come out with something brilliant. So,
it's funny because like I'm a guy, like, again, I'll always oversay this. I'm hockey's my bread and butter. So when I come into these things, like I joined Flipping the Birds mostly in a producer role. And then, you're on there a little bit more and you're trying to kind of navigate through things. Obviously, I'll be the first one to admit there's a lot of fans who watch the Eagle stuff that know probably a lot more than I do. I am flying by the seat of my pants when it comes to football coverage. But you're jumping into it and you're trying to kind of figure out, who might be there, and you're trying to use the best logic that you can offer. And you know what? I'll sit there and say, just like everybody else, I'm a fan just like anybody else in the chat. I just happen to be on the screen. But when it comes, if you want to stop by and read any Flyers coverage, thank you. First and foremost, I know how much of a chore it is. But at the same time, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be writing a lot about it over the next coming days. There's one unrelated clearly to football that there's one that I'll be in a process of talking about. It's some news that broke a day ago, but I'm going to add a little bit more detail to it. The Flyers are actively shopping Ryan Ellis's contract. There's going to be a lot of they're trying to basically find a team that wants to free cap space and then toss another contract onto LTIR so it doesn't affect their cap space. So that's something that we're trying to do. Again, they're trying to move a player that's probably never going to play again. So that's what we have cooking with the Philadelphia Flyers right now. We're close to the entry draft lottery, so we'll see how much noise we can make if the Flyers somehow pick first overall and get Bedard.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if they do somehow get the first pick and then don't select Bedard? Like, would that not just be the most on-brand?
I would flip out, dude. I would flip out. Like, I would quit. No, I wouldn't quit, but it's still like it would be that kind of like, you fired Chuck Fletcher, and you go in this direction and you don't take the best person there out of the entire draft. Like, it's like staring Sidney Crosby in the face and going, nah, like that's really what that is. What I will say is, I have a theory. And I'm not going to share it because it could be controversial, but I think that the Flyers will get the first overall pick. I have a theory, so I'll if people will ask me why all the time, I'll let you have that cliffhanger. But if it does happen, I'm gonna lose my absolute mind because I knew this was going to happen since the very first game I worked all season long, which I think was against the Devils. It was the first ESPN game. Gary Bettman was in the arena, and I'll just say that I might have overheard a thing that lives rent free in my head since then. So it's absolutely insane. It's a lot of drama, and I'm not going to completely share it. I don't want to out what was said, but if it's not true. But if it is true, then I'm just gonna, kind of absolutely lose my mind and die inside a little bit.
Well, as for tonight, you can go and absolutely die from alcohol poisoning and get.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna have a couple of beers and just, really reflect on this, on everything else as far as Flyers hockey is concerned. Hopefully, honestly, with the way that the Philadelphia Phillies are playing as of late, they won yesterday against a pitcher that threw a no-hitter against them in the World Series. They won yesterday. Like, hey, I got that. That's looking up because, man, like next season, as far as 82 games of Flyers hockey is concerned, strapping your seatbelt, it might look mostly the same. So, yeah. By the way, pretty awesome player, Stills from West Virginia, Dante Stills, now Cardinal. So, unfortunately, if there is a player that might accidentally help Jonathan Gannon, it's him.
No, we can hope it won't. We can hope it bucks the trend. Oh, I thought it's that time they do the draft truck thing, isn't it? Where they try and get everyone to like outsmart the truck. That's always fun. I like that. Bless him. Oh man, we're in the 7th. Are we? No, we're not. Oh, for crying out loud! Come on. Oh, so is it like 260? Isn't it the pick? So we're like 50 picks away. Is it 265? The pick? I feel like it's 265.
We're 50 picks away from our next one.
I think we are. I'm not sure.
No.
249. All right, that's not too bad.
Oh, okay. So we're only 40 picks away. Whatever.
Exactly. It's better than 265.
No, that's just me internally screaming that deep sigh. Don't worry.
The Rams have grabbed Evans, according to Duck. How are they going? 15 run, then 0 runs. Yeah, that is true. That is the most Phillies thing. Like I've noticed that. It's like every game you take, like, they put up 12 runs and they've got a good offense, and then you take over runs, and then they pull up a nothing burger, and you're like, right, okay.
I went to the game right after it was. Jeez, who was it? Who the hell was even playing? It was Marlins. It was Phillies Marlins. And the game before it, so this is a dollar dog night that went viral, where it was like the first one where they were throwing dogs on the field and all that stuff. So I was there on that dollar dog night, but the night before, like the Phillies crushed the Marlins. And I remember saying during the game, like, wow, I'm going to tomorrow's game. I hope they save some hitting for tomorrow. And they didn't. So 50,000 some odd dogs were eaten, though, but about 3 runs were scored or something like that. So D. Winters to San Fran. Yeah, that's a name that I brought up earlier about inside linebackers who might have some coverage potential. It is what, again, like 7th round, like some people in the chat have said it earlier, this is kind of where you take a guy. He might have some targets, but we'll see. It's anything goes here. Like, again, a punter probably is the right need here. So
what's wild though is that if you think like 7th round guys are bottom in the barrel, but realistically, there's like all the guys that didn't make the NFL draft, like it's like this is still the elite of the elite. It's like the 1% of the 1%, but it's still they're regarded as awful. It's like it's very weird when you look at it like that. Of like, the percentage of players that even get to being a potential draft pick, let alone being selected, is outworldly. It's just the bar is that high. Like it's crazy. It's America does it well. Obviously they've got the college system and that's why it's there. But to have that kind of path it puts a lot into perspective for sure. I'm not too sure like UDFA guys. I've not again like I kind of stopped my scouting at about round 3 and then round 4. So I'm not sure, but we've had another punter off the board, Brad Robbins.
Ooh.
So, I mean, he sounds good.
Let me. It's not the guy I was looking at. So he might be the guy that was. Yeah, he was actually the worst rated draft. I mean, there's 4 punters that were projected to go, but he was a 4th rated. So worst rated means like, you're still top 4.
Whoa! Jeez.
Touchdown! Holy hell,
dude!
Thank you.
That is unbelievable. I'll make sure I get shared out among the guys when YouTube.
100%.
That's ridiculous. Thank you so much. That's incredibly kind. Incredibly kind of you. Wow. Thank you so much on behalf of everyone at PSN. I'll make sure everyone who's been on the stream will divide that up evenly for sure. That's incredibly kind of you. Wow. That's very, very, very humbling. Absolute star.
Another I guess example of players that go really, really deep in the seventh, maybe even close to undrafted, where is Isaiah Pacheco, speaking of Kansas City.
Yeah, that's what Swope just said there.
Yeah. So exactly. And also I remember when Hofstra had a football program, and Marcus Colston was one of the better receivers that blossomed into a man with very sure hands in the NFL. Also, fun fact, when what was it? Arena Football League was still going, which should be on the way back relatively soon. Marcus Colston was a co-owner or a partial owner of the Philadelphia Soul.
The more you know. The more you know.
So there's that.
I do miss the AFL. I never really got to watch too much of it. I just like the Philadelphia Soul kits. Like the jerseys look so. I like the color blue. Like it was such a nice, aesthetically pleasing jersey and logo to look at.
It's one of those. It's one of those jerseys that were just iconic in a way that they stood out because nobody else was doing that. Like no one. Like it wasn't a color scheme that was used in many other sports. So they not only did they stand out, looking different and looking fresh, but man, like, dude, the Soul were a team to not be messed with in the AFL for a long time. Right now, it's the Albany Empire, which I'm pretty sure Antonio Brown owns. So Antonio Brown's dad, Touchdown Eddie Brown, played for the Albany Empire. He's a big AFL guy. And we met him, PSN, of course, met Eddie Brown's at, what was it? It was in Albany, Arena Bowl 32. Philadelphia Soul played the Albany Empire in Albany for their, for the Arena Bowl, and Eddie Brown was there. And it was funny because talking to Jaworski, since he also at the time he owned both teams and he owned the Atlantic City Blackjack. So talking to Jaworski, he's just like, I don't care. I'm getting a ring either way. So it's, dude, it was pretty awesome, man. Like the AFL experience was great. It got my feet wet. And then I transferred, once that folded, I transferred pretty much to Philadelphia Wings coverage as well as Philadelphia Flyers coverage since. So
yeah, very, very true. Just to get another thank you to Squidward, like that is very, very kind. Like that's a lot of money to donate, and to know that our coverage is worth that to someone is incredibly. It's good to know. At a time where, bear in mind, we're all flagging. It's the 7th round. We're like on the edge of like passing out. It's just an incredibly nice gesture and a testament to like why we love you guys so much. Like we never expected it. We never really asked for donations or anything like that. The fact you watch this thing alone for like 11 hours is, more than enough for us. We could ever ask for. But yeah, just thank you again. Very, very kind of you. You Robin Hood little hero that's just dropped in out of nowhere and made all of our day. That's very extremely kind. It's, I don't know, like streaming. It's one of those weird things where you do get such a connection, and it's why like I think Phil was such a great addition. I know he's probably not here now listening, but if you guys haven't watched Trending in the AM yet. Right. Make sure you do. If you're around getting ready in the morning and you just want like Philadelphia sports talk, we have a daily show Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. Hosted by Phil, and it's the same thing. Like all he wants to do is interact with you guys. And he got so excited when he started seeing some progress with the show and like being able to see that kind of visibly, like and watch people interact. And I try and like I normally wake up about between 1:30 and 2, so I kind of have it on in the background. And I always just like see someone new comes in and be like, oh, it's my first time seeing this, or they'll just see a new comment. And then before you know it, they're like regular. And it's the same thing here. Like building up that community is everything. On that note, if you guys do want to join our Discord, we do have a Discord server full of Philadelphia sports fans. So if you want a community of like the right kind of sports fans. They're just like that are nice, approachable, will talk ball with you, can make friends. Obviously, you've got like Isaac is probably the aficionado of that Discord. I can get a link for you. It's a free app to download. It doesn't have to pay for anything like that, but it's just a group full of PSN fans. Obviously, you know, we're very careful with who we let in. There's a lot of rules everyone follows, and very wholesome group.
Zach Kuntz to the Jets.
No.
Yeah. I hate to cut you off there. Please do it in the Discord, like he was saying.
You're what? No, oh, that's so annoying.
Well, I will say this. I was bringing this up a little earlier. I think you stepped away for a second, but there is a North Dakota State guy that has nothing to do with quarterback. Noah Jindorf, 6'6", 263. He reminds me of a Will Dissly, like build and kind of profile, where it's just like, hey, man, this guy's huge. If he gets the ball in his hand, good job, you know, good luck tackling him. But at the same time, he's probably going to be a prolific blocker. So if you want a tight end, that's not a bad option either in the 7th round. But that does suck that he's taken off the board.
I was really hoping he'd go all the way to 7. Like, I thought, like he just snuck in with 20 picks away. Like, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that this guy that I thought would be maybe a 4th, 5th round pick goes down to 7. The fact that's now been swiftly wiped away is deeply upsetting. I haven't panned the table for many guys today. That was unfortunately one of them. Yeah, I put the Discord in there, so if you do want to join, like I said, it's just really a big group chat, mainly comprised of Eagles fans, but there are obviously other sports teams in there as well. I pop in once every 3 years to say hello. That's my sort of tradition there. But yeah, no, it's a great group of guys, and you also get notifications then whenever we post an article or a video, so that makes that easier if you do want to stay sort of in sync with our content as well. I'm
going to head out. It's about that time to get ready and head back down to Delaware to visit some peoples. But again, thank you for allowing me to pop on, you know, throughout the NFL draft coverage, talk to everybody that's here with PSN in the chat. But yeah, by all means, this Philadelphia Eagles draft has been just a complete, just dominating display of how a franchise should be run.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Eric, for everything you've done over the past few days. You deserve it. A very firm round of applause from everyone. Although that was the unfirmest round.
Hey, look, it's a golf clap. I've never once golfed, so I'll take it. So.
Yeah, that was what it was.
All right, everybody. Y'all take care.
You too, man. Have fun.
See you later, Eric. Have a good time.
And then there were 2.
Thank you to you guys for holding down the fort. I've been slowly cooking dinner as we progress into the 7th round here now. So had to make a little store trip, and now it's on the stove. So we're doing well. How's everything been over here?
It's been good. Apart from Zach Kuntz going to the Jets.
Yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah.
I will just say, I mean, you gave off a very Bob Ross level sort of vibe then. Of just what I just imagine you gently cooking while like it's sleepy 7th round days. We're all fading off, and you're just kind of like talking us through what's going on in the kitchen. Like I was all about that for like 30 seconds.
It was nice. It was therapeutic. You know, I was slicing up a little bit of cabbage, some onion, some green onion, some carrots there, and you know, now I just have them sauteing on the stove and cooking down a little bit, and while I wait for the oven to preheat so I can put the char siu in the oven. So yeah, we're getting there.
Love to see it. Yeah, we certainly are. So we have 1 pick left, which is now 28 away. It's only
28 away. That's only 28 away.
It's a round within a round is what we've got there. That is
pretty much. So who are you looking left who's still available that you would want at that pick? I know we're still a long ways away, and anybody that we say now could still be picked off by then, but
yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'm kind of out of Liam guys now, unfortunately. Let's see. You know, my last Google.
Well, I know that Eric's Bryce Ford Wheaton is still available.
Okay, we can make a mark of him then.
So we still got him. Eli Ricks is a guy that I still like, cornerback out of Alabama. You know, the Eagles do like their Bama guys all of a sudden. And then Ivan Pace is a guy that I've mentioned as a special teamer who could be potentially interesting as well. But and Andre Carter is still available. I saw someone in the chat mention Andre Carter earlier. You know, he's a guy who just an absolute mammoth of a person. I think he kind of slipped a little bit in the draft. Just he's a little bit of an unknown. I'm not even really sure why he slipped in the draft. I don't know if it was injury or I don't know if it was time away. I don't know if he was serving even. But just an absolute mammoth of a guy. He, I think, could be a body that you bet on, and hope just to train up a bit and put a little 7th round flyer on him here. But I know he's someone who I've seen him much higher on big boards and mocks throughout the season. So just based off of that and not any direct analysis, I didn't really watch any Army games. I don't even watch Army Navy every year. I'll be honest. I'll just come out to you guys right now and let you know I don't watch the Army Navy game. I know a lot of people make a big deal of it. I don't watch it myself. But he is a guy that just based off of profile, I think might be a little interesting as well.
Yeah, I think at this point he's just trying to find profiles and read up on them.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a couple guys left that like name power, if that's the thing, or like that kind of familiarity. Eli Ricks is one of them. Ronnie Hickman out of Ohio State, like
for sure, yeah, solid special teams player too, Hickman.
Yeah, so there's a few options that are there, but there's no like must-haves. I don't think at this point.
For sure.
Discord won't let Duck in. That's annoying. What have I? Is it me? Am I the problem?
Well, according to Duck, it's because he's too old. So that's what it looks like there.
It shouldn't be, but
yeah.
Well, we'll use a fake ID. We'll get you in somehow. We'll get you in.
Oh, Dwayne McBride goes to the Minnesota Vikings. I know he's a 7th round pick, but he is still somewhat touted even in the 7th round. And that just points even more so to a separation between the Vikings and their star running back.
Well, the Vikings do tend to have like a nice 2-back rotation. I mean, remember Alex Madison was hardly, the next Derrick Henry in college. So I mean,
sure,
you never know. I mean, it's the same sort of thing with Tony Pollard and the Cowboys, and now the Cowboys have taken one like a few rounds ago. So you never even know. That's even a 40-something, dude. I'm 28 now. I feel old. I look 18.
Yeah, 28 hits you hard. Yeah, speaking from experience, 28 hits you hard.
Yeah, we're the same age, aren't we? Yeah,
we are the same age, yes, sir.
Yeah. 28. I feel like I don't know if grounded's the right word. I feel like I've got my life together a bit more, and I kind of like the person I'm becoming a bit more. Like, and I don't go very deep for an NFL draft stream, but I feel like 25, I definitely had a crisis. Like that, I was like
quarter life crisis, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think 26 was like, well, now I'm officially closer to 30. Let's have another one for fun. Like, now let's double down on the crisis thing. And then I don't know, 27 settled, and 28 I kind of feel a bit more comfortable with everything. And now my carbon monoxide alarm's going off because I haven't changed the battery. So I will probably turn that one off as I just say how good I am at life.
Yeah. 28 will hit you. There's I mean, my mentality, it's still 23. Haven't left 23.
Yeah.
And then there's when you try and do something and the body catches up to you. That really lets you know that there. Right.
My knees have started getting really tense after a round of golf. Like I'm not sure it's not the knee, like the muscle just above the knee. Yeah. I don't know. It might be an ACL or an MCL, but I know like golfers' knees are a thing, and I'm like, I'm 28. This cannot be happening now. Like, come on, Liam. Like, get a grip. Like, let's just go out.
It's a little while longer.
Like just hold on. Like, don't give me this shit now.
It's another 30, 40 years. Hold together. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Like, let's stop having the back pains and stuff now. But outside of that, I'm happy and healthy. Can't complain at 28. But yeah, how old are the rest of you guys, if you don't mind sharing? I know, like Duck said, he's over 40, but he's a dilf in our hearts. Drew's 42, mentally 25. That's the spirit. That's where I'll be at 42. I will 100% be a big kid. And that's where I feel like, not egotistically, but I feel like I'd be quite a fun dad because I would be very much like just as much as a child as my child, if that makes sense. So Christmas would be a ball. Like, I'd be sat there playing with wrestling figures, building Lego. The kids like, why is my dad got all my presents? So I'm buzzing for that era. Like baby LJ comes on the scene, it's game over. And we're definitely turning him into a pro golfer. According to my wife, I'm 12. Yeah, I feel like that. Like I feel like I'm very mature in some ways, and other ways I just like haven't had the life experiences to knock that immaturity out of me. So I'm still very like childish in a lot of ways, but all part of the fun, right? Like, what's the point in being old mentally and not having fun. Let's just, laugh and smile, and life's too short. There. Wow, but see, this is it. 7th round. It's always going to happen. Everything seems to spiral. But we are almost there. We're almost coming to an end, which kind of sucks. Like, I wish there was another draft to do. All Quacked Up has just joined the Discord. I'm not sure. I'm assuming that might be Duck, because my guess would be it's a pun from Duck. Might be wrong, but who's to say? It might not be Duck. It could be Duck. See, I don't know. This is the beauty of Discord. Yeah, I think for me, honestly, genuinely being in a relationship for a couple of years is settled me down a bit. Like, just this is another thing as well. Like, I wasn't really going to touch on this, but it is quite an important thing, just in case anyone else is going through the same. So I started therapy this past year or last year just because I wanted to try and get, like, everything was stable. So I was like, well, now I want to address things from years ago that maybe haunting, whatever, or play a part in later life. And basically she was like, I'd be very surprised if you don't have ADHD. And it completely threw me. But at the same time, it just explains so much. And I was like, well, I do get obsessive, like I look at PSN, that started out of a pure obsession. And all this time I felt like I was the weird kid at school and, like didn't really click with many people. And then realizing that I definitely was, but it wasn't my fault. It wasn't anything I was doing. And it was the weirdest feeling. So even that, like learning something like that about yourself is, I don't know, it definitely changes you a little bit. But I that means a lot. Like that's incredibly kind. I feel much better in myself, like just because again I'm not burning out sort of thing anymore. But yeah, I do want to get back into YouTube and streaming a bit more regularly because I do like making content. I feel like there isn't anyone that makes like the self-deprecating, sarcastic Eagles takes that I do. Just because I think it's quite a British thing. And there are like a lot of the takes are quite loud and like I'm right, you're wrong. I'd much rather have a discussion, make it a bit self-deprecating, throw some funny analogies out, and get to know you guys. So I would love to do that a bit more. It's just committing to a time frame and keeping it consistent, so I don't just pick you up and drop you every few months sort of thing. But we are getting into a routine. Like I said, the breakfast show's out, FTB's rolling, Zach's baseline scoop is continuing to blossom, and I will try and get a show out maybe once a week. But yeah, like I'm still around, obviously. Like I say, it's just not on YouTube. So I will try. Like now I'm more comfy with StreamYard. Like I will try and get maybe a live show out once a week. I just got to pick a day and a time slot and we'll go there. Like maybe an evening show, like a dinner time show, but then everyone's eating dinner. And do people's wives really want a whiny British kid like shouting over the dinner table? Who's to say? Who's to say? But we will fix something up for sure. Like, because I love you guys. And the fact you're all still here, like all these years later, having seen like the rise and fall of like the PSN YouTube channel, and you're all still giving us the time and happy to let us shape your draft journey, if you will, is cool. Like, it's going to be like an hour-long soppy speech now while we wait for this final Eagles pick. But it's a great thing to be able to do. And I'd encourage anyone to do it as well. Like if you're thinking of getting into it, like we live in a time where anyone can say anything and be like seen, like before, even when I was first coming into it, YouTube wasn't really a place for sports or for sports takes. A guy that's doing really well and doing things his way, Joe Castro, the Philly podcast guy, the Philly show. Haven't spoke to him. I mean, he followed me on Twitter the other day for clowning me on some. Well, it's me on Twitter. Everyone's always clowning me on Twitter. But I've followed his stuff for a while. I think he's really talented. He's passionate. The production quality is really good. So yeah, there's a lot of guys breaking in now that those roads weren't there when I first started. So it's cool. Like I think we're seeing a lot more people break in. So if you want to give it a go, especially with things like TikTok, just get behind the camera and do it because it'll be beneficial. Like you learn a lot about yourself. As weird as that sounds, but it's things like this where I mean, like even doing motorsport commentary and stuff played a huge role for me because like right now, for instance, okay, like this scenario, Zach's gone for a minute. I'm assuming he's gone for a wee or a poo-poo. I don't have a co-host, and there's literally nothing to talk about draft-wise because we don't know any of the players, and the Eagles aren't on the clock for 20 minutes. So you've got to fill dead air, and it's the one thing you learn in commentary. Because if you're in a commentary box at a race circuit, right? Let's say you're here and like the track all goes around, all the cars go meow 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 when you talk. Then they're gone out of sight for the next minute and a half, and you've got to fill that entire gap for everyone at the circuit, and you've only got a timing screen to go off. So like, it's that you kind of learn how to fill those gaps and where to formulate conversations and where to take them so you can drag them out. And like, you only learn that from doing it. In things like TikTok, having it short form, you learn the opposite, which is how to condense stuff, how to like, all right, my issue is I talk for 5 minutes and really 20 seconds of it's valid. So you learn how to like condense it down. So yeah, definitely start it. If anyone does want to start like sports analysis, like, you know, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube's all the way to go. And who knows, one day you might be joining us on a PSN draft show. You never know. Yeah, it is tricky being in front of a camera. Like, I hate it because I feel like I've got a bonk eye. So I was always really self-conscious. I think this eye's higher than that one, or like slightly more closed. So I'm like, you know that like iPhone camera backwards thing, so your face just looks like that for no reason. So like being in front of a camera, I was always really self-conscious. Then I realized people are just saying the same stuff they've said since I was at school. So I'm like, well, that's not new. I can live with that. And you just, the more you do it, the less you think about the camera and the more you worry about like how it looks, sort of thing. And that's it. You just kind of like baby yourself up into it. And the beauty now is that because everything's so saturated, it will take a little while to get going, that you're not going to just be dropped in front of like 20,000 people and they're all just going to see you and they're going to like laugh. Like, you're going to have days where you get 1 view, 2 views, 4 views, and you can just build it up and find yourself and go, this works, that doesn't. That sucks, but thank God no one saw it. This was amazing. I wish more people did. And you can just find your own style. Like the way I do things, I used to be really, really intent on wanting to be very Colin Cowherdy in my analysis with stuff. And then from there, you just sort of find your own pathway in. And I think David Esser was the same. When David Esser started his first podcast, if anyone remembers that, very Colin Cowherdy, like the gaps he'd leave between saying things. But then you just sort of find out your own flavour and what sort of personality suits you. And I mean, Zach can speak to that, obviously, with the baseline scoop and everything, and the way that show's changed, and having guys like Justin on now. It's a fun process.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it really is about finding your flavor, like you said. For myself personally, I think I have what I found over time has been that I am a little more concerned about getting the information across, you know, more so just representing the conversation in a professional way and in a way that really makes the operation look legitimate. And this is a flaw that I'm speaking of, because it wasn't really what felt right. You know, it felt like I was constantly second guessing myself, and it just wasn't comfortable. And then as time has kind of gone on, you know, having Justin join the Baseline Scoop, you know, one thing that we've been working on lately, because it's just how we click and how we connect, is just making things a little more conversational, you know, making it so that it's not, you know, you want to make sure that if you're speaking with someone else, that you're not dominating the conversation, which I'm a rambler, so I tend to accidentally do. So I do try and not when I can, but really just having it be a situation where you guys, you know, get that cadence, that the reps together, that team chemistry, bouncing off each other one after another. And that's the benefit of having a co-host, because I ran the Baseline Scoop for a while just by myself, and it is a challenge, you know, doing extended podcasts or video work just as a one-man operation. It's a lot more comfortable having another person there to be that wingman for you. So you know, it is something that eventually you do find that wheelhouse, that comfort zone. But really what you want to make sure that you're doing is just making it something that vibes with your personality and that just feels honest in a way. You know, you don't want to be, you know, there's people out there who, you know, they put on characters and they're very successful doing it. But my advice would be more so just to be honest in what you do. And some people are going to like it, some people are going to not. And you have to focus more so on really whether or not you like it. Tends to be the more important factor.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's like I was always of the belief that you create in the way you consume. So if you consume the same stuff, you're going to replicate it. Like if you can just come into something and be like, would I watch this back? Not in like an egotistical, I want to watch myself, but like
No,
that type of content. Like, would I
exactly.
if I get home from work and I open TikTok and I see this, how long is it going to take me to click off? And then spot those points where you would and work on them. And it's just like anything, like it takes time. But then there are some times where you think something. This is the thing with written content, especially, is you never really know how the traffic's going to do SEO wise. And you can pull your heart out into a 5-day long piece. You spoke to coaches, spoke to training staff, got inside scoops, and it gets 20 views. You can put out Carson Wentz tore ACL lol, and it would get thousands in minutes. And it's the same with video. Like if something blows up for some random reason, you've got no control over it. It's confusing, and you're like, well, I wish this one did because I actually tried with that one. It's better to do, like I said, just find a consistent rhythm to the type of content you want to do. Like I like pushing the envelope and having those like awkward silencey jokes and being dry and sarcastic. Like that's always been my thing. And like the videos I was most proud of was like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia Sports, which never really got the views of an Eagles film room, but I felt prouder of them because it was I was writing a comedy show each week. Like I would literally have notes of stuff written down and like jokes to put in, and going to mark up on the video where I'm going to cut the music out to emphasize the joke and really it was just fun to build that, and that was just my personality like coming out, and that's the best way I could do it. Whereas film room, you have to be analytical. Like I can't sit there and go, yeah, this guy's good, he runs in a circle, that's all right, isn't it? Whereas if I was in a This Week in Philadelphia Sports and I can put, yeah, he's all right, that's quite like different. So you'll also find that your personality is mixed with different content types. Like if you're doing a serious bit of content, you can't really get that out. If you're doing comedy, you can't do the serious stuff. So like it's all just learning. I don't know where we got onto this, but it's just fun talking about it because it's just the science of what we do, I suppose.
And I think that you're right. Just one last thing on it real quick. Like with something like Film Room or and this again translates video and writing as well. Like there's certain time where the language that you have to use is more direct, more analytical. You want to also try and make sure that it's easily digestible, but you also don't want to do that at the sake of sacrificing the details and the analysis. So it's kind of a back and forth constantly, again, whether it's a written or video medium that you're working with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love it. Like conversations like that just get me fired up to want to, produce stuff again. Maybe I'll do Twips. Like maybe I'll go back to that then, because that was my favorite thing to do. Like of all the things I've done on YouTube, that was the best one. Outside of asking Fletcher Cox if he liked the 1975, that was a close second. He had no idea who they were, but it was just something where it was funny to me. Yeah, I think that was it. It took a story of the Phillies are all right this week, aren't they? Like something like that, and it would just sit, and it's just learning that, and yeah, you can mix sort of serious, deep stats and takes, but make it funny and angry, and you can get passionate. Like, yeah, maybe I'll go back there if I can work out the editing side on this iPad, and we'll do that. But yeah, that's by far the thing I'm most proud of for sure. Yeah. Oh, dude, YouTube's a great spot for it. It's an amazing spot, and that's the thing. Like, I saw a tweet yesterday, saying about how much they hate Philly media and what would you grade it, and I was like, it's amazing because there's so many different things. Like, I'm not a big Jakib fan. It's not my thing. Like, I hate Dan Silo's way of doing his thing, but there are people that like it. I can't slag it off. Do you know what I mean? Like. And if you don't like that, you've got PSN. If you don't like PSN because you think we're just, a bunch of kids at home. Well, okay, cool. You've got The Inquirer and Jimmy Kempski's cartoons. If you don't like that, you've got The Athletic. If you don't like that, you've got Brandon Gouton. If you don't like that, there's so many different ways to consume it, where it feels like there is something for everyone. Like, what is it? The clip from the Locked On Sixers podcast with the ad read at the most awkward time ever from Keith Pompey, like funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, you're only gonna get that in Philly. I think that's phenomenal. I love that clip.
Yeah. I mean, Keith Pompey alone, I feel like makes Philly media unique and amazing. So,
Yeah.
you know, I don't think you have like the characters like, and again, whether you like them or not, you have to acknowledge that they are just, that's a unique way of going about it. Having Keith Pompey, John Clark's another guy. You know, there's Ruben Frank, who has come back up in recent days. You know, there's just so many different things, and you know, some people, you know, really enjoy them for the actual content that they produce, because I think the other thing is that there is a high talent level overall in Philly media, and that's the thing that I don't want to get lost here. It's, you know, it's not like these people are only good or entertaining because of you know, things like ad reads or freaking airport visits or anything like that. Like, it's not just that. It's that, you know, that there's a lot of like real quality content, like being around, you know, the Sixers and the media involved around there. Like some of these guys that, you know, that are just really just cerebral and really impressive. Derek Bodner, Kai Carlin, couple guys that come to mind. You know, and they're really, the way that they get across the information, I think, is fantastic. And there are many more like Sam DiGiovanni who has kind of like a different approach than, say, one of the other guys that I mentioned, but still is fantastic at the way that he delivers that. Like, there are so many different people who, you know, I just think that there's just a wealth of talent in Philly sports media. And, you know, some people are for some are for others, and that's okay. Like, that's just it. It's that kind of diversity that you mentioned that really makes Philly media so special.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun market to work in. Like, I couldn't imagine choosing another one. It wouldn't be as fun if it was just like a transient market where there isn't a lot of competition. And that's the thing, if it's competition, everyone gets better. You know, like, you want to try and push that a little bit harder as well. I mean, geez, the entire reason I started PSN, genuinely outside of wanting to talk about the Eagles, was like, being in England, my exposure was limited. So I couldn't listen to WIP, I couldn't have 97.5. And my only way of consuming media was things like Bleeding Green Nation, because the Inquirer was always paid and subscription based. So I was like, well, this is fine, but like, it's missing the stuff I'm looking for personally. I just wasn't getting it. So I was like, I'll make it myself. Come on, like, I can do this. And that was where that started. And someone, somewhere, one day is going to read PSN or another up and coming website and go, it's missing something. And they're going to make that. And that's going to be a thing. And it's exciting, you know, like, I don't know, I'm a big fan of media and like trying to adapt to new things and stuff. So yeah, I mean, the one thing with PSN is like, we'll always try and be ahead of the curve on that, and we'll always try new things. Like, we've never been afraid to, you know, let something fly out there. We're not just going to sit in our old ways. Things like this, you know, like, we're now 5 hours 55 minutes into a day 3 NFL draft watch along, and it's cool. Like, I love it. I do enjoy BGM. I will say, like, the one big regret I've got, and it still eats me up to this day, is that long ago in a galaxy far, far away, I had an email from a young man who wanted to join PSN, and I checked out his Twitter profile, and I thought, he's too young. We probably can't do it. I'll leave it. And that man turned out to be Benjamin Solak, and it eats me up a little bit, because he is a hell of a reporter and has got a hell of a career for himself. Michael Kist was another one. I love that man to death. Got all the time in the world for him. Never really spoke to Brandon, but the content is it's snippets. It's good for what it is. I think Johnny does a good job with the film breakdowns. Johnny Page. So, like, yeah, it's a good site. It's definitely a good site. Just at the time, I wanted to try and make something different. Eric, you should be getting drunk. I don't know why you're still here, Sunshine. You can't keep him away. Look at it. Bless him.
Yeah. Unless he's got someone else driving for him, which I'm hopeful for. Also, he's just commenting from the car.
Literally, he's like, "Oh, I'll come back." It's Stockholm syndrome. We've let him out.
I also love we had officially moved on from Celio, and he just brings it right back in too.
I don't know how far behind his stream is, but
True.
But also glad that you go. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, so what Duck said is, like, it still blows my mind that, like, so it's obviously like I'm a wrestling fan, I'm a golf fan. Where I get that news, like, is how people see what we do. And like sometimes you can lose sight of that when you're just writing something and you're in a hurry or a story breaks. But like, if you think the Super Bowl, like the good example. So when the Eagles beat the Niners in the championship game, the 10 minutes after, our traffic surged. Like it was like thousands of people on the site at once. And it was like the maddest thing to see. But that's fans excited trying to get content. We were lucky enough to rank high on Google. And it's like that memory for them of like, oh my God, the Eagles beat the Niners, and I Googled tickets or I Googled about this. Like that was part of that journey for a special moment. Like that, I really cherish that. Like it's the one thing I will always like really hold dear because it's just a rare thing, like, I don't know. It's similarly when I worked at Apple, like I like setting people's iPhones up because that's their first experience with the iPhone and I'm helping them learn it. It's the same sort of thing. Like being a part of someone's journey is, way better than doing my own thing on my own. So, and even helping people with PSN, like getting to work with people like Zach, I'd have never met a Zach or an Eric or a Brian or a Chris or a Nick or, see superstars like Sean and Jay and Essie kind of all come through. It's a very rewarding platform, and we always just try and do things to help everyone else. It's very nice. The person who had to find Lamberty reporting and going into business for himself is Helwani. Oh yeah. I don't like. Is that Ariel? Yeah, it does my head in that guy. Not a fan. But again, he does well. Like BT Sport have hired him in England, so everyone is a big fan. Sills is like Kramer from MSNBC. Yeah, that's the most on-brand thing I've ever seen. The inverse Kramer. Did you know, if anyone does follow finance and stuff, like the inverse Kramer fund is actually a thing now. Like you can invest in that. So whenever he bigs up a stock, they add it to the fund, and it'll just short it. So like you inverse Kramer, whatever he says, and it makes money apparently. So that's just quite funny. You can't watch Jimmy Kramer and then watch Sills. Yeah, that's true. I mean, Kramer is a hell of a guy for sure. What a man. He should be taken in the NFL draft. That's who we should be looking at right now. But here we go. We picked 2-3-3, so we're edging closer. We are baby stepping down. No idea who's left on the board at this point. I'll level with you. I just want to be pleasantly surprised. I can't wait to get to 2-4-9 and the Eagles trade back. That's what I'm really excited for. Yeah, that's going to be a hell of a ride. But Washington's pick is in at 2-3-3. Yeah, I know we've got the breakfast show tomorrow morning at 8:30, which is going to recap the NFL draft. I might do one in the evening, maybe, depending. Who knows? Might just come on here and say hello to everyone and do a little draft recap of my own. Why? Who's to say? Why not? Why can't we shake it up a little bit? Valentine was the last CB. Yeah. Corey was Corey, one of the two. I knew of him, so that was kind of a name that stood out. But like, I haven't really watched any tape or anything of him. Let me see who's left. If I go on this ESPN page, who have they got? I mean, we know that NDSU tight ends there, so they're showing. I'm on page 3.
Ivan Pace is a guy who's still there that we mentioned. I know Nick mentioned Moro Ojomo, defensive end out of Texas. That's another guy who's a possibility there. Somebody who can move along different spots on the defensive line, which the Eagles love their versatility. We also have mentioned Eli Ricks a few times. Ronnie Hickman, you mentioned Bryce Ford Wheaton. I've mentioned Andre Carter. Still a few players, and then of course there's the punter out of Rutgers, Adam Korsak, who averaged 45.25 yards per punt. It in net punt average in 2021. So if they do go punter, I mean, it's really him or Michael Turk from what I'm seeing. And I wouldn't feel bad about bringing in a Rutgers punter, keeping him keep a local boy around here.
Anything's good at this point if it's a punter. Like
honestly, yeah, just I love the stream. I love the draft. I won't mind when the last selection has been made. I will be honest. Yeah, it's one of those like it is kind of bittersweet because you mentioned earlier about how like you kind of wish that there was like another day like to comb through more products and more prospects and everything like that, and go through the selection and all that. Yeah, I mean no. I was saying that Rick's. I wasn't saying Rick's. I was saying the punter, Adam Korsak. But anyway, unless I'm misunderstanding Duck. But anyway, I do in a sense wish that we had more days in the future. But this 7th round, I will say, has been a little bit a little bit brutal. If we had another like first round tomorrow, I'd be totally down for that. Like in a heartbeat, I would do a day 1 or a day 2 tomorrow. But the 7th round, is getting there.
I'm worried I'm going to get to like 35 and just not have the stamina to do it anymore. Like, I know I'm only sat in a chair talking, but it is like shattering.
Yeah. Well, Duck brings up a good point about making it a competition for the punter position. I mean, you can just bring in one of these guys undrafted after the fact and, see if Sebas can win the job out. If one of the undrafted guys, can go ahead and take that mantle. Maybe you even bring in a guy on a non-guaranteed deal. See if he can, or if anyone shakes loose between now and the beginning of the season to take over that position.
Yeah, absolutely. Xander Helms says, wait, we got DeAndre Swift. How? I don't know. Honestly, it's wild to me that the Lions would give him up for so little. Was it a 2024 5th rounder and a 7th round pick swap? Is that right?
2025 4th rounder.
Oh, okay. Right.
Which the comp pick is projected to be in that area anyway. So it's like a net nothing that they gave up to get him. It's essentially a 7th round pick that they gave up for DeAndre Swift. So it's pretty crazy when you think about it.
But I don't get how more teams aren't doing that, because it's not like, I know Swift has had his concerns with injury, but he still had, what was it? I want to say 549 yards last year. I might be wrong.
I think he's rushed for over 500 in every single season that he's played.
So, like, why would you, instead of spending a 7th round pick on a back that might not even make the roster, why wouldn't you invest that in a running back that's accomplished at that? I mean, I don't have no one else doing it.
I mean, the thing that I would say is that maybe teams, because they're not as active in the comp picks as Philadelphia. Maybe they either didn't realize or didn't have faith in the potential to get that comp pick to effectively make that just for a 7th. Or additionally, I do wonder if Detroit, for a guy that you're getting that little for, you're probably not listening to where he wants to go or anything such as that. But I do wonder, just because he is a Philly kid. And there's a few connections between Philly and Detroit now. Deuce Staley's over there, of course. And, so you wonder if there's any kind of connection that led to them choosing the Eagles in particular for Swift as a landing spot. But just the general concept, you're 1,000% right. I don't understand why teams aren't trading low-end picks for known products like DeAndre Swift.
But I mean, like the Rams sort of did it, but just went like full on, all in, like no tomorrow, and just went all in on like elite stars and paid them stupid money. Whereas Howie sort of saw it and was like, well, let's maybe do that, but not bankrupt ourselves for the next 10 years, and let's like give ourselves a chance of drafting instead of giving up like 1st round picks. So like, there's definitely a balance. I just don't. It's the only team I can see doing it on draft day. I mean, there's been a few trades, but there's none that have been for a veteran sort of thing.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Did Deuce Staley go to Carolina? I did not know that. Did he follow Frank Reich to Carolina?
Oh, I didn't know either, for what it's worth. So
Oh.
we were 2 great Eagles reporters here. We have done a fantastic job with that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Panthers, Deuce Staley. Yep, absolutely. Here we go. Okay.
Mad.
Oh, he's from Carolina. Good for him.
Well, that makes the Miles Sanders acquisition a little bit brighter for them, I suppose.
Yeah, I would say so. Is he still a running backs coach?
He was like assistant head coach, wasn't he, before?
Yeah, but that was just like putting vice president. Like, that's just a title.
Oh, right.
Really.
Okay.
I do feel bad for. His mom's sick. That sucks, Doc.
Oh man.
But anyway, yeah, I do hope that he can get an OC job, or even potentially, because he's just a leader of men. He could potentially leapfrog to head coach for sure as well.
I am stunned Jeff Stoutland's never pushed for anything. Like, I know he's like the run game coordinator, but I mean, like, surely if he wanted a coordinator role, like, someone would come sniffing around for him. Like, I don't see why.
I'm sure people have come sniffing around for him. He just doesn't reciprocate it, from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason in my mind that teams would not be going after this guy. But it just, for whatever reason, he's stayed, and I am so freaking happy that he has.
Yeah. Once in a lifetime coach for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jude to make a good head coach. I mean, he should have had it in Philadelphia, at least like a chance at it. Like, do you know who was the one guy that did 2015 after Chip Kelly? It wasn't Billy Davis. It was like it wasn't Billy Davis. Was he assistant? Well, took over Chip Kelly as interim for like 2 weeks and went 2-0. And I was like, he should have got a shot. I don't think it was Billy Davis. I can't remember the name of the guy now, but I was at the time quite big on him getting a coaching shot. I'll have to Google that. I'm intrigued now.
Yeah, I'm already on it. I'm trying to find it here. Did Pat Shurmur take over?
That was it. Yeah. Pat Shurmur, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's understandable. Yeah, I do remember a lot of people talking about Shurmur taking over for a while.
That's oh well. Look, I'm not going to complain that he went to the Super Bowl and then again, and now we're looking very good. So
yeah, it all worked out.
Apparently, Stoutland was a head coach in college and hated it. He wants to be in with the players, so that would make sense for that.
Okay.
He's going to get one hell of a bag though, regardless of he's probably the best paid offensive line coach in the NFL.
Oh, for sure.
Bama tried to get Stoutland back, and the Eagles matched his price. And his wife and daughter just love Philly, so he stayed.
Okay, I'll take it.
What a man! You touch Stout, we break legs. Yeah,
that is true.
I think it would be a bigger loss than any player. Is that at least on the offensive line? Like, fair to say, like at this point.
Well, so the loss of Jason Kelce would be monumental, but it's also one we've been preparing for.
That's what I mean.
For a long, long time. Lane, you could probably argue, but that's the thing. Like he could coach just about anybody not named Jamon Brown, probably up to like starter potential. So, I would say potentially, yeah. I mean, just considering the fact that we have to live with the reality of Kelce moving on. So that's already been planned for. It's been accounted for. And I would argue Lane Johnson to a similar degree. But yeah, I would say it'd be even a bigger loss than losing Jordan Mailata, which would be huge, obviously. Or Landon Dickerson, which again would be a huge loss. Losing Stout, I mean, you also don't know how that would throw off the existing studs on the offensive line. So just having another voice in there. So that really could be the biggest loss.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what he does this season. Like, I want to go back and watch him tape, really want to see what his direct weaknesses are, and then see how they change over camp year 1, year 2. I know that was sort of the foundation for PSM, where I did it with Jordan Mailata, the OG Mailata sort of film rooms there. But I would be very intrigued just to see, like, how does he do it? Does he make your strength stronger, or does he turn your weaknesses into strength, or a bit of both? But yeah, I mean, the offensive line, it is going to be a passing of a torch moment soon. Like, Duck's right. I can't imagine Lane playing much longer. I mean, he fought through injury just to stay in the playoffs. It's tricky. Kelce, we know, is already teetering on the edge. JP went not too long ago. You've now got 2 young guards in. Like, I feel that next generation is there. But it's just been so well prepared that you're not noticing. It's the same with the defensive line, right? Like, at some point, BG and Cox are going to go, and you've now got Jalen Carter and you've got Nolan Smith. Like, it's just a very strong way of team building to make sure that those losses aren't absolutely debilitating. Like, there are times in the past where the Eagles lost a player and you're like, how are they ever in the world going to replace him? Like, that's too, but Malcolm Jenkins was one. Like, that's too big of a hole. Like, how are they going to get by? But yeah, this team's just been built in a very, very encouraging way. I'd love to see Kelsey transition to coaching. I think he would. But I'm also thinking now he's got the podcasting passion. He's very eloquent on a microphone, broadcasting or just doing the pod full time. Like, he's obviously going to have the numbers to get those sponsorship deals and make them convert for him. So yeah, I really wouldn't bet against Jason Kelsey getting into the media, be it TV or something like that. Yeah, there you go. Ducky's all in, isn't he? NFL media mentoring and training sessions a few months ago. That would explain a lot. He's very good on the podcast. Very, very good. He's also such a great personality where he's easily marketable. Like, I think anyone can find Jason Kelsey like an endearing person to listen to and get value from what he says. That's the other thing, is like, if you're just chatting drivel like we are today, to some extent, it can be hard. If you've got the personality to back it up and you can get value from it, that's where the difference is. And I think Kelsey is so good at being a lovable personality that people will follow him regardless. If I had time, I'd love to be in a part-time writer. Oh, well, look, never say never, Duck. I mean, never say never. If you've got that knowledge and that passion there. I mean, look, put it this way. When Zach first came on, he wanted to join, and then he broke my heart and was, I can't do it. Like, I've got work in the way. And he came back a couple of years later, and voila, we can't get rid of him now. Best decision we ever made, rather than bringing him in.
That's right. You can't get rid of me no matter how hard you may try.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. So yeah, you never know. You never know. I'll tell you what. Well, I'm sure we can give this a little insight, because some of the Eagles fans were like this. We did almost toy with the idea of bringing on Les Bowen to PSM. We did try. And I don't think he went anywhere in the end, did he? I don't think he went.
No, he did not.
No, so I'm not broken-hearted. I think he tried.
Yeah.
He tweeted saying that like they'd offered, and I was all right, bit of a kick in the teeth. But he asked how much. I asked him how much he'd want. We were able to give it to him, and he didn't really reply. And then almost went BGN and didn't. But Les Bowen could have been a PSN. He could have been on this stream for 8 hours, which is exactly how he wants to spend his retirement age, right? Sat in front of NFL draft watchalong. But that would have been cool. That was one acquisition that.
Yeah, it would have been cool.
Yeah, he's working just appearances. It would have been cool mainly for the younger guys and the newer writers, I think, to have something to learn from and just pick up like tidbits about etiquette in a press room, like that sort of thing. But yeah, he is a brilliant writer. Would have loved to bring him in. Just sentimentally, he was one of the main guys when I started following the team that I trusted. So would have been cool to have him part of the team. But alas, never say never. Maybe he'll change his mind. If you're watching this, I'm not bothered about it. I'm not. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm not crying. So it's fine. It's all good. But yeah, you'd be surprised. Look, that's what I'm saying.
Honestly, then we ended up getting Mike, who's completely crushed it for us, like you said earlier, and he's working double duty with the Eagles and the Sixers team. So it's been great.
I'll spoil it now. Mike will be a lead writer within a couple of weeks. Love him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt.
Oh, awesome.
I told Brian, I want to make him a lead, but I feel like it's too soon. But he's too good. Like, we can't not do it.
He's too good, yeah.
Like, he's providing too much value for us not to give him that promotion, because he gives so much value, not even just to the Eagles, but now to the Sixers as well. And just the way that he's jumped in, like, loves PSN, is engrossed with everyone, engages in every conversation, and will just say, like, hey, what do you want me to work on? And that's like the easiest thing to work with. I don't have to go, can someone please write on this, or I'm going to bash my head against the wall because I need this done and I don't have time. Mike's like, what do you want done? I'm like, I don't know, some random in-depth breakdown on this guy. He's like, yeah, say no more, I got you. It just does it in 10 minutes. And it's like, he's unbelievable. So, Mike will definitely be a lead writer when we have that conversation before he goes on holiday in May. We're going to catch up. That is. So, looking forward to that. So, if you don't follow Mike Greger already, I believe his Twitter is Mike_Greger, Greger. Funny story with that. I remember during the hiring. So, obviously, Zach was trying to sell him on me for a long time. And I was like, yeah, cool. We'll get this Mike guy on. Like, he sounds really, I'd love to talk to him. And then Brian came and was, there's this guy called Greger that I think would be like a great fit. And I was like, okay, cool. So I had a chat with Mike on the phone, like with you. Was it? No, it was Brian, wasn't it? It was me and Brian. Or was it you?
Was it you, Brian, and Mike? Because I wasn't on a chat with you
Yeah.
and Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was me, Brian, and Mike. And we get off the call. Mike leaves. It's just us two in the Zoom. I was like, oh, I love him. Like, he's going to be a great fit. And I was like, so what about this Gregor guy? When are we getting it? And he was like, no, that was him. I was like, no, that was Mike. And he's like, yeah, Mike Gregor. And I was like, right, you're the same person. I didn't, my bad. Like, two different ones. Like, Zach's telling me to hire Mike. Brian's telling me to hire Gregor. I'm like, okay, like, just give me one of them. Turns out we got both and they're the same person. Mike Davis, he was in the end.
It's like a reverse parent trap situation where just instead of two, though, it's just one person. It's just...
Literally, yeah. Got cornered in. But no, he's been a brilliant addition to PSN. I hope he sees this. Maybe I'll just send him a link and a timestamp so he can watch us gush over him. But yeah, he's been a brilliant writer to have on staff. But punching out McLean's permanent appreciation. You know, Jeff's always been all right. I've never had a bad word to say about him. I know he's a controversial figure. I've spoken to him a few times. He seems nice enough. I think the one man that does get too much hate, genuinely, is ESP. I think his heart is always in the right place. He can't help that his way of reporting is what it is. Like, and it winds people up, but it gets traction. That's why he has a job. But I remember I had him on a podcast and I was like, I can't remember what the question was, but it was like, is there something you wish you could change, or what tool would you want to be like better in as a writer? And he was like, I just wish I could write longer, deeper articles or something like that. And he's a really humble guy, like genuinely so down to earth, super nice, does know what he's on about with the team. And he's just funny. But I think on Twitter, it's hard to convey a full personality on Twitter. And I think you can just look at some tweets and get a bit confused and he comes across the wrong way. But I think he's great. John Clark, I'm not a fan of. Purely just because of the airport. But I know he's very talented. I know there's a hell of a commitment to being at every airport all the time. But just shoving a microphone in someone's face after they get off the plane, anyone that does that, it's like autograph hunters. I'm like, just let them, settle down. Like, meet them when they're out for dinner. Don't kind of run around. But yeah, he's all right. He's harmless. I'll give him that. He's a solid member of the media. And but it's when he tweets things and he's like, breaking, according to Jalen Hurts' Instagram story, he's doing this. I'm like, breaking, according to John Clark, according to Jalen Hurts' Instagram story, he's doing this. And it's like, I don't know, I find that bit quite funny. But he's a solid guy. Nothing to complain about there. I don't think there's anyone I dislike in Philadelphia media. Like, they're all really sound that I've interacted with for that. Outside of, was he Zach Colantino? That one that blocked me the other day for no reason?
Oh, yeah. Joe Santaquito or something like that?
Yeah, that one. I don't know what his problem was. I've never interacted with him in my life. I only went to read his mock draft and he blocked me, so he can get in the bin. The rest of them, lovely, lovely boys and girls. Devin Caney, absolute star. Bless her. She's done really well for herself. Almost poached her to PSN at one point as well. She is a fantastic reporter. Who else is there now that's doing Philly is kind of new? I'll tell you what, the City Pigeons podcast are a great group of guys as well. Like Eric and all of those, they're a fun bunch. John Clark's solid, nice guy. Ruben in hot water, yeah. I never got Ruben's reporting because it's just reading off stat sheets. Like, you get I didn't. It was Ruben for me was like Christmas, and it was ruined when someone told me Santa wasn't real. The second I got an Eagles season guide that has every record in it, and you can just go from there and tweet them, I thought the man was like a human encyclopedia. And not to say he isn't, but it's also very attainable information. And I was like, oh, okay. So that ruined the nostalgia. I thought, wow, this guy's like the human matrix, but he's not that great. But shush, he's lovely. Philadelphia media for the most part is great. Like the one guy, two guys I hold in the highest regard of any of them. I think Mike K has been a great friend of PSN. To myself, to Chris, to Brian, in terms of being a mentor to those guys and helping them with breaking stories and the etiquette in doing so, allowing us to reach out with information that's sensitive and say, hey, what do you think of this? Have you heard anything? Not taking it and running and putting a story out like some would. Brilliant guy. I think he's covering the Panthers now, but he was brilliant. And Teron Davenport as well. I missed TD covering the Eagles. The guy was fantastic and a huge mentor to me and someone I looked up to and just did things the right way. Works for ESPN now, covering the Titans. Adam Schefter retweets him all the time. Yeah, I love TD. He was the example of what someone in the media should be, I think, for sure. There you are. We're now doing media gossip with Liam from someone who hasn't been in Philadelphia, but what can you do? Meanwhile, if you've got the world plus 2.5 against the truck, your bet's losing. So there you are on NFL Network. Yeah, I don't know about the radio side of it. I don't really have access to it, so I can't talk. I just know the polls get annoying on Twitter, but that's all I can sort of speak on, really. But you know, it serves a purpose. But that's where we want our breakfast show to come in and make some waves and do it our way. And it's not saying it's right, not saying it's wrong. Everyone's got a different flavour. There's a reason those sports shows are so successful. We just think there's a gap in the market for the way we do things, and that's where we're going to keep pushing. And that's where Phil is going to come in and hopefully spark a revolution. He's very happy at the minute, which is what we like to see. So yeah, excited to see where we take that breakfast show trending in the AM. I like the name more than anything else. I love the name. I think it's a great name for a breakfast show. Sounds very TV-esque. So we'll get him a promotion onto a major station one day. Meanwhile, we are now 4 picks away from the final Eagles pick of the draft. So we are getting close. We're honing in slowly but surely. We'll see what happens. Darius Slay's tweet on screen. Oh, it's Howie Roseman again, running around on NFL Network, fist bumping everyone. I don't know how tall Howie Roseman is. He strikes me as a 5'9" kind of guy, but I love him regardless. It's just funny because everyone in that room is literally taller than him, but he's the man there with the most power, and he's great. He's not very old either. I think he's like still one of the youngest GMs in the league. Outside of the one that went to Cleveland, is it Andrew Berry, I think?
I cannot claim this as fact. This is just from my research. And I struggle to believe this, but Howie Roseman is 6'3".
No, he's not.
That, unless he wrote this article, that is the claim. Is that Howie Roseman is 6'3".
I'm 6'3".
Have we seen him stand next to? He's stood next to Jalen at some point, right?
I think so. He must have done.
That can't be right. That really can't be right. No, he's shorter than Jalen. There's no way he's 6'3".
He's definitely written that article. He's getting that Tinder bio about right up. See, it's on Google. I told you I'm 6'3".
It's from some weird site, abtc.ng. I don't even know what that is, but and then the other top article is Drake and Josh star Drake Bell missing and considered endangered. I don't think that's true either.
Endangered?
I'm going to leave before I get a virus from the site.
Well, apparently he was on the loose, not on the loose, but he did go missing, didn't he? Like
he was on the list.
He went missing like last week, and then they found him and he was fine. But apparently,
okay. Well, that part's true, but 6'3" is definitely not true.
Yeah, Drake Bell debatable. Howie Roseman definitely not 6'3". We can all agree. Yeah,
jury's still out on Drake Bell.
Yeah, and if he's on the loose or not, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just funny seeing how he just bounces around that little room. I've actually stood next to the man. Who, Howie? Wow. Love that. Bless him. I'll just pick him up and take him home with me. Show Charlton how to build a team. Right, so we've got now 1, 2, 3. I think we're 4 away. How is that 5'8"? Yeah, I thought 5'9". I thought about that. I couldn't imagine Howie being tall either. Like, could you imagine to see him like walk around with gangly arms? Like I feel like a human tree. Like my wingspan is like way too. I think it's 38 inches as my vertical. So big boy, big arms, just big tree. I couldn't imagine Howie just gangling around. He's too compact and like, it's like a little ball of knowledge. You can't. I don't know. It's the 7th round, guys. All right, we're struggling. Like we're grinding this out. Oh, no way. That's sick. Love that. Awesome. Yeah, that'd be the only thing England don't do well with sports. So, like, you can't really get to anything like that. Like, there's no like courtside seats for football games and stuff. So it's just like, you know, a bit lame. But it is what it is, I suppose. Ah, damn. Oh, you probably could get perks, just different team. You know, you take a holiday out or a vacation, go say hello. Never say never. I'll tell you what, this is a story I never told either. So back in the chaotic Liam era, I matched a woman on Hinge. I put my Hinge in Philadelphia because I was just curious. I matched a woman, started talking to her, found out she worked for the Eagles, told her what I did, and she unmatched me. And that was great. I was like, that's annoying. I was like, I guess it's like a conflict of interest thing. Like maybe they can't because, you know, team info and stuff. But, you know, there's again, another unrelated story. There's just endless little tidbits of irrelevancy that we can share between now and pick 249. That's good. What are you up to, Zach? Out of curiosity, what are you typing away on?
There was a Joel Embiid injury update. It's not good, and so I'm putting that out real quick.
Oh, fair.
Just updating an article that Jackie had written, so we can get that out there ASAP. So it may be worse than a grade 1 sprain, according to Shams Charania.
So is that what? I guess it could be multiple series out by now.
It could be a grade 2. So any kind of sprain is a tear, right? It's just different levels of tearing in that ligament. So a grade 1 is not usually thought of to be overly severe. Usually a couple weeks, give it some rest and you'll be fine. Grade 2, which is what I would imagine it is if it is more serious than a grade 1, that is when you start talking about people have considered surgery. I think he's still going to play on it. Yeah. Grade 3 is unplayable.
Yeah.
But he's going to he's going to push through this, I think. But game 1, I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, it's such a shame though. That it's, especially after that kind of campaign you put together as well.
Yeah.
Would hate to see it end prematurely because of that, but they should. There's not really much else they can do, though, is there? They're already kind of managing minutes. He's not being exhausted out there all the time. I know there was a period where it seemed like he was out there forever, and there wasn't really much in the way of bench help and stuff. But yeah, that's got to suck. Yeah. Great tweets. You're in bed with a soft cast to limit move. That'll be me tomorrow. That's me all day tomorrow. I'm call me grade 3 because I am in bed with a cast to limit movement. That's what I'm gonna be. River said he's out. Couch will roll. Oh.
Well, River said that he's doubtful. He didn't say he was out. That's what this initially started as, was an article about that, and then the report from Sharani came through, and it's like,
yeah. Have we got access to the Boston series to play, or is that still game by game and not really?
We could. We do for Philly,
right?
Going to Boston is a little more complicated.
Yeah, no, I only meant Philly. I didn't mean traveling.
I was going to say it's like $400 for a flight. We did look into it. It's like $400 for a flight. So we never even reached out to the PR team for the Celtics.
Yeah, not worth it. No.
Yeah. So, but Philly, no, we're good to go for.
That's awesome. That in itself is really cool that we're at playoffs.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Huge. 3 away. Technically, 2. No. 2 or 3. I can't even count anymore. It's gone. This is ground me down, this stream. Not this stream, just the draft. The stream's been lovely. Sixers will end up playing the faster game they've been playing during the Embiid and Harden days off. Yeah, I've not really watched many Sixers games, so I can't speak too much on it. Zach is the aficionado, but I know he's busy right now. I don't want to trouble him while he's writing about Embiid.
Well, the thing that I don't want to do is talk over the Eagles draft pick, so I can go ham into that once that selection is made for sure.
DJ Ivy's been taken by the Bengals. It just sounds like a baller, to be honest. Sounds good. Or is that was there a rookie in the NBA called Ivy? Jaden Ivey. Yeah,
Jaden
Jaden.
Ivey, yeah, for the Detroit Pistons. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. See, I sometimes know a little bit of ball. There's just a little bit of ball. We're back again. Yeah, Flyers were the only team that would give PSN credentials. I mean, we did Eagles games last year. I'm hoping we can do some this year along with minicamp, maybe. The only team now that we don't have anything for is the Phillies. And I think that's just because they're a bit of a pain to get in touch with. But everyone else is it's been very accommodating. We had to do some arm twisting at first because obviously we were still seen as a little outlet, and we're coming out to hammer home like, hey, we now got a circulation with a newspaper. We need this. It will help our coverage a lot. But the Sixers were the first team to really help with that, I think. The Eagles took a lot more convincing. And even Angry Liam had to come out. And Angry Liam is someone who never emails anyone. So, Angry Liam having to make a statement and assertion was tricky. But back to your point earlier, Duck, if I remember her name, genuinely no. I have a feeling it might have been an Angela, but I couldn't tell you it was that long ago. We're talking like 4 years. And it was like a couple days worth of conversation, so I don't really have much to go off. Yeah, I want to say Angela, but I could be completely wayward. Bearing in mind I'm on like minimal sleep on a 7-hour stream. I've just plucked a name out of thin air, but I feel like it could be Angela. It's like a psychic reading, like I'm getting the name Angela. Is Wit still on the board? I can have a look for you. I'm not sure. Give me a minute. So we've still got Moro Ojamo on the board. Yeah, I can't see him. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Ojamo? Let me take a look. I just got that article out there. Let's see. Ojamo is still there.
Oh, the more we know.
Yeah,
Wow,
Braden
you guys
Willis to the
there.
Niners.
Yes, we are. We're fighting to the bitter end.
Duncan's trying to get down to the bottom of this.
African descent. She was of African descent. There we go. I can't wait for this. He's just, oh yeah, I'll hit her up and please. I'm now a settled man. We do not need, chaos infused back in the life.
Yeah.
That's my fault for opening my mouth. I shouldn't have done it. I apologize. To PS Engine about a Christmas song with Just. Dude, I'm telling you, if you weren't in that space where Zach sung, it was like an angel was singing. The man has got and then some. Watch out, Doctor Who. Doctor Who talk could happen. At this point, anything's possible. We've only got like 10 picks left.
True.
And then we're out. But I would agree. Yeah, Zach has got pipes for days. During the first time I heard him sing. It's beautiful. I'm not even just saying that. Like, oh, it's beautiful to be inside. I mean, genuinely, like Jesus Christ. This is something wild. So there was a girl that I used to work with at Apple, and
they are on the clock.
Are we on the clock?
We are on the clock. We saw Brandon Hill go to the Houston Texans.
Here we go, guys. The final one of the day. She worked in the PR department. I don't think it was Angela, Amy, or Emily. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I might have accidentally combined both of them together there by the looks of it. So, but I couldn't. I couldn't tell you. I genuinely don't know. But yeah, it is what it is. Are you guys looking for more? What writers and stuff? Like not at the minute. I genuinely think we're kind of set. We were looking for union contributors, and then we somehow pulled out another miracle haul of like 3 or 4 fantastically talented writers.
Oh, amazing.
So yeah, like I think genuinely we're all right. Oh, the pick's in. But if anything changes, there will always be a tweet. Like I always tweet out if we've got openings. So yeah, just keep an eye out for that. Podcasters, yeah, potentially. Like we'll see how the next few weeks go with everyone trying to use StreamYard and get the YouTube live going. And if we can, then yeah. But if you've got experience or you've hosted a podcast or you've got a YouTube channel with videos on, like anything I can look at, just ping it to me in a DM. Like I'll always give advice, and then if we can bring you on, we'll bring you on, sort of thing. if not, I'll happy to help out because I just want everyone to get better, really. I'm glad you agree, Doug. I'm glad you agree. Yeah, those guys like Paul, Jimmy, Eric have all been home run hits. I don't know how he gets so lucky, like really. When it comes to bringing people on PSN, there's been very few duds over the past few years. Stephen Appiah. Oh my God, Stephen Appiah. I just realised who that is. Yeah, he's played football. Christ, you can tell it's been a long day. I swear he used to play in the Premier League. Let me Google this. I swear.
Wait, what? Is that who they drafted?
No, the guy that's reading out the pick.
I was going to say.
Oh, no, he's played for Juventus. Right, that's what. It's a FIFA thing then. That's what I knew.
Okay.
Yeah. Crazy. I don't know why he's reading out the Eagles pick. Former captain of the Ghana. Oh, because World Cup, isn't it, I suppose? Where have you guys been? We've been hiding, KK. Oh, you found us right at the very end after like a 4-day bender of stream content as well. I'm so sorry. We haven't really been uploading much for a year or two, but Ojimo is the pick. Moro Ojimo, defensive tackle out of Texas. Well, the rich get richer again, defensive line. It's more sort of powerhouse competition. Can't be mad at it. You know, go for the best player available at that point. On ESPN's big board, he was at least. But yeah, we are starting to do more lives and upload now. So there is that, KK. We will be back. We'll be rolling again. Don't you worry. I guess I've got to quickly. I'll see if anyone is writing that up, but I'm assuming it might be me. So I might. I'm not sure if my camera's gone or you can hear me or not, but I will still be here. Just got to sort this out, I suppose, for a minute. But I suppose
I love the pick.
I guess it makes sense as to why they released like Marvin Wilson now. Like that's room for another defensive tackle.
Yeah,
No,
for
Jojo.
sure. Yeah, and like I said earlier, he's a guy. He's versatile. He can play alongside the line, so he could be there at DT. Probably play a lot of 3 technique, 5 technique, and then bump out on the outside on the edge too. So definitely a guy who I think has a chance to make the roster there. So super quality 7th round pick, and a guy that Nick Varia definitely vouched for as well. So if he sucks, blame Nick. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, it's all on Nick. But I suppose we could probably end the stream here because I've got to go write that article. And if you're busy as well, we've only got a few picks left anyway. So I suppose any closing thoughts about the Eagles and the stream and all things in general?
I mean, for me, like this draft was absolutely incredible. What's really great about it is not only were the selections the Eagles made incredible, the trades the team made incredible. This stream's been incredible. I feel like, and seeing so many of you guys out here and supporting us is amazing, and especially those who have stayed. I don't know how many combined hours some of you have been here, but it feels like you've been here the entire time, and that's just absolutely insane, and I love to see it. So thank you so much for everyone for supporting the Eagles, supporting PSN, supporting Liam and I, and everyone else who's been on the stream, and just an amazing draft. I feel like every year it gets better and better. So I'm looking forward to the season to come, and of course the draft show in 2024.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better. Just again, a massive thank you to every single one of you who's rolled through at some point over the past 3 days. It's wild that we have now officially done 16 hours worth of streaming over that time. But it has been a hell of a blast. And getting to, again, as Zach said, a lot of you guys have been here from the get-go, haven't missed a minute, and have shared the entire experience with us. And there's been some chaos, some laughs, plenty of great moments along the way. So just a massive thank you for letting us into your homes to share that with you, because we wouldn't change it for the world. And for always supporting PSN, again, means everything to me. Like, knowing that we've got such a great community of people that want to hang out, want to chat, that it is like that kind of bar environment where everyone's welcome, no matter where you're from, what you look like, what your beliefs are, like everyone's welcome. We all have the same passions for the team and we can all chat together. So it's just a brilliant weekend to be part of. It's my favorite of the year. I promise there will be something on StreamYard from me soon. I can't tell you what or when, so I'm still figuring that out. But we'll be back, in the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger. And until then, guys, Get some rest. I'm sure you need it just as much as we do. And a massive thank you to Eric, to Brian, to Chris, to Nick, and of course to Zach, who has been my partner in crime for most of today and most of the entire weekend. Zach, you've been a star. Couldn't have done it without you. I would have talked myself into oblivion. It means a lot that I've had such a knowledgeable and entertaining co-host on this little journey.
Well, I'm just grateful to be able to hop on with you, man. You know, someone who's been such a big part of my life, my career, and this entire brand, bringing great information to Philadelphia, to beyond Philadelphia for as many years as you have. So the honor's been all mine.
Lovely. Gonna get me all teary now. Guys, enjoy the rest of your evening. If you haven't subscribed and you have liked what you've seen, make sure you do. It feels weird for me to be saying that again. We're truly running back the years now. And make sure you leave a like. It does help the algorithm. And yeah, we'll see you soon. PhillySportsNetwork.com. There's plenty of analysis coming your way. Take it easy. Thank you for giving us the best weekend imaginable. Go Birds, and we'll see you soon.
Go Birds.